Yeah, we're the real Viernes this time. Shout out to all my Venetians out there. We made it another week. Hopefully this weekend is good for you, that you find this video in good mental health, and your finances and your physicality be the best it's ever been this year. We're gonna keep going forward. Ah, man. The weather is decent tonight, man. I'm getting used to not being burned alive by walking outside in the sun. The desert ain't no joke, man. They were not playing. I do not know how some of the ancestors did this. But we finally got a cool breeze, man, so can't complain too much longer. Seems like everything is falling into place. Energy is rearranging, even in my own local thing. Shout out to TBFB Solution Tribe Squad. Shout out to JPX009. How you doing, man? How's life treating you, man? Everything good? Hopefully. Lord willing. Been playing with me. I don't know. It's very interesting. Shout out to King Lowell. Refuse to lose all day. Gratitude. Let's rock. Yeah, man. That is the key, my brother. To find gratitude even when it's hard to find. Find it anyway. You start being grateful for the little things, and then all of a sudden you peak. You're like, yeah, it ain't that bad after all. Sometimes we just have to overcome ourselves, which is probably the biggest challenge for a person these days. Overcome your own mind. I know. I'm checking the sky out real quick. I seen quite a few UAPs this morning. One of them just kept flashing. I was like, that is not American. It turned into a fireball, turn off, and I was like, all right, cool trick. I've seen that before. Then it did it again, turned off. What is that? That is not an airplane doing that sign. So, something going on. It's the season for harvesting for them, I guess. I don't know. I don't mind my business as long as they don't touch me. But yeah, gratitude is the reason for things. Yes, 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 bingo. Got to overcome ourselves with it. Had one of my people from New Jersey check in on me. One of the elders, one of the boomers. It's crazy. They're going through it everywhere, man. And it's so weird to have a conversation with people who you know are grieving, I guess, or trying to figure out something. I just don't like it, man. This has been a wild year for everybody, I assume. Especially when it comes to the loss of life. That shit ain't no joke, boy. It stimulates all the wrong thought patterns at once, don't it? I was just thinking about how, like, our elders, and they hit a certain age and they start becoming invisible to the society by themselves, of course. All they got is their family unit. Our generation ain't big enough, so it's not a big family unit no more. Some people are gone, too early, too late. Some people are just estranged. And then you find yourself in your 60s or higher. And then all your people that used to be in your bingo crowd, if you will, they're starting to check out too. And then you find yourself remaining trying to take care of the next generation or two, even if it's a few. And then you're by yourself. Like no one relates to your day-to-day generationally. So as I talk to them, I hear it. I kind of hear it's not despair though. We're pretty strong people in general, but I can tell like the vibe is off, you know what I'm saying? Like, it makes you realize how much of your vibe or how much of your life, worldview, paradigm of your life is rooted in the other people that are related, connected, or friendly with you. That's that whole loneliness kick right there. When people feel extra lonely, when they're surrounded by the wrong people. But then there's the other one. When you got that old and you finally had a couple of the right people and they ain't here no more. That's crazy, man. I do not look forward to that version of life, per se. Although I'm a veteran at this, so I think I'll handle it, but it's not fun. Out here I work with disabled veterans. Some of them are disabled. Not too many. A couple at a time. Help the brother Jeff out. It's his thing. It's kind of like he's a veteran that almost died in a helicopter crash in one of those wars. So he still has really bad PTSD with sounds from that. He was in the hospital for like months, he said. So when he got old enough and was able to start giving back to people and figure out how to do that thing with veterans, he did. So my life has kind of did its thing this year, and then it put me in this position where I could witness it in people older than me. And I tell you, man, it's heartbreaking to one degree. It's eye-opening on another, and I'll tell you about it. A lot of them that I have met seemingly don't have nobody. Mind you, the age range is from anywhere from mid-40s until 70s. So I've seen a couple of people in different age ranges with different conditions or reasons for those. And a lot of them are homeless before I run into them, right? Like they're sleeping flat on the street. And man, it just makes you appreciate the little you do have if it's more than a street. It made me appreciate the little that I do have if it's just through DMs and tweets, you know? Because they ain't got nobody, bro. One brother in particular is wheelchair bound, and he just came around, and he's in a bad way. He's a brother, he's 63, and he claims to be part Cherokee too. You know how the story goes. Way too short to me, but you know, it happens. And I know he has some type of vice or addiction, and that's one thing for sure, two things for certain, especially out here on the west side. Almost every last single homeless person, 90%, I'd say, that I've ran into even outside, all of them have an addiction. And, you know, when you talk about homelessness and addiction separately, you'd think that, oh, you know, these people are homeless because of their addiction, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, most people don't think or go further than that in terms of sympathy, empathy, or trying to imagine the dynamics of it. Nah. They end up homeless and they end up being addicted, usually. The weapon out here of choice seems to be meth or crystal. I've never thought in 1,000 years I see so many so-called black people who are addicted to meth or crystal. I don't want to know what that's like, because every last single one I meet is exactly the same person. And that is the weirdest thing about this. One side of our humanity to help others, lift them up, pick them up. And they do a good job, man. They do their best. Even if it's temporary, getting these people out of the street for a little while. Try to help them get all their veteran benefits and things like that. Make sure they got money and stuff, at the very least, right? But this is something I've known my whole life by being outside. Is that some people, when it comes to that, addictions and pain and trauma, you can't help them adjust their behavior to lift themselves up. It's the craziest thing, man. It's the saddest thing about it. Once they reach that level at that age, you can't save them. It's sad. Now I do my praying and I'm patient and all the things that I require from person to person to treat them with humanity and dignity. But you know how old folks are. They take advantage of that sometimes when they try to. And it just makes me appreciate the little that I have in the moment, because it's like, I could see, as of now, that's not my trajectory, thank God. But I think that's probably what the fear is. The fear is I might end up like that, in that way. And that's impossible, actually. I'm never doing fucking crack or crystal, bro. But the backdrop to it, if I'm honest, especially when I'm outside, is that a lot of these people are narcissists. I'm not a doctor, but once you see this pattern long enough, it just is what it is. So you have people who have a narcissistic polarity who end up falling out later in life, I guess, with different people. Or some of them might not even be narcissistic. They still fall out with people because the other people are narcissists. You know. And then they're out in the streets. They can't get it together for one reason or another. Then the addiction takes over. That becomes rule number one. People can see it. People can smell it. Sense it. And then they're just like, fuck it. I'm going to do what I got to do out here. At least I have my addiction. Wow. See, most people don't think about it like that. Sometimes the only thing they have as escape or as routine or as familiar is their addiction. That's all of us. That's all of us. Habits, culture, creatures. But when the only thing you got left is a stem or a pipe, man, because the reality is that at no point in their life going forward, whether they clean it up and turn it around, and I know there's rare special cases where people do turn it around. That's why those are even more impactful to me when I see them. Because I get to see up close how difficult that climb is. And there's so many beautiful people who are trying to help and feed and do all the things that they do out here, especially out here. It's very interesting. There's a lot of people involved in just feeding, at least, and looking out for it. The Mormons especially, shout out to them. The Mormons out here are big on it, taking care of people who are homeless or in certain issues. So that part of humanity is still alive, thank God. But the people themselves, it's kind of how, like they say, with people who've been in prison their whole life, they become institutionalized. So even out of prison, they have difficulty readjusting to a new personality. The homelessness/addiction half of it is the same exact thing, man. I've even met a person, I think I told Mr. Now and maybe Jonathan about this person. She was around my age. Don't know what type of white girl she is. She said she was this and she was that, but whatever that is. And I noticed something about her patterns and behavior that was very interesting to me, is that she flares up with all this positivity and all this talk, but then she melts down and she gets manic and then she does a lot of petty stuff and causes drama, marching around. And for a while I couldn't figure out what it was. Then of course I'm like, drugs. But which drugs? All of them usually if they're taking pills. But the main one that does that to their personality, I'm here to report because I've seen it over a handful of times, the same personality. It's meth. It's crystal meth, bro. Crystal meth and narcissists are like best friends. I can almost promise you. I don't know why to them, but everyone I see or suspect that has one of them little pipes on them or falls out of their bag when you helping them move, or they out on the streets just way too happy and way too much energy for me even. I'm like, And then it comes with a healthy dose of narcissism. You know what's the craziest thing about their version of narcissism? It's polite. It's the craziest thing. It'll fuck you up. You'll be like, why is this person with this good energy to talk and, the extroverted is the word I'm looking for. They're extroverted, they got something to say, they try to be funny, they try to be inclusive, and then they end up stealing everything, right? Or they end up like falling out and like having a meltdown the next day, but they always find the face, the mask of a decent person. Unfortunately for me, my YouTube algorithm is so crazy. They had some dude up there talking about, this is how I detect a psychopath. So I'm watching all these traits, take it lightly, just to see what the themes are. And I like, you're not describing psychopaths. You're describing narcissists. But narcissism is a side effect of psychopaths and sociopaths too, so it's kind of confusing. Psychopaths are a little bit different. they map and emulate responses and, you know, puppies and shit, and they don't care if the baby's crying. That's its own level. Narcissists, though, no matter what flavor of mental health they have, they all have that same trick. If they live long enough, and these are people who are older than me or around my age and up, I've seen it. Like, they got one good mask. Hey man, yeah man, I used to be at this, yeah. And they always tell you some great story. Like, I was in the, one person told me I was in the Amazon jungle, running away from renegades and helping the women, training fucking German shepherds with the Marines. You know, what do you say to that? I guess this a long way from that story, but okay. Where did crystal meth got introduced to Indiana Jones? And I was like, yeah, man, I had $2 million, $400,000 in each account. I was like, that's $800,000, but keep cooking. Yeah, man, I used to work on the satellites and stuff. I used to run everything. And you'd be waiting for the shoe to drop. All right, cool. So how do we end up here? Not being an asshole or nothing, but just like, they craft and curate stories to captivate you. And then they double down on knowing things and knowing people because they're asserting their competence, because they don't want to be judged for being incompetent, especially on top of the fact that they're homeless, right? No one wants to be like, you know, you don't want to say, oh, I lost everything because I'm fucking stupid, right? Shit, niggas can lose everything just because motherfuckers ain't shit. I've been through it. So I always give them the benefit of the doubt. But the way my life is set up, because I detect it, it melts down faster. Like, because before, when I was younger, I noticed this with these people. Now that I know what it is, I sit there and I talk to them, and I actually, my dumb ass would ask them questions to explain these crazy stories, and not knowing that no one's ever done that with them. No one's ever like prodded. No one ever pushes the pressure point of interest. Like, wait a minute. So you're saying 5 years ago you were a millionaire, 3 years ago you were with your wife, but you've been on Skid Row since 10 years ago. You know what I'm saying? No one checks them. You get what I'm saying? In their politeness, I mean, in the good thing. And that's the illest shit. Is that there's so many people that help them that don't even see that or care about that. They're just helping them. They're just like, all right, the very least I can do is get you off the sidewalk, right? No one deserves that. Narcissists or not, they don't deserve to be on the sidewalk. All right, I'm gonna do this for you. I'm gonna get you some food and some groceries. Even if you eat it all in the same day, right? That's crazy. I've seen that happen too. And then they'll be looking crazy like, is there more food coming? Nah, you ate about a week's worth yesterday. Oh, do you think you can get me something? Yeah, yesterday. Right? And that type of thing from a father or a dude is different than these other people because they don't see it like that. I do. I can see so many behaviors that spin out when anger, maybe abuse, and kind of like social neglect happens to a person when they're younger, and then they go out on the world on their own, and they develop that mask and that tough skin, which opens up the door to narcissism. Then things don't go their way socially, so they learn how to manipulate things or people more than anything better, and they know everything. They know the underground, they know the meth locations if you want it. They know where to get weed without a dispensary. They know where the jobs are hiring. Like, these are people who are connected to the streets. But then you realize, if you listen long enough, that is an amplified version of reality. They really don't. That's the craziest part about it. Well, that shit smells like ass out here, bro. What the fuck? It smells like someone just sprayed ass all over the backyard. That is not a dogwood tree. That is ass. So then you got to deal with the fact that a lot of these people are surviving because of their DuckTales. Woo! It sucks. Because you don't want to talk to people like this. You don't want to accuse everyone of being fraudulent. But it may not come across that way at first. You may not notice. They're almost trying to do a Neville Goddard thing, except for it's not based on manifesting a real reality. It's pivoting off of a reality that never happened. And because they're those people connected to those people, I'm scary. I'm gangster. We seen this as kids. Like, yeah, I'm from such and such block, and such is my cousin. Like, I'm gonna beat your ass either way. Like, what's that got to do with anything? Like, it's that, but multiplied to a higher degree. And they do it to get things for free, or they do it to do things. And the illest shit is they don't realize the things they're doing wrong. That's where I really want to go. Is that once they get to this point, they don't have the maybe you let me know if you got it. But if you notice in a work situation or a school situation or a home situation that your delivery or your ways or your behaviors is making everyone uncomfortable, or things aren't going your way socially, you normally take time to review it and be like, I'll approach this differently. Let me address the elephant in the room. Let me apologize to you. I was having a bad time, right? I'm back up. They don't do that first part. They're literally, the epitome of it is what it is. Whatever they can get, whatever they can take, whatever they can get away with over people, and that's the part that's weird. Not the benefits, not the help. I'm talking about the people in their lives. Because they'd be this old and no one to talk to on the phone either. You understand? That can happen for so many reasons, but the pattern is the narcissism that comes with this shit. It's like addictive behavior, narcissism, crack, and meth are all in the same family tree, man. It's gotta be. That's gotta be what it is. It's gotta be whatever's going on in those type of people's minds that requires them to be that high isn't just a bad background, guys. I've had a very fucked up background, and no ounce of me wants to do crack or meth. Like, I could cry and make up shit and bring shit back in my mind that is just not fair and not fun. But I do not then take that to inform myself that that's everyone else's fault, right? You know, you want to take it out on people, especially people that are looking out for you and helping you. You might do it on accident too, right? You might be, everyone has a different social ladder, but I'm saying they're not having this conversation ever in their life. I try to have it with them. I talked to one person and said, yeah, man, I'm one of the 60 people that met Tony Robbins on a retreat in Hawaii, and we're the only ones that know how to manifest this in reality. And I was like, mind you, I know they do meth and they homeless, but they're used to telling the story from the time when they weren't. So what are they trying to do with that? Why did they do that? It's a form of denial. They're coping. Got it. So their cope is to highlight all the positive things or the would-be things that people look at with their eyebrows up. Like, yeah, what's up? Your mother's a millionaire. Okay. Like, they'll establish themselves on that platform and then tell you, well, me and my mother don't talk no more, and she took both my kids away from me. You're like, so what's the connection to this background story? There's two Dachshunds chasing me. It's okay.
Coco, stop, Coco. Coco, stop, Coco. Coco, stop.
What are you doing?
I'm so sorry.
No, you're okay.
All right.
She didn't bite me or nothing.
No, it did not.
That dog would have bit me. I would have pointed it so far. I would have pointed that little dog to the Call of Duty map over there. Those are Dachshunds, though. Those are the hot dogs. They look like more like sausage links than they do hot dogs these days. And they're protecting their grand tortilla, I guess. So yeah, like that though. Narcissism is quite animalistic, I've seen. So yeah, they build their platforms of their esteem of who they are, aka the same thing I learned from that psychopath video. They want to establish, they say, pay attention to what the person is trying to tell you about themselves when you first meet them. Meaning, not what you see, not what you're talking about, but what message are they trying to convey when they engage in conversation with you, and pay attention to how does it make you feel. Like, oh, that's a good conversation. That was happy. Oh, that's kind of exciting. And then when you pull away from them and your energy drops, you're dealing with something. And I've experienced that a few times, back to back so far. I know what it is now. Most music says not me. From the dogs. You see my Wi-Fi back on? Am I connected? Put 3 in the chat if I'm still connected. To jump on Wi-Fi. Yeah, some Wi-Fi. Coco's about to turn into some pork and beans in a minute, boy. Shit, me. Am I back? Am I back? 3 in the chat if I'm back. 3 in the chat if I'm black. 3 in the chat if you whack. Jonathan says catching up on 1.5. Get out of here with the black marriage. Reporty. Marshmallow. Let me rerun it. I should be back. Yeah, I'm back. The Wi-Fi connected to the wrong Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi connected to the wrong Wi-Fi. Why does it connect you to a Wi-Fi that you don't have a password for instead of the Wi-Fi that's right there next to it? Apple, you're trash. Anyway, let me go back in the chat while I was walking just to get through the moment. We got a lot of people slicing dice today. That Russia in that description, ain't it? Peace to most music. Penny props. Our elders' knowledge goes through us one way or another, don't it? And sometimes we gotta relive through the shit. Penny says, it's heartbreaking to know that some of these voices can be dull and evil at times. Just know that not your family, ancestors, or their ancestors. Believe in your heart and soul. Good advice. Russell Dixon, nobody talking about kids quitting school from being sucker punched all the time in crowded hallways. Russell, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Kids are quitting school because they're being sucker punched? Where? That's not a worldwide phenomenon yet, but Russell, where are you? Are you safe? Are you punching back? Because if they doing that in the hallway, I'm walking to their classroom with all my books in my bag across their damn head. Peace to Jonathan L. Penny says, kids that quit school isn't the main topic. It's the fact that the education system has been screwed for so many years with how much information they can put in our kids' minds without us knowing it. Most music says, damn, is that out there? Yeah, it is. Yes. Most of the black people who are on drugs are on meth, not crack. Penny says, there used to be where they taught about drugs and other things in the old days. That wouldn't matter. That they get to this. They don't get to it on the down. They get hooked on those drugs on the up. Don't miss that. They start partying outside, and then that's like a lifestyle thing for whatever reason. Addictive personalities and narcissists, they just love to do all the drugs. Like I've heard a person say that, like, yeah, you know, back in the day, my uncle and us, you know, we just do the drugs and stuff, you know, for all the elders from the 70s and 80s. And like, haha, like it's funny to them. Like they talking about coke, crack, meth, like they're just doing it in honor of some idea of their Rolling Stone rock and roll grand aunt or something. I don't know. When you listen to these stories, you realize it makes sense to them enough for them to tell it and joke and make the facial expression. But when you think about it logically, you're like, unfortunately, that's the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my life. But you're watching everyone else's faces and they're kind of like, I don't know if they're checked out, tuned out, or just so used to meeting it, taking that face value and then moving on to the next thought. Me, I get to come back to YouTube and remember this shit and tell the story. Like, wait a minute, what the fuck? Why would you honor anybody by getting a fucking meth addiction? That's not, your uncle is wilding, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? You hope was the normal response, but there's too many people on drugs. So obviously that's not the, you wouldn't have those programs in school if that was normal. America makes so much money off of people being hooked on drugs and pills and prescriptions. So I challenge the idea that we're more rare just having a conversation of understanding the downside and not wanting to go that way than the people who do. There's way more people who just DGAF about it all and just do drugs just because, like, they're not thinking about the long-term results, or perhaps they cannot. And that might be another downside of a narc type of bite is that they don't see the long term of anything play out. Since drugs is instant gratification. And then when they're high, it's like living a different life. So they're in and out kind of like a dream state too. You know what I'm saying? So they're not, when they're high at least, they're definitely ain't thinking about, oh, this high is bad for me. Hell no, you can't tell them nothing. It's upsetting to say the least. Now we have to worry about a bad batch of any medication, any advice that can alter the mind. Everything, by the way. They're not playing with that Fentanyl stuff mixed in the supply. Didn't they just do a 100% tariff on pharmaceuticals today? He said he was going to bring the pill cost to an all-time low. And now it's doubled. Imagine that. With Medicare and Medicaid and Omnicare being cut, the drugs go up without the coverage. Can you imagine that? So basically what I'm saying is, let's say someone's prescription costs $100 and they had Medicare, Omnicare, of all these other services to kind of chip up the cost at a premium. Let's say it might cost them $10 with the benefits out of the 100. Now they don't have the benefits, and then that $100 prescription is now $200 without benefits. So yeah, that just happened. What does that mean though? Well, some people will still be able to afford it and get it and have other premiums and other coverages. So I would say about 50% will be fine. But the other ones who are already making it by the hair of their chinny chin chin and they can't afford it, and it isn't lucky enough for them to get it at $20, they still have to find the 100 or the 200 to pay. They're gonna go to the streets. And that's also how a lot of drug addicts are created. Because they get hooked onto the drugs, especially when we talk about veterans. A lot of them have pain from PT or whatever they're going through, whatever they did. Some of them have psychological issues, which may have not been because of the military, I'm starting to learn. But the military certainly didn't help, right? Compound interest type shit. They end up parlaying into the streets because the VA this, the doctor that, and other people doing pain management that don't want them to get addicted, but they still have the pain. Or the brain develops, an addiction or pattern where they are perceivably, they need it. They're in so much pain mentally. And I think that's way more common with the addictive personality types, that their brain not hallucinates, because there's no way to know without feeling it yourself, but they act as if the pain is worse than the pain of anyone else that takes that pain. You know what I'm saying? They really put it on. And because of that, they get underhand pills from people. And I'm talking about since they're young. They might have just been buying 1 or 2 pills from work from the old lady that got everything, or their grandma or something. And then by the time they get old enough to where the collateral damage of all of that happens, relationships, abandonment, betrayal, losing a great job, or, losing their status usually. If they're more narcissistic, losing their status does it. It triggers them. And that happens in their 40s, it seems. So anyway, then they turn to the streets, to get the drugs. And then because the drugs are in the streets, when they're high, what happens? They end up staying in the street. A lot of those drugs are up for 2 days at a time, if not more. So imagine that. You got to go to work, or you got a bill due tomorrow, or whatever it is. Nah, fuck it. I'll figure it out next week. And then their car is repossessed. You understand what I'm saying? That's not done by a sober mind. And then when they lose everything, they become sober for a little while. And that's when you see them flunked out. When they're not like moving around and stuff and they're just stuck, that's a withdrawal usually. AKA they can't get the drug because they're broke. So people feed them, bring them back to health. They get mobility. They might get attention from medical, and they start looking better. And then what do you think they do next? Get stable? They run into an old friend. They roll around the same block of the grocery store. And then within a couple of hours, not even days, you heard the fuck I said? They could find these drugs just walking down the street, bro. As long as they got the money. The problem is always them having money for it. It's never access. Like, as long as they have the money and the way to get to wherever they're trying to get to, especially out here, Like, you think New York was bad, like, with how that happens. Nah, this is weirder because you can see for miles. It's a desert, it's flat. So you can see all the way up the street, you know? And you see this one person walking, and they all link up with each other. It's the craziest fucking thing. Like, they all know each other. But it's not social like we went to school together. It's more like we got locked up together because we was outside at that party that one time, or we were at that casino together in our prime time before, while we're just doing cocaine. We weren't doing meth yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of these people used to be coke addicts, you know? The party drug, like the functional coke addict, you know? Wolf on Wall Street. That's expensive, by the way. So imagine not having that job no more, and all you got is $20 to your name. Meth it is. See what I'm saying? It's logical. It makes all the sense in the world to me. It's just fucked up that it even that life pushes them to pain, and their social underdevelopment ruins their core relationships, I should say. And then the streets and the other beasts and the other vampires and the other super narcs and psychopaths and crazies and everything in between us, they sell the illusion to them. More susceptible to women, right? Women seem to be more honey-dicked by this concept of somebody in the outer world, you know, selling them the dream of like society. You know, they start talking about anarchy and society type shit. You catch a white girl real fast like that. And then this person gets locked up or goes away or goes back home to their wife once they fucking sober up. Meanwhile, she can't go to the house with you and your wife. I'll be back next week, you know what I'm saying? Just hang out there, you know what I'm saying? Like, you told her 48 hours ago in a different fucking hallucination that you guys are gonna, you know, take over the world and shit and meet Ty Lopez and Tony Robbins in Hawaii again. Yeah, there's a naivete. There's a naivete to a lot of that. Or I think Florida people call it being green. A lot of green people become addicts. And I'm the greenest guy I know. I ain't got no time for it. It's because the lifestyle and the stories don't make sense to me. It's easy to see when you're sober, at least. Like, nah, that's not my crowd. They always hit me up too. Like the younger people who ain't there yet. It's like, hey man, what you doing today? I'm like, minding my business, I guess. I got a stream later, blah blah blah. That's usually my ticket out. I'm like, well man, you know, I'm going to this party later, and I can already see the fucking white sweating out of their face, or the whatever they're doing, whatever pill they taking, the dehydration. You can already see it. It's like, damn, this boy only got 2 to 5 years left before he fucking, you know, under the damn bridge. Like, he cool for now. He outside because his mom or his auntie is mad, you know. You run into a lot of that too. A lot of these people live with elderly people, and then they just get tired of their withdrawal or their without state, and then they get out the house to reset the clock. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole workflow that I've learned just by watching. And yeah, I say all that to say is that America has a big fucking problem. Because I have a feeling, guys, that people, whether they're homeless or not, at least this pattern that I'm describing of the drug use and the social mayhem that happens to families, that stresses the families and causes grandmothers, you know, all that extra shit, is because of drugs. But not the drug, though. It's weird. It's hard to explain. It's not, it is, but it isn't. It's not cocaine is so bad it did this. It's the people who abuse cocaine and then need something more than cocaine and can't afford cocaine. They then do these other things that have a whole myriad of other side effects and chemicals and cut and things like that. And then their bodies, their physical health, their teeth fall out, you know, all these things that come from the chemical part. But then no one can see the brain. No one can see the hole in the brain. No one can see the hole in the heart. So the drugs are masking a different illness. So you have the illness at the core from childhood or whenever, then trauma on top. Then you have the illness from the physicality of things, because all these people end up in wheelchairs and stuff because it attacks their spinal column and shit. Not because they got in a car accident or, you know, was in a tank or something. Nah. It's I think it's a certain type of pipes or needles. Anyway. And so then they become weak, you know what I'm saying? And then there's the other thing the personality shift that comes from the drugs itself. So you meet one person when they're good, you meet another person when they're not good, and neither one of those people are the original person. It's 3 different masks, right? If you ever had withdrawals from these, you already know. Like, if I just cold turkey this shit, it'll take me 3 good days before I'm cool. Because you gotta fight, like, not fight. Cigarettes are probably worse with the addiction to bite. These are up there, but they're easier to quit. Like, it'll take 3 days tops. But if you do it, that first 24 and 48 hours, when you eat, when you wake up, and your body is trying to produce that chemical response, it'll make you feel a way. It's like, you feel all the cortisol in your back and stuff, and you're like, why am I sober? Or, why am I going through nicotine withdrawal? What's the purpose? You know what I'm saying? So that's just nicotine, though. Nicotine will do it to you. So imagine all the other teens and tines, and then all the combinations of other chemicals that they get addicted to accidentally through that. And then the sex, the fucking pervasions of that they do. They get to take advantage of women, and vice versa. Women get to be whores and not be judged because they're around a bunch of junkies. You know what I'm saying? Like, it works both ways. So it's not just the high, it's the party. So they get addicted to that, and that's how they end up with syphilis and herpes, the needles and things like all of it. It's reckless, and that's an altered ego. That's not the front. That's not the main frame. That's the altered ego, the narcissist mask, and then the sober mind or the withdrawal mind, which is an altered character of the normal one. It's below. So you have the one that's way above, you have normal, and then you have way the fuck below. And they're always bipolar, manic, narcissistic as a result. They keep skipping the middle. They don't like living in the middle, because in the middle is where they're real. In the middle is where their past identifies them as. It's the middle that goes to work and lives a normal life. They don't want none of those things associated with the middle. They want to be seen how they see themselves high when they're writing these stories or rewriting these stories in their mind. Yeah, and this and that and that. And you start to tell, like, oh, this is how they see it when they're high. And they download it to when they're not as high. And then they talk to a normal person and go, and then when you check them on it, you know what I'm saying? They're like, how come you don't believe me? Because I'm not high with you? Because what you're supposed to do is throw the ball back and forth, like children. Like making up Magic the Gathering, Dungeons and Dragons, or games where you're designing back and forth. They're just doing that. They're stacking. That's what it's called in our culture. They're stacking. Oh, yeah? Yeah, my dad used to be the director of 20 Home Depots in the Carolina region. Yeah, we used to be in, Hartford, Virginia, and then I lived in one of the military bases out there in the back. And we used to have bears come by, and one time, this one summer, like, they go into the whole freestyle about some shit that probably never fucking happened, or something they saw or heard and adapted to their story. It's more of a psychopath, sociopath thing, but same story. So it makes you appreciate how complex humans can be, but this addiction, narcissistic pathology is the same person. Dare I say spirit. It's the same, no matter what color, no matter what gender. When it gets to the end of its ability to mask itself, I should say, it's going to be the same conditions, man. And you know what's crazy about that? None of these physicians, hospitals, psychiatrists, psychologists, people, I never hear them talk like this. Like, I never hear them address how simple it is to identify, let alone isolate, and then begin considering how to deal with that if we really wanted to make these people better. Because you have to replace so many things. Outside of a tiny home, stability, and some money for food, they have to treat the inner childhood wounds, if you will. That's how the sisters like to call it, but AKA the negative self-talk they have about something in the past. Then you have to treat the side effects of their health from the chemicals, the drugs, and the sexual behavior, or you have to treat it on top of that. So it's the tiny house, the funding, the food, the therapy, all the other things, the medication. And then you have to address the narcissism or the addictive personality element that tempts them to, because what happens is they get addicted chemically to not being stable. I know that sounds retarded. That's why so many people get out of prison and go back into it. It's because prison for them is stability. you know, and then after being told what to do and getting ranked up within your social, I guess, any realm actually, anything Stockholm like, you then that's your norm, especially if they're there for a decade or more, right? Like 10 years in a row, they gave up already on any other idea. And then the time between having new ideas and the time of every day being the same is multiplied. So you more time being an adult in a controlled environment than you are as a child who got locked up. You know what I'm saying? So their whole life is kind of that. And then to break out of that and go thrown into a whole new world. Remember, you didn't get locked up in the world that you got thrown into. You got locked up when there's a telephone booth, newspaper thing, and you can talk to Habibi and he knew your name because he knew your mother and your uncle and everybody. Now you go outside and there's like white girls skateboarding and you're like, where the fuck they want me to work at? What the fuck is a Starbucks? You see what I'm saying? So that's an insecurity. It's more unstable than just being stuck in the same building all day. Can you imagine that? Well, we went to school, so obviously you could imagine that. Same story. You did 12 years in school, most of us. So it's the same kind of thing. Like you ever skip school and you're like, let me head back to PE class. You know what I'm saying? Because there's nothing else to do. You're not an adult. You don't have a car. You don't have any money to actually have fun at 11:30 a.m. on a Wednesday. See what I'm saying? So it's kind of in that realm of patterning in the mind. So then you need people who are sophisticated enough to reprogram that in those people. So like your Joe Dispenzas and your Neville Goddard type of philosophy at least. And it'll be harder to reach those people at the higher degree because they have something similar, but it's into the, you know, it's into the high part of their mind that does it already, which is how they can attract drugs so much faster than they can stability. They're using the same type of apparatus, but for their own parasitic need at that time. It is parasitic. It's a parasitic problem. I'm almost certain it's a parasite that they have. Yeah. I'm almost certain it's a parasite. So, detox and yeah, bro, I can see it. This should take at least 5 different stages of treatment to get a person to normal. And then once you get them back to normal, you then have to teach them how to be stable and happy with being normal. That's where we lose so many of them. Because they really think that being stable and all these things and all, they look at it as torture. I did not appreciate that. I just looked at the niggas like they was fucking crazy. What the fuck wrong with you? Now I would answer. Not all of it, but 3/5 for sure. Thumbs up gang, we here. Shout out to Georgie Porgy. Take 30 minutes, loving Trump back. That's crazy. Yo, peace. Haru 333, most music 33333. Came well. Froze, we back. TBFB, I see you. Christian Palestina, stay cool. I'm trying to. Oh no, notification. You know how they do. NYC is vicious too. PT Cruiser says, sup, peace. Terry Mark says, I just finished replaying that last stream. I think I just got a pop up about a comment on it. Most music said an old head once told me that the key to a long life is forgiveness. Forgive the others for yourself, and then mind your own business. Yeah, that's true. It's true. Like if I call back something that happened to me and I find myself riffing or like justifying it or debating in my head, like how the fuck this person or that person or those people come to this conclusion and do these things and get away with it. Like if you hear yourself starting to go into that realm, I stop and I say, so you know what? I forgive them. I love them. And then I visualize them in a positive way, and then I push the thought out my mind. Because the science, I guess, the stack of the science is the more you double down on negative energy in remembering, recalling, or treating the scenario or the people, even if you have to see them when they're passing a certain way over and over and over again, you're keeping it alive. You're feeding that memory, reality person with a mana, if you will. So you're keeping the monster alive, if you will. So if you forgive it, what that means is you're getting closer to it not triggering you into those loops. And if you start remembering that you forgave it already and that you let it go and that you release them and that you do this with wish them well, right? Like nothing but the highest good for them. I'm like you. I do the extra step. I wish you well the fuck out of my life. And I mean that shit. Like I don't need to worry about their outcome. I don't need to worry about justice and things. I'm fine now. I'm on the other side of their bullshit. I'm on the other side of their tornado and their hurricane and their lies. And they got that, right? That helped me, that preserved me, that got me away from them. That's why I can forgive them. So my forgiveness isn't like, oh, I forgive them and I'm over it. No. I want to thank you for being a dickhead. I always suspected you were. I want to thank you for being a backbiting, shit-talking, insecure, whatever you are. And I want to forgive you for that. Because I'm intelligent enough to know that no one gets that way normally who is loved. I know enough to know that no one just comes around me and has me fucked up because of something I did to you. They're obviously dealing with something and I don't need to figure it out. I don't need to heal it. I don't need to address it. I know that there's a reason for that madness. And I also know that I can't fix it if they're targeting me. So what I need to do is just forgive them for targeting me. And I know that them, God, and everybody else got to get to the root of that issue. Because all they're going to, they're going to just target someone else anyway if they're, whatever that type of personality is called. But if it's innocent even, you're just on bad terms with an ex or something, that happens a lot too. Because instead of you worrying about them having you fucked up, you're more worried about will you ever see them again and would you ever come back in their life type stuff. Like, nah, first of all, what year is this? Second of all, I appreciate you for everything that you taught me about myself. And I appreciate everything that I learned from you. I did learn at least 2 or 3 things just by observing and being around and listening. So instead of looking at it like a movie or a rom-com, I look at it like season, like it was a season. It was a season in a chapter or in a book. And instead of extracting all the things that went wrong when it's over already, extract all the things that were right about it. And then I can forgive them for all the wrong things because it's behind me already. Why am I bringing the wrong things and how they make me feel with me? It makes no sense. I'm moving on to the next one. What I just need to remember is how I will never do that, think that, feel that type of pattern or live. I will no longer create, I will not recreate that scenario ever again now. I know the ropes. It's like playing a video game, right? You do speed running Mega Man or Super Mario Brothers and you're running through it and all of a sudden an enemy or an obstacle causes you to drop and you're like, next time I play, I'm not going to drop right there. But you can still keep going and there's a new unexpected thing if you haven't got far enough on level 8 or 9 before. You gotta stop, slow down, and adjust your strategy to get through Mega Man, right? You gotta stop, slow down, and adjust your strategy, going from people to people, and not just people to people, but age to age too. Because the tactics and the stakes, if you get the stakes aside, no de la, like the stakes are different as you get older. I lived through 5 different decades. So the general consensus of drama in the 80s and 90s, it wasn't what it was in 2000s. And then the 2010s introduced a new generation of people who were in their 20s and 30s for the first time ever. And they brought, you know what I'm saying, the dating thing, the red pill thing, even 5 years removed from Kevin Samuels, right? That introduced a whole new, you see it playing out now, how it introduced new ideas into the zeitgeist, although most of these people talking like that are not as competent as a 50-year-old Kevin Samuels. So it's going to contort what they're experiencing with that filter. So if you live long enough and you know life does that, you're never going to repeat none of these things in due time anyway. You get to 60, you're not repeating none of that shit you went through in your 20s. So you kind of have to detach, forgive, let go, and then I add the extra spice to it, the fuck out my face, so that I know it's real for me, it's serious for me. So it was like, okay, if that thought comes up, yeah, I might get caught up in 30 seconds wondering and thinking because I got something that reminded me of it, but I stop it and go, the fuck am I talking about? I'm never going that way ever again in fucking human history. I never have to talk to this person ever again in human history. And even if I do, I already know, especially if you know they're a narcissist or it's a narcissistic dynamic with you. I already know what this is. It's energy, it's aura farming, it's energy farming, harvesting. I ain't got nothing to give, man. Because all my energy is going into my imagination about what's next, about what's next, about what's next. And that's where we all fuck up or fall short, I think. We put so much more energy into creating a past that doesn't exist. That ends up influencing things and how people treat you and talk to you because you're feeding that energy and they'll pick up on it. Versus feeding all your energy into the present or future that you want to exist. Right? That's the choice. That's a success through a positive mental attitude, but with an added degree to it. He said anytime something happens to you, think of like having a talisman in your pocket or a coin and you flip heads or tails. And you get to choose whether you're going to respond to that thought or that moment positively or negatively. But imagine if it was a fixed talisman and it's only heads on both sides. So you flip it, you catch it, you think of the polarity of positivity for that moment. And instead of doing the logic and damage control and fear mechanism and all that stuff on how to get your grounding, close your eyes, breathe, think of a positive version of the outcome if you have access to that thought, and then invest energy into that, right? Because if you think about how you invest the same energy into fear and nothing happens, or you invest the same energy into trying to figure out why she or he did that or said that, you're creating narratives in your head that never happened. Like, you got these people moving crazy and deadly, and this whole time they fucking, bed riding, scrolling through Snapchat. You know what I'm saying? So we know we fan our own fire with our imagination, and it's easier to do when you're pissed off or in a negative vibration for whatever design reason that we're like that. But the finesse is when you catch it. It's cool. It's cool that it happens. It's just not cool that you entertain it all fucking day. Because if you entertain it too long, then tomorrow it happens again. Before you fall asleep, it happens again. And then a week later, there's a fallout, and now you gotta deal with the fallout, and then you gotta deal with those feelings too. Like, so it's like a printer cue. If you don't learn how to reverse the oldest thing that pissed you off or got you fucked up, then you end up stacking so many through time that by the time I got over this relationship, but now I'm stuck looping about what happened in high school. All right, I got rid of that. All right, so I'm over the relationship and I'm over the high school thing that had me fucked up, and now I'm kind of stuck feeling like, I don't know about this. And you know what I'm saying? So that's because we put so much thought and energy and imagination into what was wrong. And these people do too. Like, if you ask them, like, well, how did you end up like this? They won't start with accountability, but not accountability I'm talking accountability of energy. They're going to use all that energy to answer that question and create a whole nother world of other people and other things that may have been 5 or 10 years ago. And then you ask them, well, what about the last year? What have you been imagining? What have you been doing? What have you been creating? No. It's because of 9 years ago that last year I didn't. You see what I'm saying? So we know fundamentally when with people more perverse manifestation of wrong thought appear in front of you. But we all do it, even in the minuscule. So the science for all of it, even for them and everyone else in between us, is to entertain positive imaginations of the present and future more, like 80% more, than entertaining anything in the past that brings you down negative polarity-wise. It's there. You could talk about it. You can bring it up. And you'll notice, like, once you get past it, you'll be able to talk about it in a different way, which is not triggering to yourself too. As a matter of fact, that person hit me in the fucking eye. They hit like a fucking bitch, but their face is fucking melting off the fucking bone like some ribs. I'm okay. I did not die. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not gonna put me into no emotional spiral about having a gun in my face. That's some gangster shit. I can't wait to animate that. So everything that can pull you back energetically or emotionally, you have to learn. That's it. That's all they got. There's a paperwork problem. Don't they make these things up? And half of these people don't even belong in this country. They figure it out, don't they? A money problem. Wow, fiat. Something they just made up and it's only worth 90% of the cotton it's printed on. What would I ever do in a world created by gods? MAGA, oh my God, what's it gonna be after Trump is gone? Education, what the fuck did I really learn in 12 years? Besides how to believe dumb shit in a paradigm that obviously don't fucking exist. Have you seen these kids? You see what I'm saying? I do it with more, Jersey flair to it, but in a more centered way. It boils down to my quips. What the fuck are we talking about? Even to myself. Like, if something just starts spinning and I let it linger too long, I'll say that. What the fuck am I talking about? And then you pick something else. You get up. You do all kinds of shit to throw yourself off too. Like the simple one, go to the sink and throw cold water in your face. Like if the thought is persistent, it's like kicking your ass, like just throw some cold water in your face. Like you're washing your face in the sink, just throw some cold water in your face. And pray. The cold water and everything will upset your, not upset, but alter your nervous system a little bit. Enough to give you breathing room. And then you know what you're doing. You wash your face, or you're brushing your teeth or whatever, water, and it changes everything because you're doing different patterns with your arms and everything. So it makes you breathe different too. And that's how you know a lot of these loops and these traumas are physiological, which is why when people have enough blockages and thoughts and patterns and they double down with worse behavior, their body starts to give up of where that blockage of energy is. So, yeah, man. What a science. And I need to go to school for this, I guess. Learn from the people. Georgie Porter says, yo, I just smoked this so-called hybrid weed, Boston Roots. It got you tripping balls? Oh my God. PJ Cruisin says, I pause on that upload for the moment. King, doctors giving pills for the brain, but they can't heal the heart where the emotional damage is. I agree. Diet and exercise. No pharma commercial says that ever. And how would they? How do you market drugs if you can't convince them they need drugs? We're starting to understand the pattern, huh? Georgie Porter says, PTSD ain't on the brain, it's in the heart. It's gotta be, right? They hung up on it. Can't get your crown chakra without healing your heart chakra. Come on, Green. Georgie Porter says, when someone you love dies, you hold it in your heart. The pain is felt in your heart. Heart is far from just a muscle, correct? Most music says, rest in peace, Kevin Samuels. Georgie Porter says, Fact City, Speak King. Shout to Mr. Now, nuclear launch detected. That's crazy. Hello from Phoenix. Speaking of hybrids, I don't think they have runts out here. Or they do. They don't name the thing. Yeah, they don't. They don't name the things like that. I need a back on purple lighter time. He gave me a random purple lighter. I was like, all right, Mom. All right, we know what month this is. We're going into another year loop of a year loop, I guess. Out with the green, in with the purple. There you go. I have enough battery to go outside for a few minutes. The Gates and Rockefellers pedigree are shaking like Mr. Krabs and that mean when he shook. They are. They're selling their houses too. They're liquidating, I should say. They're divesting, I guess, from America. Finally. They're not from here. Peachy Cruiser says, my grandma used to put a cold cloth on my high-strung girl cousin. She would have a temper tantrum at 8. Oh, yeah. Cold cloth. 6 times, right? Cold water, cold, yeah. I'm glad that's not like just me. That makes sense. You calm down or slow down the nervous system. Let me see what it's on. I'm learning a lot about my patience. I still have it. I still have compassion for people. I'm glad that wasn't robbed from me yet. Because I'm too big and too powerful, if you will, to be on some bullshit. I'm glad that God made me more of a philosopher than a general. God gave me a general philosophy. There we go. I'm a general philosopher. Amen. Jesus is king. Yep, shout out to my grandfather. Mr. Now says, yep, as soon as you feel cool, you have a deep breath to counter it. and usually covering the head stops electricity from going too high or going in the bathroom, which has all closed corners. ACC. Yeah. If your thoughts affect your mood and your mood affects your body, then your body affects your mood and your mood affects your thoughts. That's why we say quantum algebra. Because once you understand functions in pre-algebra, you know that as long as the chain is in the right order, it's forward or backward. You can add the same variables to get the sum, or you can switch the equal signs and subtract the variables to get one or the other. So it's the same thing with mind, body, and soul, I guess, if that's the way we want to do it. But it's all meaning the same thing. The external and internal affect the mind the same way. But you have the choice to affect it any way you want to. It just takes time, energy, and patience, which this society and energy and radiation, everything in between us, makes it more challenging than it would be in our natural environment. But we adapt. The fact that it's not our natural environment is what makes us stronger, in fact. If you hold on to that premise that you can change the way you feel by changing the way you think. Or you can change the way you feel and think and feel and everything in between. That's why I like going to the water. There's certain thoughts you just can't have at the beach. It's impossible. It's too fucking hot, too fucking windy, too many sharks, too many seagulls, too many half-naked women. It's like your brain ain't going to that one time when I was in 3rd grade. No, nope, not today. Strip clubs the same way. You don't go to a strip club and start daydreaming about that girl in 3rd grade, do you? Like, damn, she really played me for Brian. You don't go to a strip club and it's like, damn, man, I should really get in touch with my grandma. Like, that's... You can hack everything, right? It's when you keep hacking, and abusing that power and never solving the root issue is when it turns into a complication. It's all in our design, though. It's all in our design. It serves some other purpose that we're like that. My mama said that. He said, not a Brian, bro. That's worse than a Trevor. That's crazy. I love meditating by ponds and honing into the movement of the water. It neutralizes all the negative noise and allows me to reprogram my train of thoughts. To Marcus Williams. Yeah. You ever try to move the water with your thoughts? That's the art. Something will happen. A leaf, a stick will fall. They'll start moving the water. Or one of those little tiny bugs that walk on water, they'll show up right in front of you and they'll start walking on the water. And you'll start to realize, like, even though I'm not an X-Man in the sense that my thought power is moving the water, me thinking about the water moving causes something to move the water. So you start to understand how collaborative your thoughts are with nature. At least, if you see it that way, if you accept that as that, and you keep doing it and it keeps happening, you'll see. They draw it different than it happens in real life. That's all. I do assume some people are just that pure telepathic, though, or telekinetic. I do assume that. I think we do it sometimes on accident and not even realize it, especially when you're in a higher vibrational state, like you're excited or shocked, and then you like do something real quick and then something else happens. You break your attention too fast and then something falls. I think that's part of it too. Magnetism. But uncontrolled kind. Just the quality of energy you generated, you weren't even controlling it. Like Scott Summers. The trick isn't if you could control it. The trick is if you can get into that state of energy again, and that's where they lose everybody. It's not thought patterns and thought and things you recite, recitations. It's the state of energy that's supposed to get you into. Then when you're in that state, then these things are true. Neville Goddard especially, that's the hardest thing about it. That's why you got to practice all the time. Because you actually have to do everything he says and feel it. Meaning you have to ram up your appreciation, your happiness, and your joy level, and then imagine it. Or from imagining it, get to that state. Like you have to imagine enough long enough to actually get the benefit of the feeling of it. And that's what you fall asleep in. You fall asleep in the feeling of the thought. That's the trick. That's the impression of the subconscious. But the fact that you're forming a habit with or without that is going to counter all the negative other shit. So at least you're not downloading bullshit on the way to sleep. But if you really want to like change the environment, it's critical that you think about it enough every fucking day until you really feel the shit. The same way a girl feels like in her crazy neurotic head that you're cheating on her because you did something different. And she just keeps thinking about it. And then she's questioning you. And then you don't like the way she's questioning you because it's inverted polarity and women don't understand that men know fucking algebra. And then you're like, why are you accusing me of something? You see what I'm saying? And that's all from a thought that she had, right? Like it fucks up your pattern because she has to invert her polarity to hide the fact that she is accusing you of something. You know what I'm saying? She's trying to catch you in it too, right? She's already made up her mind. So you already feel the energy that her mind created, right? Come on now, this is easy math. So if a woman could transfer that to her boyfriend just by asking a stupid fucking question, imagine why did that question make you feel like that? It wasn't the question. It was how much energy she put into it, and that's the question she came up with to deliver that energy to you. Don't forget that. Especially when you're dealing with people who are parasitic. It's more, you feel it, it's more prominent with them. Other people might do it accidentally. And you're like, oh, and you notice how the energy just drops once you clear it? Like, oh, my bad, I didn't mean for it to come across that way. And all of a sudden you're back to normal. But when you're in a confrontation with one of these women or men, whoever you are, it just kind of lingers with you when you're gone. Yeah, that's their shit. If you didn't know that. I've experienced it in different relationships. So I know the difference though. I've mastered the, oh, that ain't my energy. Wait a minute, why is this much energy on this person? And then maybe you want to circle the block and try to figure out what's really wrong and get to the bottom of it. I strongly suggest against fuck all that shit. I'm a perfect mental creature. There's no evil, no infinite good. Nigga, please. Like, nah, I ain't got time for that. I ain't got time to figure out why they spun that all fucked up. You can guess already. We done seen all the fucking pop the balloons and podcasts now. Oh, she up to something. She's feeling guilty and nervous. That's what she's projecting on me. They're not projecting words or narrative. Words and narrative is a side effect of the feeling they're projecting. For the men out there, our women don't understand they cause all the hiccups in life when they live in that energy. When they start nitpicking and nagging, and then you still got to go through the rigmarole of, all right, so I press A, I got B. I press 1, she gave 3. How can I fix this for now so I can play my fucking game? Because she fucked the energy up, right? You buying flowers because she fucked the energy up, right? You want to just get up and start cleaning the dishes or doing something to get the fuck up out the way to get your energy right, right? You're taking a ride for the energy, right? You're hanging out playing Live 95 with the homies because your energy, right? It's because your energy, right? It's because your energy, right? It's because your energy, right? There's no other reason why a man leaves. Men only walk out when the energy ain't right. Because that type of energy, if we felt that in a room with anyone else, we know someone's gonna get shot, stabbed, or a fight. Thus, like they've abused that power. But I understand, I'm putting it in words for you. When we have problems with women, it is not the dumbass ideas or their fucking anything about their ego or their fucking whatever the fuck they got going on. We bug out because the energy ain't right. I know. They say we don't feel nothing. We're not emotional creatures. Bitch, please. We just don't ascribe so many fucking stories and fucking narratives to negative emotions. We just know it's a negative fucking emotion. Who the fuck wants to talk about that? I'm talking as a man though. Understand everything. Law of gender is different. So yeah, we don't live in the negative energy space and assign words and stories and how to contort it and spin the variables to make it seem like we're winning or victimized. We're like, nah, that shit really feel fucked up, bro. I can't believe this motherfucker. I can't believe this job. I can't believe my car. I can't believe this bitch. I just can't believe it. I can't believe that that happened because I'm logical. First of all, we gotta start there. We logical, so of course we ain't gonna feel it the same. I can't believe that shit happened based on all my previous processing of shit like that never fucking happening, and it did. How the audacity of this? Like, man, I got too much shit to do with right now, boy. I will go ahead and get some shit, about to do this, or maybe I run, maybe I go to the gym, but whatever the fuck it is, it ain't that. That's why most niggas go to the gym. They retarget energy too. You see them niggas small, way smaller than me going to the gym. They'll get no more bigger muscles either, but they're transmutating energy no matter what. They ain't gotta go there for muscles. They gotta convert that energy into something better. Smaller goals, little tests. Oh shit, I could do 55 today. Tomorrow I'll do 60. Just in that moment of that routine, it switches the thought, switches the body, switches the energy. Then you walk right back into the lobby. What happens? You feel that shit, don't you? Like, oh, something ain't like this. Feel me? But the secret to that is, once you really double down on this practice of vibing high anyway, you'll get to a point where you vibe so high that you don't feel that energy no more because it's so below you. It'd be like walking into a kindergarten classroom energy-wise. Like, you're not worrying about what these little kids think about you, right? You're just like, look at all these little niggas drawing with crayons and eating shit. Like, what the fuck going on with these kids, right? Your energy isn't, you're not the kindergarten no more trying to share the fucking Ninja Turtles. You're above it. But all that energy's still there from when you were a kid. You just graduate to a different social dynamic. So once you can do that in all of your matters, and I'm pretty sure it takes most of our fucking life to master it, by the way. Like I said, every decade and every era is different so far. None of the skills I needed at 15 really needed this far. Like, I'm talking about social dynamics. Not as many people, not as many random people either. Like, I meet more random people than younger I was. And persist in time and space at the park. 4 hours with strangers. You know what I'm saying? You don't even do that on the internet no more. So, you know, you're no longer hanging out with strangers all day. So the social alarms and your cues is different. Now you one-to-one or one-to-few. And then you're trying to master that circuit logically. Oh, this is what this person needs to be happy. Oh, this is what this person expects when they're mad. Like, we're evaluating shit like a coach in a fucking basketball game. Like, we gotta watch the entire floor. I don't think women appreciate that about us. I don't think that they believe that we're smart because we're gender smart. We're smart boys, not smart girls. So smart to a girl means something totally different. Nah, as men we're smart, so we're smart men. And there is a difference. And it's not identification. It's the reason why men went to be coaches and leaders. Because we're looking zoomed out anyway. They'll say that we're not considerate. Bitch, I considered everything. I just not have the energy, or here's the number one, not energy. I didn't have the resources to act on it that way, but I did consider it. In fact, that was the number one thing I considered. It's funny that you mentioned the shit that I considered most. How many times do you have that happen in an argument? Like, the person ends up saying, like, if you didn't say something or you didn't make the right move or whatever it was, right? And they're nitpicking the bullshit, whether it's your parents or your aunties or cousins too. And you're like, I was just about to do that or say that before this scene happened. Like, literally, that was I just fucking said to myself, 5 minutes score 2 days ago, a week ago, whatever the fuck it was. You notice that shit? Like, the shit that be in your energy about some shit that ain't happened yet, when you be calculating shit, you pick it, you're like, yeah, that's the route, or that's the thing, or that's what I should do, or that's what I will do. And then the motherfucker, you run into them, and that's what they want to talk about. I just didn't see how you didn't do the thing like A, B, C, D. Crazy fucking story, bitch. I said the same thing. I was working on it. Or no. Because we're not talking about the right things when we talk about relations or sociology. They be talking about narratives and convincing people and telling cool stories. They confuse that with reality. The reality is energy. You can't fake that. You literally cannot fake it till you make it energy. You can fake it till you make it to cause energy, but you cannot create false energy. Impossible. You have to do so much work. For instance, if you're in negative polarity, if you're negative 10 polarity, you can't just, at the drop of a dime, interact with someone and give them the impression of plus 10 polarity. Unless they're at negative fucking 20, right? We're talking about integers now, right? The only way a person can be deceived by someone very low vibrational is if they're around someone else who's just a bit down on their luck or whatever the fuck's going on, depressed, and then their energy is lower than that person. But a person that's vibrating neutral and higher, you can't fake that shit with us. What the fuck you talking about? You said that shit and had some fucked up energy. I ain't tripping on the words, bro. We never tripping about the fucking vocabulary, dude. We're saying you could have put any sentence together, but you put that sentence together and it comes with this energy. And then you're standing on it, and then you're pushing back, and then you're defending it. So yeah, so that is the energy then. You see what I'm saying? They can't fake that. No one can. That's what empathy really is. It's a judgment of polarity. Empathy is not about the vocabulary that we assigned in English to the different states and feelings of women's minds. They got a lot of them, I've noticed. We got like 3. Good, bad, and And we could live at for years at a time. Still do our job and still take care of everything just fine. So anything, I don't know, a woman above is what to us? Oh my God, that's amazing. You smell good and you're clean and you smile and everything. That's way better than me just going back to the routine of, of course she looks like a star to you, stupid. Fuck, what's going on? She could be a 5.5, but you at a 5 regularly. So energy-wise, oh yeah. Hey, how you doing? Understand? You have the worst day of your life. You let a motherfucking 10 walk by you. At a mall, airplane, or just somewhere unexpected. Like a unicorn you don't see every fucking day, just walk right by you. It's gonna stop every fucking chamber of thought you have. So you can zoom in and open your eyes and take it all in at once. Because you know it's a rare Pokemon. You know you ain't gonna catch it either. So you might as well get the Pokédex out. Like, they make these in real life, dog. This ain't an Instagram filter, is it? That's a real woman, right? That's a real person. Am I? Like, the UFOs and aliens is nothing to me. But these bitches? Nah, this is... Someone's fucking trolling my ass. Nah, they don't make... Nah, they hiding her, boy. What country is that? You gotta ask what country it is. It's so fucking foreign to you. You noticing that energy, though? Yeah. It's not what I'm saying. You can't even see that girl. But because I can convey the energy to you, you made up your own. You get it? If you get that, you get everything. If you get what I just did, you get everything. I conveyed the real energy I would have in that moment to you. That wasn't the energy I was just on a little while ago, though. I can only do that with that energy if it's real to me. Can't fake it. I can't use that energy for the Bible, you know? Can't fake it. It's real. The energy is real. The words is just habla, no hable. Like, what if I talk like that? Like, it'll be the same energy. Yup. I don't think our general society is there yet. They're not in that dimension, if you will. You know, everyone's talking about going to higher timelines and dimensions. With the same fucking scalpers? With the same language model? You ain't going nowhere then. I know they ain't going nowhere yet. They ain't talking about algebra yet. See what I'm saying? They're not. They have a cool consensus that doesn't make sense most of the time. I know why now. Because I was reading the energy of what they're saying, not the words. I was like, the energy don't match what you're saying. If you really believe the Schumann resonance brought you to a higher timeline and all these things, then why the fuck are you talking about this? Wait till you get to that ministry in your life. When you start hearing conversations and you say that silently in your mind, what the fuck are we talking about? And you're not judging the conversation, you're judging the energy or the quality of it, because it's so odd to you that you've been living your life at such a certain frequency that when you notice something surfaced or below surface for you, that regular interactions with people, no matter what their age or color, it strikes you odd, like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, and for me, it's energy. It's not the conversation. I'm noticing it as I get older, at least. I'm noticing what that is, what these responses are, what these symbols are, what these signals are. There we go. It's like decoding XM radio, bro, for real. If your language model or your understanding of the energy is too limited and you don't understand gradient versus polarity, then you can't even begin to do this. It requires algebra, not math. Arithmetic, I mean. It's not just addition, it's something different. To pick up on the nuance, you require an understanding of law of polarity and the fact that there's an infinite gradient between either. You have to accept that. If you ever want to manipulate energy. If you ever want to, what do they call this shit? They got a fancy word for this. It's also like algebra. Oh, alchemy. Algebra and alchemy. Same story. Alchemy just invokes symbols instead of numbers. But you're converting the energy of the symbols to a thought. And if you can get into your thought, you can imagine it. And if you can imagine it, it'll happen in front of you. But that process requires algebra. They want to turn lead into gold. This is a hypothetical. I'm pretty sure scientifically they can kind of do that already. Like, since they wrote that book, I mean, not these people. So I'm talking about these people, the metaphysicians, they probably could have done that already. Yeah, since alchemy is the prerequisite for chemistry, I'm pretty sure they practice that. But they'll call the stone a philosopher's stone, right? So what's philosophy, Aristotle? It's deep thought. But deep thought is nothing more than making connections to algebra. We say, make it make sense. We're saying, balance the equation. I got X over here, I got 3 over here. It's plus or minus, because we're getting 7. So is it 4 or is it 10? Like, make it make sense. Are we adding or are we subtracting? Are we building or are we destroying? Because this equation is unbalanced. Libra, Venetians. It's in the name. So we look at life in terms of fair. We expect fair. That's why usury is such an unusual system. Because usury implies something's not fair all the time. And yeah, I think about deep and how old we are and how deep this understanding is. If you have a usury-based system, whether that's through emotional manipulation or banking, you're stating that someone else always has the advantage. And listen, always is the operator here. It's other times when things are unbalanced, but it's temporary, and then what happens? If water finds level. So yeah, you can be at a disadvantage in any situation. Cool. But then there's tomorrow, right? But usury, parasites, assumes that there's never a time where they're off the level. So you're always in an altered state, then neutral. AKA, it isn't fair. Once you convert all of our sociology to energy, you'll then start solving problems and riddles faster. Not just by these crazy people we live around, but also in some of those books, because we forget there are different people, different paradigm, different way of seeing things. So you almost have to be able to do algebra to make it make sense today. That's alchemy. I can read the Bible and translate it to today. They didn't live today, so obviously it's not what I'm saying today. But based on what they are saying, it would be like as if, energetically, algebraically, if I try to make it fair. Libra, I am a Libra rising, you know. I am. So it's all about fair. And fair is nothing but energy for saying neutral. Do not leave me worse off than I was before we started. It's very basic, right? That could just be one notch. Or it could be a fucking million. Just whatever it is. Don't leave me there when you're done. Right? That's what the hang up on most people is. They don't feel like they got a reciprocal amount of respect or love and all these cool fucking words that we use to make it emotional. Don't need to make it emotional. They did not return the energy in which I thought I was entitled to, or did not match the output that I invested, or at the end of the transaction, whatever the case is, however it came apart, I still feel less than when I started. That's what's fucked up about it. They're not fucked up about it. What happen's not fucked up about it. How you feel about it is what's fucked up about it. Because the same situation happened to somebody else, and they're on a yacht tomorrow laughing. What's the difference? How they feel? No, the energy. The energy's first, then it's the feelings and thoughts that map to it. That's alchemy. That's what alchemy is. It's metaphysics. That's why it requires the 7 universal laws. These are not optional. You must memorize them, and then you must start imagining how to multiply them together in order for you to solve problems and people better. It's not a system of mastery like you memorize 10 times 10 multiplication tables. It's not that type of thing. There's not a fixed ending. It's not a fixed ending like most tested things are. This is adaptable. It's malleable for the rest of your life, actually, because you're never going to be in the same life all the time if you're doing what you're supposed to do anyway. You get burnt out on bad stories. You get burnt out on bad worries, right? Yeah. That's an abuse of our own power. That's an abuse of your energy, actually. So, like, self-control is really thought control. And unfortunately, for whatever reason, our civilization in general, people think that is optional. That's what's fucked up. That's where we have our disadvantage, is that we come from people who prioritize it to become people who have to wonder what it is. We went from polarity, remember, to something unfair. We're not at a disadvantage because of books and information. We're more at a disadvantage for being in a paradigm in which we were not optimized to begin with. Education can't fix that. This is below our energy level. We could exist more higher and stay at a higher vibration, generally, if everyone else could too. The problem is you got to go back into this normal-ass, regular-ass world where everyone's vibration, it isn't averaged at 5, it's more like averaged at 4. It's always below level. So even if you get to 8 and 9, if you meet them halfway, you're still pulling yourself too far down, ain't you? And that's just with the idea of your job or repetitive content. You notice it. You notice it's not making you crazy or bored. It's depleting you of energy. You're already at a low vibe, and you looked at it. Now you're at a lower vibe. Something's wrong with it. No, it's not. It's a mirror of our energy. It's a black mirror, literally. So it's a mirror of your energy, whatever you see. That affects you. You'll know the difference. And you gotta think about it. It's a mirror. What is it reflecting? See, we don't talk about that. Every conversation and problem and relationship bullshit that we see only focuses on the science of how to respond to shit with words. Everything is in how the delivery is. How did you say it? Have you considered this? Well, why don't you say it this way next time so that the idea is made more clear in the language model that we use? Like, and then it goes nowhere, right? Like, oh yeah, that's great. That is a possible solution. That is a possible solution, but until we root it and square it again, then we break the equation. So obviously that's not the real answer, is it? They'll need Terrence Howard or something, but that's what I'm saying. I'm just on my alchemy. Yeah. Yeah, we're in a bipolar ass social order. That's what the problem is. So you can't even imagine being at a high frequency when you only have two options. You don't look at energy as high and low. You look at it as good or bad. Just one or the other. And if you've experienced something good, higher energy, and you can't get back to it, then you feel like you're missing something. That's how these drug addicts are. Don't miss it. A person who's going through everything in this mid-ass society is already vibrating below a 5. So let's say they're a 3. Let's say they're a 2 by the time they start wanting to experiment with drugs, right? So they're at a 2.53 moment of their life. That's why it's so common in teenagers through hormones and depression, right? They're below average in terms of energy. Come on now, wake your ass up. Growth spurts and everything, wrong diet, everything. That's why they act like that. It's an energy problem. So anyway, they don't have enough energy. So you have the energy problem, the bed rotting, the dark, the shades, the fucking hoodies, low energy, low energy, low energy. Their body's cold, low energy, low energy, low energy. They don't speak or make eye contact, low energy, low energy, low energy. So if you look at Generation Z, their average energy is below average. Same story, right? So anyway, so the drug version of that, they're below 5. They're tired of it. Someone's angry, someone's something, so now they're peaking negatively. They do drugs and that shit take them to a 10. Then when it wears off, it drops them off at normal. What was their normal though? Below average. So the only way they can get to normal or anything reminiscent of normal in a bipolar society is that the only way for me to feel good, high energy, is for me to do these things and activities. There's nothing else in between me sitting still bored, feeling below average, and then doing the risky behavior that puts me at 8 and above. There is no level they have experienced of how to just be cool like they be cool, because they never fixed the negative 2.5 shit without the habits. And then people grow like that, and they live their whole life like that. They live their whole life chasing the quote-unquote what? High. They call it chasing a high. Chasing high what though? What's high mean? High energy. They're worse than the United States, ain't they? As within, so without, right? The United States is always chasing everybody who has energy, right? Gold, oil, trade, that's energy. All substitutes for energy. The United States is out there tricking for energy. So these people, these addicts, what are they doing? They're tricking, literally most of them, for energy. It's not from food and diet and exercising, bitch. We're talking about moods. Those things contribute, but not for everybody. Not the same way. Some people energy so fucking low, like people who be having a good life at 6 or above on average. Lovely mother, had a ride to school and packed lunches and shit. These people, you living at a 6.5 your whole life. And you talking about you got to a 7 because you went to the gym every day. Yeah, nigga, no. Yeah, nigga, no. I would need the energy to go to the gym every day. You got that already. Well, all you need is diet and ethic. Oh, when you vibrating at 6.5. Nah, nigga, I'm at negative 2. Shit's fucked up, boy. Me going to the gym at a negative 2 at low energy, I'm not gonna have a high energy output, am I? It's about consistency, day after day. Day after day, I have to create a new thought pattern in which, no matter what, taking a stand, I'm going to pursue the gym thing. But at negative 2, I cannot see the results. Because you tell me the results will bring me to an 8, and I cannot see that at negative 2. Literally, you cannot. So yeah, you go to the gym every day, and then whatever happens, you break a certain pattern of thought in the morning. Boom, okay, so negative 1. All right, and then you look in the mirror and you start looking different. All right, I'm back to 0, neutral, fair. And then you can start talking about everything else to boost your energy, protein, creatine, and all that shit. Because then you're actually going to see yourself getting out of the fog of what? 2 energy levels ago. You have more time in between the two because it takes weeks before you see results. But the results isn't the muscles. The results is how far away you got from when you started, energy-wise. Still not an 8. But maybe you'll get to 5. I know that's right. Yeah. Our system, created capitalism, draws our energy as a design choice. Stock market, It's tracking the energy of your purchasing. Your purchasing is being driven like the lottery and casinos based on advertising, marketing, and power suggestions. Every input of your life is someone else trying to influence your energy or get you to use your energy a certain way. There is no in between. That's why there is no good news. It's calling for your energy. You want to see that messy ass story, so you're going to sit there for the commercial break. It's horrible, man. Did you hear that? We don't know who did it yet. Are they black or are they white? Pfizer presents Capri Sun. Da 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 da. Chick-fil-A. And then they start talking about the little kid. He was best friends with the other kid. And he was like, all right, this shit's getting predictable. You want to go eat something? Same shit, right? So what I'm saying is, like, the nuance of all this is we're not just in a normal human society where it's just like you can achieve these degrees naturally, like intuitively from your environment. This is not an intuitive fucking environment. It's commerce based on energy. Slavery is the abuse of energy, right? It's unfair. Yeah. I need you to use your physical energy because I ain't got none. And then I need you to build everything. And then I can feel better because now I got things that I couldn't build without you. But I feel better about it because it's mine and not yours, and I can tell you what to do. That's an abuse of energy. So it distorts their development of energy. So if they're a control freak, or they feel like they had a benefit or advantage at a certain degree, level 8s and aboves, then when everything gets equalized like it is right now with Trump and everything, then all of a sudden they're getting humble pie, and they hate the way it tastes. You understand? Because it puts them at a 5. They don't live at 5. They live at 8. So a person at 2, they're like, what they complain about? They still got their fucking farm and $1 million and a nice car. Why are they so weird about the change? It's temporary, right? Markets go up and down, don't they? Give it a few years, champ. I'm trying to get to you, energy-wise. I'm trying to get to your level, energy-wise. Your energy dropped, though, and you can't see it because you haven't gotten to their level yet. Just how they feel about energy. It's not a level, society, or person or nothing. Motherfuckers make up energy equations for themselves all the time. They fake it till they make it energy-wise, too. But then you see it for what it is as delusion. That's when they run into problems. When they try to cast that energy on someone else that knows it's not genuine. You have a quality problem, too, right? Depth problem, intensity problem. It's multi-dimensional, not one-dimensional. Hence, a lot of these people don't use algebra. Or never did 3D graphics or anything like that to be able to imagine those different planes. You get 3 variables, X, Y, and Z's. And each one of them can be expanded, placed against each other. You come up with complex shapes if you appreciate X, Y, and Z first. Not 1 plus 1, that's just X and Y. It's X, Y, and Z. You're drawing stick figures, that's X and Y. Nah, you get a 3D cube, you get X, Y, and Z. They say you're in a 3D reality. All right then. Well, if you want to understand a 3D reality, trigonometry and geometry, you need at least X, Y, and Z, bitch. And everything we do is 1 or 2. Red or blue, hot or cold, up or down. Hence, people abuse that because they don't know about nuance and everything in between. Just by default. It's not even in our vocabulary to be neutral. You see it most in black people, though. I do notice that amongst people that I'm connected to and related to. We do something very interesting with energy that no other group tends to do. The only thing that I see other groups emulate is our low energy version of it. Like ghetto. Like, I'll explain. You'll see some young kids, 15 years old in the ghetto, acting ghetto, how we understand it. And they just a mess. You know their mama don't care. And they do really silly things or reprobate things. But as we perceive it, we know what it is. Like, oh, that shit's just ghetto. You get 1 out of 10 like that, cool. Like, we're not trying to change it. We want to judge that. But we're judging the sense of that. That's a lower vibrational energy. Them boys gonna get into trouble playing around like that. And then you go on the internet and you see the other groups. You see the Edgars do the same type of thing. You see the white kids do the same type of pranks. You see Neon hang out with that same type of element. They only get the energy entry to that element though, which to us is low energy. So rap music and all that, it's all low vibrational. You feel it. You feel it in the music. It'll make you sad or it'll make you angry. or pissed off. Like, so it's a gradient of negative energy. But that's what all the lower vibrations can relate to. Probably why it's so relatable. Whereas when you have Biggie and Tupac, some of their themes, their deep songs, especially Tupac, required a certain element of empathy and understanding of what he was describing and being able to witness it or live through it yourself. And then you understand how poetic or how powerful that degree is versus all the other songs. Or those songs versus California Love, for instance. So I've seen black people have that degree where they just drop up into a certain frequency in speech and deep conversations. It'll show up. And it's just different. Even if it's humor, even if it's a special person that's really funny. And they're a really funny black guy. They're usually older and they master this. Their energy happens before the funny happens. And then they say something funny and everyone's laughing. I've never seen that in other groups of people. I've never seen that energy being manifested at a higher level to where you can hit the whole room with it, with words. The same words that if anyone else told that joke, everyone would laugh. People will say, oh, it's your delivery. What they're trying to say is your energy. They try to fix the physiology. Stand up straight, hold your neck up. And then, because your body would naturally do that if it's the right energy, you don't look like you're hacking the physiology until the energy kicks in. But they're not thinking about it. They're not talking about it right. So you just look fucking stupid. Uncomfortable, out of shape, physiology is all off, and you're just trying to like show people you're confident. No, nigga. Confidence is not your chest poke out. That's one of the side effects, but that's not what confidence is. Confidence is my energy is going to stay the same no matter fucking what. You're not bringing it down. That's confidence. Confidence is control of positive energy. Confidence is how you master not letting anything or anyone else disturb your positive energy. You don't see a confident negative energy person. Exactly. You normally see angry, shiesty, depressed, full of shit, or ghetto. You do not see all that other shit. You don't confuse that with confident. You don't confuse that with tough. You don't confuse that with honorable. Because you'll be in the same street in the same ghetto and you'll see both versions. I met all of them. I met the knuckleheads and the ghetto ones, baby boys, can't fight, but everyone's scared of them because they're scared of their energy. And then people who are very quiet, very nice, and got away with 3 murders already. It's not confidence, it's energy. Because the low energy knuckleheads are more dangerous. Can you fucking imagine it? Because they're only going to prey on people with low energy. So there's no return. They're intimidating. Like someone said earlier in the chat, someone was like just sneaking people in school, just hitting people, and it's causing kids to drop out because I guess the teachers or security ain't doing shit about it. That's weird. They suspended my ass for 10 days, but and I didn't even start the shit. But anyway, so whatever that is, energy-wise, that's more dangerous because it's more cold, it's more cruel, it's more petty, and then petty drama lingers longer, and then it causes people to overreact, especially if they target the wrong person. And that's why you see this shit spin out of control in a lower energy variable. Whereas if you have like gangsters, their energy is higher, so they're targeting problems. People who are fucking up the vibes, or people who are fucking up the network, aka they're fucking up the connections. They're not murdering like innocent people. As fucked up as that sounds. They're going after the guy that beat their sister. They're going after that guy that has a whole history of doing that. They're going after the guy that killed their cousin, and that's it. Not the whole fucking group. They're very specific. They're very specific. It's not random. It's not impulsive. There we go. They're more calculated. And people misinterpret that as confidence. No, that's energy. But if a man walks in high energy and it cannot be pulled down, you'll notice that in the debates with men and women, like Myron and all of them. They try to master that confidence thing. He tries to do it through form and pose and going to the gym. But in his eyes, I can tell he's not truly at the level he's projecting, right? Just as a man, I can tell like there's something in him that still makes him insecure, right? Whether he has the money and the platform and all that shit. It might be because he doesn't feel black enough, you know? I see that more common in people who are not. But they show up and they're being reacted to as a black guy. And so I know that shit's tough. But if he talks to a girl who's low vibrational, selling ass and shit at 17, would they start selling ass at 14 years old during their fucking hormonal growth spurt of depression or whatever the fuck because they don't have enough potassium and magnesium? Then they're low vibing and they're sleeping with losers and they're making all this money from other creeps and losers and gooners, right? We know how it happens. A lot of them are women too. Don't sleep on that shit. And then and then they sit in a room with a guy who vibrates above 5 at least because he has the money. Hard to be average when you got the money, right? So he's at 6 or 7 and he's talking to 3s and 4s. And like it seems like he's pummeling them or he's outwitting them or he's outsmarting them and he seems like the most confident in the room. That dynamic changes if you put him on the Joe Budden podcast in front of Melissa. He's gonna do that to her. And she probably did a little bit of everything. Understand something? So it's not her confidence versus his confidence. It's her power level versus their power level. She has a higher power level. She's been a baddie longer than most of these motherfuckers been alive. She's seen, heard, did everything. So you can't manipulate her energy by saying things. That's what makes her seem confident. She's heard everything. She's been through more than most people while being that on top of that. So her confidence isn't really confidence as much as it is energy management. You can't knock her off her block that easily. Whereas a young girl with father issues, all you have to do is bring up her father and then she start falling apart and she won't walk out the studio, right? Right. But she sounds so confident in what she's doing and how much money she makes doing it. Because the money brings her up a level. But if you take money out the conversation, they sound stupid, don't they? In every group, in every fucking group. If you take the fact that these kids and these streamers have $50,000 a week or month and they have nothing, what happens? They go back on stream and they start crying. Think about that. I want y'all to really think about that, energy-wise. Younger people who haven't mastered energy, haven't been through enough. They get lucky, they become popular, they get thousands of dollars, and all the fake girls that they don't know about yet surround them. And then they take and siphon and vampire and sleep with their best friends, and they're flunked out, but at least they got money coming. And then all of a sudden, a season comes and money stops flowing. And then all of a sudden, they're in this really deep, dark place. And all the people are saying, hey, man, you got money. What's wrong with you? Money isn't everything. Well, kinda, no. Money's a buff. Like any cool video game we play as a kid, there's +2s and +3s on certain skill points. You can have a sword with 100 damage with +100 attack rating on it. Cool at first, until you pick up a plain ass silver sword with 1,000 damage. It don't matter what that plus is. It's something better than this. So what they're saying is, money lifted me out of 4 and 5, but everything that money attracted to me let me live at 8. Of course it does. Because more people, more energy. But they're only there temporarily. They got to talk to you and treat you a certain way to get access to the money and the energy. So that hit, that love bomb, if you will, it's an energy bomb, right? I call it, don't go rubbing my balls together, right? Trying to cheer people up or try to, warm somebody up to take from them. So they get warmed up all this time. So they go from 7 to 8 to 9. And then something slows down or goes wrong and people fall out. You know how the story go when everyone's fucking faking it. And then boom, now they're back at 4 and 5. And they're like, at least I'm at a 5. Yeah, I can't afford rent this month, but I'm just so sad and so lonely, man. Like, people ain't who they say they are, man. And blah, blah, blah. Like, you gotta understand where they are energy-wise when they start lamenting like that. Well, they're below average now. They got the money and they not -4 and -3. They start talking about other people now. Shit, ain't that a bitch? Yeah, that's why money can't fix that. Money can only fix that if you're at a 5 or higher. If you get past blah and you get to whatever, if you just live life at whatever, you know, not good, not bad, money will change everything to the better, bro. Because you go from whatever to definitely doing that. I'm going there today. Whenever I feel like it, I can do it. So you, by default, you remove all the other worries of if and how much, and thus you lean into that. Oh, okay. But if you get that shit like they do, they target these kids and these people who are poor or these people who ain't got shit to lose, they're under 5. And then you throw them a bunch of money and pictures and narratives, and they're like, oh shit, I think I'm a 7. Hey, I've never been a 5, but hey, I'm a 7 today. Hey, everyone's talking, taking pictures, man. Hey, I'm the guy. And then they start beefing, right? Abusive energy. They never been that high before. So they started getting full of themselves. Come on now. I'm gonna walk you down the road now. They get around rooms where they start meeting 9s and 10s. Like, man, I gotta do something about that, man. We gotta hustle hard, man. We gotta do this project. We gotta get 50,000 subscribers. Like, all of a sudden they got a plan. What's their plan? To get to a higher energy level. What does that require? Other people. Hence all the schemes, the scandals, farming, aura farming. No, harvesting. It's aura harvesting. So that they can borrow that energy and be this guy in another location or another environment. And then they won't get access to it because the people in that environment who live in that environment, they go, this is ghetto. It's not a color thing as much as it is energy. You could tell when it's not real. Back to quality, X, Y, and Z. It's a quality of energy too. And the quality of energy that having things and fame or attention brings is not a good quality energy. If it's not real. If you're not looking for it. If that's not the catalyst for it. That should only appear in your life if the energy matches it. That's how you keep it. That's why lottery people lose their money. They say, oh, because they're irresponsible, never had money before. Yes, they fucking did. They knew how much fucking bills cost. What the fuck y'all talking about? They know why they wanted to win a fucking lottery, because this shit sucks. So they knew how to do that. They didn't know how to go through betrayal yet. They didn't know how to go through narcissists and everyone with their hands out yet. They didn't know how to say no yet. They ain't got nothing to do with money. Has everything to do with energy. They have not accepted that they're in a new stratosphere energetically because of the money. Even if they were a 5 before they won it, they're now an 8. But all their family was under 5 already. So they're always going to feel like they're being pulled down to 6, 5. And then they stay down in that energy so long dealing with 4s and 3s that the money disappears from the environment by default. Because lower levels require what? More energy. So you end up doing what? Wasting money. Wasting energy, yes. You're wasting energy if they're not coming up with you. Same thing in the hood, right? The hood is under 5 by default. If everyone's on benefits, can't get a job, and a bad mix of attitudes, energies, mentalities, and education. It's the mix of all of that, right? So everyone's under 5. And you notice the happy people. Or you notice the positive people, the 5s, and those are people who get bullied, right? By what? Ghetto hood people, people who are at a -3. It don't matter how much money they got or what sneakers they got on. They're always under average. So you become a rapper from an under average community of gangbangers. And then all of a sudden, you got the chains on, you got the car, you got the girls, you in Miami, you everywhere they want to be. You even take them with you on some MC Hammer shit. But then what happens? Niggas start saying you acting funny. Whole time, these niggas acting funny because they not leveling up with you, right? You can't. It don't matter what kind of clothes you buying, if you give them free cars. They still want to do level 4 shit with it. They're going to get in the face of other level 4s and flaunt and do hood shit, ghetto shit, right? Then that makes the block hot, don't it? Because they're taking this level 8 activity and this level 8 necklace and this level 8 car, and they're taking it to a level 4 club around level 4 people. And the level 5 in that club is jealous because now you're stealing all the attention of the kind of pretty girl. You know they all bat built under average clubs, right? Come on, stop playing with me. So it's dangerous, they say, to make it in your hood and stay in your hood. I was like, you should turn to the Bible and read about Jesus in Galilee. I could have sworn it was something like that. Jesus was just more high vibrational than those people, and he wasn't talking as much as them. He was minding his fucking business. He had a mission. He was healing people, higher energy level. He was more aware of things, reality as we understand it. He was a metaphysician or alchemist, or all those things. I guess all they're saying is that the perception of him is that he was above average energy for his time period, for his location. Duh. And then he attracted all the low vibrational people who are under captivity, aka they're not in their right mind. So they're acting like something else. I don't know, just like this time. And they're all under 5 on average because they haven't even been in their natural habitat generationally. So he know that. You know what time it is. He know where Rome at. He know what they up to. He know they money changing. Oh, they foul out here. Okay, cool. They stealing pennies from the poor out here. All right, cool. And then they charging people for Medicare out here. All right, cool. This ain't Canada, so you understand everything. Of course, if he was traveling the world or got trained by some other animals and he come back to his hometown, they gonna look at him like, man, that's impossible. We ain't got no level 8 out here. You lying? You said I'm not level 8. I'm a level 10, but you know it is what it is. I'm keeping my power level hidden, but you feel him. Like, because he know not to be walking out there as a level 10. He's an emperor, by the way. He's a king of kings. So, of course, he's not wearing the crown. Of course, he ain't got Solomon's staff on him. He in the hood, nigga. He heard about what happens. He got jumped, didn't he? Then they tried to kill the nigga. For healing bitches? He saved a hoe from getting stoned. He healed a woman with an issue of blood. He saved a Roman soldier's daughter. He turned water into wine. He got the party started. Like, he was the talk of the goddamn town for all the right reasons. He was doing high vibrational shit. Obviously, so now you understand the backdrop of that story. Everyone else is kind of fucked up or in a better, worse off polarity if they cannot receive it. I mean, he was vibrating too high for them to see it. Thus, even this Pharisees and them, they're like, ugh, this is data. It's his energy. He's a son of God. He's powered by the sun. What's a higher energy source? Now imagine if you tap into it. Same story. Same thing, sure. So he was able to tap into that. And all the other characters just like that. It's not unique to him. What's unique about him is that it shows you if you get lit around your own people, they'll be the main ones that try to get rid of you. Because you're fucking up the average. They can't live up to that. They can't fake that anointing. They might be self-important. They might have a bingo round. They might be in a fancy church somewhere. But they are the ones in church doing all the hooting and hollering, and then the messiest ones behind the scenes in the damn church parking lot. You know what I'm talking about. They're parasites of energy. And you don't need them. Alchemy. They got us fucked up by saying thou shalt not judge. Nah, thou shalt judge, I promise you. You should judge people's energy. What you shall not do is say because this person is this way, they then deserve something bad to happen to them. That type of judgment, like stoning a girl for hoeing, but the people throwing the stones turned her into a hoe. Thou shalt not judge. Get the speck out of your own eye, stupid. She hoeing, but you cheating on your wife. Why are you throwing rocks anywhere? That's what they mean. The judgment would be stoning, meaning you don't like it, you judged, and then action against. Thou shalt not judge. What I am talking about is thou shalt judge, in the sense that this person is low vibrational. No matter what's going on in their world, what they say, what they think, what they feel, I know I have to keep my guard, energy, shield, buffer against them. That's a judgment. What item am I equipping is a judgment. Oh, I'm equipping limited contact. I made a judgment. This person's energy is gonna fuck with mine, their attitude, what I heard about them. I'm gonna see for myself, but I'm not gonna I'm not gonna spend too much time. I'm not gonna open up my bubble too long. I'm not gonna overshare or over divulge anything because I know ultimately my energy is not gonna stay in this level. So hey, how you doing? All right, now take it easy. Another day in paradise. I know that's right. Oh, such and such? That's interesting. That's cool. Back to my car. I'm judging the fuck out of it. What are you talking about? The fuck are they talking about? Back to my judge. I'm judging the fuck what they talking about. We need to edit mine on judgment. Jesus. Because it's a catch-all. What they're saying is, you can't judge me, so I'm not changing. If they throw that defense up, that's what it has to mean. Because what kind of idiot isn't judging shit? That sounds stupid for niggas with two brains, two half of brains, a logical core, and a hypothalamus. Like, you cannot help but judge. They're talking about judgment. Thou shalt not judge and then fuck somebody up with a punishment if you're not the fucking judge. You know what I'm saying? It's like a cop that shoots you. Like, you're not the judge. That person's not a criminal. They're not a criminal till your ass showed up. So how dare you then take your gun out and shoot them? Like, you don't know what's going on yet. Thou shalt not judge. Like, you're supposed to get information. Why are you shooting? Why are you choking niggas? Yeah, niggas gonna talk back. You bothering them, bitch. You're not constitutional. We don't have to deal with you. You see what I'm saying? But then they'll press the issue because of consensus, right? They have a connection to the judges. Same story. You see what I'm saying? It's easy for a cop to use their power in that way because they take for granted what their power really is. Their power is for the corporate and the state. It's not for the people. It just sounds good for marketing. They're not protecting and serving people. They're protecting private property. An incorporated city is a privately owned corporation. It's incorporated, so it's private. Hence why it's separated from the federal government. They're so stupid. But you see what I'm saying? Once you start learning these degrees and get into more science, then you end up dealing with other people who are not. And so thou shalt not judge them. That does not mean that everyone else is stupid, like a terrible person, a stupid person, useless, and blah, blah. I don't do that. I go, when I talk about shit like that and the person's way off, I'm like, this nigga's stupid. At least about this. So I'm not gonna go there with them about this, but I'll entertain everything else. I'm gonna save my energy. Because I'm gonna go to level 10 if I start talking about that. They're in kindergarten with the shit. So I gotta bring them up to 5 before they can realize what I'm saying. I have to drop down to do that. Then I can't get my point across, or I get frustrated because they brought my energy down with their fucking shenanigans. You have to judge that. You have to know it's fucking shenanigans. Like, no, I am judging these motherfuckers. They're not gonna waste my time on this shit. I'm not gonna waste my time explaining myself. I'm not gonna waste my time, aka also measurement of linear energy. I'm not gonna waste my energy on this. Some people, that's why I play stupid. You gotta play stupid. That's a bipolar ass response, right? I play smart or play stupid. You understand? Nah, I'm playing smart. I'm not playing stupid. I'm playing smart. It's the smartest thing for me to do is not go there. I'll meet them where they're at now. From a distance. Like, oh, this is a level 3 polywog. I already had this in my Pokédex when I was 12. You want some ice cream? You know what I'm saying? Like, you can adjust. But you don't have to. That's the power. That's the superpower. The superpower is when you don't even reason and rationalize it anymore. You literally turn it off. Like, you go away. You ever try that, people? I'll tell you a quick story. There was this girl I used to know. And I later discovered, I guess in one of our last conversations, that she self-admittedly, finally, it gave me clarity about everything. She says, yes, I have anger issues. And it was a mess. It was like I seen her as a girl when she expressed that. That's the end of the movie, though. Let's get back to early in the movie. So early in the movie, I'm hanging out with them, and something went wrong. They were triggered. Not unusual for me. I trigger everybody just by breathing sometimes. Energy level. I attract people up. So I have to pull people who are down, usually angry, because I come from an angry background. So we're in the same degree. No, we're in the same polarity, different degree of it though. I'm past anger. I don't get angry. I have anger, but I don't get angry. It's weird. I convert it to violence. I have a physical expression for anger. That's why it isn't linear. But girls typically don't until they blow up, right? So I can tell when the energy shifts. She's barely existing at 5. Money. And, but so if it's not money, if it's not her goals and things, she'll drift into this other energy. Negative. And it's weird. Out of nowhere. Like a mood swing. not unusual for men to experience. But this one time, she was going off about the way something should have been that wasn't important and wasn't mission critical. She was just triggered by it, and we're moments past it. And I'm asking logical questions, as men do. And I realized in asking her logical questions, she just kept skipping the logic, the resolution to answer. My word is my word. And she started making other scenarios. And then sometimes if you let them go, they'll make a reference to a past time. I'm like, do I look like a little boy? Like, why are you referencing the guy you dated in high school? Like, if you listen to them previously and you piece it together what they're describing to you, you're describing Chris. That's something Chris would do? Wow. Wow, in your big 30s. In your big 30s. A whole different guy. King James' grandson. Didn't do nothing you said he did, but you feel like he could have. And it reminded you of Chris, a guy who hasn't been here allegedly for, what, 5, 7, 10 years? How the fuck did he even come up in this energy though? Things like that, you pick up on it. If you're looking at energy, like, oh, it doesn't matter what they say. When they drop down, listen to what they're saying. That's where they're stuck. So, duh. Anyway, start saying other stuff. And I said, you know what? I forgot. And this is a beautiful moment for me, because I've been in a relationship for a decade, living with a woman, and all those spells and loops and bullshit you gotta go through to survive that. I survived. I'm a survivor. But I remembered in that moment as this was happening, I was going, nigga, you know you can go home? Boy, I started smiling. That was the first time I could officially say that. I could have said that before in other situations, but none of them were persistent. Like, this was a different situation. This was a new adult situation, so no, I never would have had that reference. But that moment, that absolutely I owned it. Nigga, you can go home. For me personally, she didn't know I can go home. She knew I can go home, but I don't think she thought I would have, right? Because that's not something Chris would have done, right? I'm not Chris, by the way. So if I'm not Chris, I'm gonna choose, you know what? I ain't gotta pander to some shit that never happened. I ain't gotta outperform the memory of Chris or whatever the fuck's going on. What would he do? Like, I need Chris's fucking Instagram so I can ask him, like, when this bitch start acting up, how do you get the vending machine to kick out the Sprite? No, I'm not gonna do none of that. I'm not gonna sit there and be patient. No. I'm not gonna say, oh, I guess I'll be in the living room playing the PlayStation. No. I'm not gonna offer any flowers or any appeasements because principle-wise, that's not fair. Nothing happened. You made this a big deal. Why are you being compensated? So I said, okay, no. We can't play none of those buttons, man. Kevin Samuels on my fucking subscriptions right now too, so you know I was lit. But the idea that I could fucking leave right now made me smile so fucking hard, boy. I went from going below my normal level down to 5, down to 4. I'm entertaining this shit like I was in a 10-year relationship trying to figure some shit out. I was like, this bitch don't pay my rent. I don't pay her rent. I got food at home. And I got Fortnite at home. And I got a studio at home. And I just stacking that shit. I was like, in what universe, if I'm home, would I ever feel like this? I don't live with this woman. So why do I feel like below what I normally live at? Oh, she's pulling me down so I can lift her up. No, I'm going home. Yeah. Man, that was a long ride home though. But on that ride home, it was like, damn. I couldn't wait to get home, boy. I unlocked the fucking door and the cool air from my AC being at the setting I left it at. I was like, yo, this feels good. Like, shit, I went in the refrigerator, I was like, oh shit, nigga, I left some fucking drinks in here and shit. I ain't got to go to the store. Man, I turned on the fucking Xbox and I played some Fortnite and I was the happiest I've been that whole moment of time with her or around her, just in knowing I can go home and get the fuck away from someone pulling down my energy. It was a breakthrough moment of alchemy. Because older me would have stayed or older me would have had to compromise. And I was like, I don't have to compromise. We have cell phones. She'll call me when she's better. Now, of course, long term, you know, the relationship ain't gonna get better because not because that was the wrong decision, that was the best decision. It didn't escalate with an angry person. So Instead of escalating and de-escalating, I can just remove myself. It'll handle itself. It'll average itself out. I'll be in a way better mood. So when the bullshit and the lie happens about why things ain't working out because I'm not pandering, well, okay, cool. I know that already. Yeah. It's fucked up though. Damn, that hurts. All the things you said running through my head for 30 seconds. That ain't gonna happen, is it? Okay, cool. Shit, my Fortnite though. Let me see what this Zulu talking about. See, all that. I think I'm thankful that I have that. No matter which situation I was in, we had music, and I had a studio, and I had something that was going to bring my energy up no matter what. It's going. If I'm at a 5, it's always going to bring me to a 6 if I'm in that world. And if I do good at it and I like what I'm making, 8, 9s, and 10s, variably. But it's never 5. It's never below average. When you're really passionate about what you're doing, your hobby, your art, whatever. So, living my life as an artist, if you will, of energy. Yeah. Know that. And because I know that now, because I did it, I walked through that portal and it happened. Any other situation after that or similar, I may have not done that all the time or chose that option, but I knew at the very least, I don't have to do anything at all. I don't have to fix this problem. I don't have to argue. I don't have to explain anything. Why? It's made up. It's beneath me, energy-wise. It's beneath me. I'm judging it. And if I get dragged into it, I know it's going to bring me down. Because a lot of these type of people, especially women, they like to pull you down. They wait to bring shit up when you're vibrating too high, right? Like when you turn the game on, you're on a 6, 7, 8. When you start laughing at your phone or something on TV, you're at 6, 7, 8. Like the whole time, if you're just sitting there and you're hungry and you're at level 5 and you're just like, the vibe is like, meh. And she quiet. She ain't saying nothing to you. And you know something could be, but she hasn't said nothing or done anything weird yet. So you go, meh. Then all of a sudden you go, boredom strikes. And she's not talking. Oh shit, man, yo, you about to jump on 2K? Then all of a sudden, I wanna talk to you. It's like you pulling yourself from 5, 6, 7 to 8 gave her -2, -3, -4 to unlock speech. And then she wants to talk about what was at level 12 or 2 that she brought herself into. You were just chilling. Then you went from chilling to grilling. And then she was like, I don't like how you're not chilling anymore. You don't like that I ratcheted my energy up without ratchet up. See? That's the narcissism, the selfishness. If you convert all these matters in energy, what are they saying? I don't like the fact that you lifted your energy up to a higher level without sharing it with me. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. That's what they're saying, right? Every fucking time. I don't appreciate the fact that you lifted your vibe and your vibration without bringing me up with you. And then the conversation doesn't make sense because the words are just running around it. Yeah, I know. That's alchemy, man. See, the first thing Neo had to do is ask the brothers, what are you looking at? Oh, that's the Matrix. Neo at first could only see numbers and alphabet. He could only see algebra. He didn't see that they made a 3-dimensional pattern of reality. But eventually he started to read the energy, judge, and then he seen like, oh, these variables affect that girl in the red dress, or these variables is where the agents are. It's different than this. Same story. Out there is the Matrix, not in here. When you open your eyes, you're using your eyes to connect to the Matrix, right? But you're not your eyes, obviously. You do not see the Matrix unless you open up your eyes. Your eyes is a product of the Matrix, though. That's why the mind, the third eye, this crystalline, is accessing a different dimension altogether. But once you know that, and then you get control of the Matrix body, if you want. I'm just using the vocabulary, alchemy. You use the Matrix body to interact with the Matrix. Just like a remote control, just like remote viewing, just like online gaming. You're not that Fortnite character. But if he dies, you die, but your death is game over, start over. He don't really die either. He just reloads in the memory if you play and use him again. But it's an end. Same thing with this shit. It's a limit. It's only so much you can see anyway. So everything else you deduce because you have algebra, because we have trigonometry, You can triangulate higher dimensions if you have the vibrations and the variables of the third dimension. That's why it's algebra. A lot of what we see in the future and what we detect and what we feel is that we're triangulating it from a higher dimension, a dimension you cannot see, but you can perceive it. It's like a sentience, it's like a knowing. And if you convert it to math or energy, then you can convert it into what we talk about or what we see. Like, oh, that frequency up there turns this shit into hostile. I don't see what's up there when it's over that when it happens, but I can detect, I can triangulate. This is the pattern. What's the missing variable? Oh, it must be one of these things. Now let me take that missing variable that I'm triangulating and fit it into the equation and see if the reality maps to it. And it usually does. The more you're aware of it, the more you see that, the more he's staring at that screen, the more it starts to stop looking like fucking random green letters and starts looking like a fucking TV. And the crazy thing is, you already do that with TV. When you first looked at a video game for the first time, or first time you see anything that's visually new, there's a few seconds where you don't perceive it. You perceive a color, you perceive a portion of it, and then it snaps in, and you're like, oh, it's a moving picture. Yeah. So our whole reality is like that. This is our average, is our fixed average. We're summing the physical reality with our eyes. We all have different eyes though. So that means different variables might not be as bright. They might not be as noticeable to most people. And that's why we use language. And then language is only as good as it can be, especially with these different types of people, different awarenesses. So people be beefing and disagreeing and voting about everything on that level. But all of that is a side effect of what? Energy. That's why alchemy and algebra are cousins. These sciences weren't taught separate. They work together. They're prerequisites of each other, of something bigger. Mm-hmm. And that whole thing is how to think. It's the science of thinking. Mm-hmm. They say no one taught you how to think. I know that's right. That's why we use science and math. The Moorish kind. It's all about thinking. So we know at least a great portion of their society were thinkers. Look what they created. We still use it hundreds of years later. So that means they're way more higher energy, at least, than we are as an average. And that means they're probably more advanced than we are on average. Those who contributed that to us, because we haven't done too much better. We've converted that energy into computer science. We haven't created a new science. We converted sciences. We're remixing sciences. But even in converting it to computers, you notice how it's dumbed down from reality? Like AI and all that is cool. I'm talking about computer code, the way that we translated this shit for the past 20 plus years. It's not as good as reality. It lost a dimension. So now we know the matrix that we live in is not the digital one. Because you can tell just by being in this matrix and the ones that we're creating, they're dumbed down to many degrees. You know it's not real. Like, you're always detached from it. So this simulation cannot be the same degree. You feel involved in it. You have a chemical response to it. You have emotional reactions to it. You can get triggered by Mario Brothers, but at no point do you like forget that Luigi is not really your brother, right? Like, whereas in this reality, you think that person's your brother for real, and that means something in this reality. In the video game, it doesn't. So we know it's at least Russian aid. Whatever we think the simulation of material reality is doing on a technological level, it's out of digital. It's out of ones and zeros. It's way more nuanced than that. So it's way more advanced than what the Matrix can even suggest to us. Because the Matrix is two-dimensional. Our simulation is at least five-dimensional, meaning there's variables you can't even see that it's doing, which is why the computers and AI will never take over. They haven't began to introduce a Z variable to anything they do. They're still doing 1 + 1 = 2. I can replace an employee. Why? Because employees only do 1 + 1 + 2 tasks. Some people are thinkers, but more often than not, you can hire random people because you teach them the steps. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And they might have some little variance and some independence in it, but as long as it ends in 1 to 4, you're good. That's not what life is, though. And that's not what people are. So if AI is taking jobs, it's taking ladder jobs. Things that have logical steps. And if it's a side step, there's a logical resolution to get back on the ladder. Those are the only jobs they can replace. But it can't replace artists. And not just artists of like music and artists of like paintings and things. I'm talking about artists of energy. People who captivate people, people who show people the vision through their words, people who create experiences and moments. And all of that invigorates and sparks other people, and that's where the good ideas come from. And that's when the joint imagination happens, and that's where the new product or whatever happens, or the new solution happens. It's spontaneity, because the solution is always in a higher dimension than the physical reality. Computers don't know that. How the fuck would they access it? Their programmers don't access that. If they do, it's accidental most times. And that's what I'm saying. We don't have the language model to pay attention to the fact that none of that shit's accidental. You absolutely can channel that more often. So until the people command this energy again and perfect it or master it, and then those people influence algorithms or programs or whatever it is, and why we need them, which will not be the same story no more. Because if you get mastery of alchemy and energy, then you know that you're not going to live at level 5 no more, no matter what. You want to get as close to 10 as possible for the rest of your life. You don't learn how to plateau that shit. You're like, all right, so I was at 5 when I was in my 20s, I'm at 6 and I'm at 7. I'm gonna get to 8. What's slowing me down? Oh, this or that or him or her. Like, and you're like, I'm gonna figure out how to resolve this without being ugly or fuck up everything. You're gonna learn how to balance it fairly. You're gonna learn how to balance the water and like, let me see if I bring up some of these boats with me. Being a man, you're leading everyone to a higher energy level. It's not the house, it's not the car, it's the energy level. The vibe, the cheer, the mood, the average day-to-day. Energy captains. There's no fucking such thing in computer code. No fucking such thing. A computer, a simulation, or a quantum computer requires more energy than it gives back to. That's a problem. So the way that they're powering these data centers is parasitic. So if it's parasitic energy in, then it's parasitic energy out. They understand physics? Right. That's why Indiana just voted to get rid of one of those data centers. Thank God. It ruins the water. And if you fuck up the water, you're gonna fuck up the people. So why do we need the AI then? If there's no people there? Sounds kind of fucking stupid, right? That's how you know these people in the AI boardrooms are in low vibrational meetings now. Because all their ideas are stupid. I mean, from dimensions, like it's stupid. Like, you're wasting energy, you're wasting money, it's not good enough to take over the other things, and it doesn't address the solutions to the existing problems. You're gonna ignore all of that, which they can now, they're a company. They're gonna ignore all the other issues and just focus on, if we can get it on and connected, then this other reality we're projecting will happen, because it has to. And they're used to that formula. They're used to a formula in a society where things weren't thinking. And they're also used to a society that did not have the advantages of also having ChatGPT and Google, meaning people can think like you. Thus your idea doesn't stand up in energy. It's like, nigga, we heard about this. We saw this on Black Mirror. That's not that interesting, though. The other company in India tried to do that and it failed. Now we can go on TikTok and talk to Chinese people and they're already doing that. So it's harder for them to sell it and pitch it to anybody. Novelty, energy. So it's a low vibrational energy idea now, even, to start an AI company. To do what? You're gonna use AI to do what? What are we talking about? Everyone losing their jobs already. You're introducing something that's gonna take more jobs away. Like, you think that's a good idea with the polarity of jobs going down? You wanna talk to society about how this new thing can take their jobs away more? You see, when you understand the energy, then you understand why it's stupid. That's a sin. It's going the wrong way. Sin. Turn around and sin no more. Like, you're going the wrong direction, bro. Even with the tariffs, right? You have the issue with drugs. Damn it. Where's the damn cord? Oh, don't fall, bro. Oh, you guys. Before this shit just die on me. I be forgetting this battery be lying to me. Oh, that's an air mattress. I had to give the guy in the wheelchair the good one. I'm so kind, aren't I? I am. But yeah, it's an energy thing. It's an energy thing. Shout out Noel. Shout out Seven Sounds. Glad you're still with us, brother. Salute. What do you mean? Why wouldn't I still be with y'all? Y'all be coming back out of nowhere, be talking to me like I died and like I went somewhere besides to this YouTube channel for the past year. Jonathan L's in the building. Noel says Coco almost activated MG's field goal contract. That's hilarious. Forcell says protect this man at all costs. Thanks for popping back out, MG. Shout to you, Forcell. Jayon baby facts. Forcell says it's the narc in her, but she can't help it. But she can. Gorilla Gospel, how you doing? Jayon baby says the tribe has reassembled and energy is 100%. Power provided by MG. Power provided by y'all too, man. No cap in my rap, man. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all being with me on my journey. Whatever this is, however this is going to be remembered much later in life, I don't know. But because I didn't have a whole bunch of physical contact with real people in my life, being on the internet allowed me to create a simulation, if you will, of connectivity to other people. Even if I've never met you guys, or I don't know what half of you look like, actually. I don't know who mama I'll be talking about. But I appreciate the exchange of energy, even with you converting your idea to a text message. And then I'm able to translate that to energy in my own mind, so it simulates itself. I imagine everyone a certain way, if you will, in that reality. So I can't be one of the people that says, well, I ain't got nobody to listen to me. That's never been true, right? Or I can't say I can't talk to anybody. That'll never be true because of this moment, because of this experience, because of you guys. So I'm never like all the way isolated because of this. And what I'm saying is, that means I can only drop below a certain level. In narrative, I can't say it ain't this, ain't that, ain't that. It might not be a 7, but it's definitely not -4 because I have everyone from the Discord and people that kind of get in and out. Because I've been around the whole time. I didn't go nowhere. I've had this channel the whole year. But I think for whatever reason, where I couldn't promote it nowhere either with the new algorithm. So you wouldn't have crossed it unless 3 a.m. where MG the Future showed up and then finally YouTube nudged you. But people found me right away. Like, I wasn't gone. I never stopped streaming is what I'm trying to say to you. But because of that experience too, it's interesting to me in this season, right? A whole different wavelength, that I want a season or two without some of you. But now in this fall or this harvest season, a lot of those names and faces are coming back too. So for me, it was a much needed decompression of things I was paying attention to and doing and repeating that wasn't going nowhere because of the energy of my life changed. So it was a depression of energy in this space. And then now, after going through some other real life things that required me to show up energetically, now I'm getting from a 5 to a 6 again. And then boom, now more people from the past. Even my aunt suddenly calling. She hasn't called in 3 months. She don't call a lot at all, either way, but it's a marker for me. Like, last time I talked to her was 3 months ago. And the last time I seen some of your faces was 6 or 9 months ago, right? And what I'm saying is now all at once, energetically, more and more people are entering back into my field or attention, however this is interpreted. I don't know. We don't have a language model for it yet because it's different than real life. But back in at least in the same collective consciousness for a few moments of our day versus by yourself versus 3 people versus one-on-one phone call. That field is expanding again. And I haven't done anything different per se, outside of everything that's internal, in surviving day by day, like everyone else had to, right? So it's very symbolic of energy shifting. So I appreciate you guys because of that. At the very least, and no disrespect, but at the very least, you guys are indicating to me that the energy is still moving. That at least I'm moving forward because more people are back in that. More people back in the chat room, new people are subscribing. And it's not, for me, it's not linear. It's not like, 50,000, 70,000. No. If you convert everything to energy, it was 20 people. Now it's 30 people. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm looking at the energy of what that means, the difference, the delta. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about deltas. The delta of energy. My last channel with 50,000 subscribers, they played me and only notified 100 to 150 people best. I'm at less than 1,000 subscribers, and I'm gonna get to 50 and 80 next. I'm not at 1,000 subscribers yet, and the ratio of feedback from people is way higher, if you understand. So I look at the quality or delta of that. Keeping my old channel wouldn't have given me a measurement of where my energy was going. Outside of like replay value, or if you're doing like old videos and people, monetization level, you notice it through the money. The energy will show up in the Google AdSense, if you will, or it used to. You remember those days? But yeah, and that wasn't enough. They cut us really hard on that. It wasn't enough. It didn't make sense. It started working. That's again, it wasn't fair anymore. It started requiring you to put in more energy to keep those numbers up, and then there's a lesser payout. That's pimping. That's extortion. You know what I'm saying? Theoretically, like in the dynamic of the energy between Google, YouTube, and the creators. Like you have new guidelines, new requirements. You change the algorithm whenever the fuck you want to, but now the number of ad revenue is so fucking low that your average requires more than average energy to create more content or to adjust. And to me, that's fucking stupid. You want more out of me for less. Who the fuck are you? You understand? Because we know it's a system. It's not personal. It's just general, and it can generally be any fucking thing. Like, if you want to pay me less, can you notify more of my subscribers at least? You know what I'm saying? They don't know how to compromise anything. They don't know how to be fair. See what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Like in their realm, in tech world. So that's why I don't. When people say, "Hey man, glad you're back. Where you been?" I'm like, I haven't been anywhere. I've never cared about that channel. I cared about the people that it helped. I didn't care about YouTube. I'm not like, and I mean this in no weird way, but I'm not like Busy Works Beats in them. I don't get off on saying I've taught millions of people how to right click and scalar. Like, no, I don't, nigga, no. I was doing that shit because I wanted to. I was doing that shit because that shit I wanted to learn how to do too. I taught myself by teaching everyone else. I was learning music production at a higher frequency. That's all. And I was able to record it and share it with people as a mirror map. Not to follow the steps, not to do a certain thing. It wasn't a course. I'm not a teacher in that way. I'm not a school teacher. I'm not an academic teacher. I'm just a dude that knows how to communicate things that I'm doing, which teaches people things. But the biggest thing that I was teaching people was how to think. To have another altar, to have another degree to think about things. Not to think like me, but to be able to think like me if you needed to. Like, how else do people see these things? How else do people approach this problem? How else do people talk about sampling? How else do people look at the aliens? How else? It's like just a different way to see it. So I'm not teaching the person like, this is step A to step B, do it and you'll win. No, I was like, hey, there's 100 ways to skin this cat, but check out how I skin the cat. It's gonna take me 5 minutes. You don't have to do it fast. Some people don't need to do it fast. They got so much time in the day. They want to use the method that's going to help their routine be extended. But I'm like, no, I'm gonna finish this beat in 5 minutes, and then be indifferent towards it, and be like, all right, what's next? I wanted to show people that because so many people romanticize the process, and in that romanticization, they skewed the values, and then in skewing the values, they misled everyone, and then you find out your fucking favorite producers aren't even fucking beat makers. Cool story, bitch. Meanwhile, I want to do all three of it in front of you. So you understand, like, this kid is just fucking around. But he's going to produce the beat. He's going to sing an auto-tune from a freestyle without writing anything. And then he's going to mix it and then put it in Lander and have it uploaded in DistroKid before I get home from work. Why am I waiting 6 months for my favorite artist to do one song? If they're talented, they can do that one song in a weekend, right? Why haven't they done it? That's what I was teaching people. I was teaching people that there's no excuses for anything that our collective zeitgeist about music production at least was about. Then I started turning into the territory of the modern woke or the modern Alex Jones overlap. And then where less black people are represented, and by black people I mean the colloquial connotation of what we've been since the 90s, culture-wise. Like black people aren't usually vocal in those environments or those topics. And then I peered into the politics of it, and I peered into the health thing, which was the most important one out of everything I've taught. But as I was going through it and having to lose 150 pounds and everything in real time while I'm streaming every day, and did it. So For me, it was more about demonstrating thought, and then brothers sticking to their word at least. And no matter how fucked up my life got off screen, I was able to show people consistency. Like, he doesn't run away, he doesn't hide, he doesn't hibernate. Because even after deleting that channel, I made this one right away. I didn't go away. There was nothing to hide from anyway. I'm just saying, like, this wasn't that, is what I'm saying. I'm 40 years old now. I'm not concerned with Fruity Loops, music industry, and proving a point about me being good at beats anymore, as I was when I started, right? When we were competing to be like Scott Storch, Dr. Dre, Pharrell, Timbaland. Been there, done that. And then I taught everyone else too. That was my point. That was my point of all of it. It wasn't to be anything or be anybody. It was actually quite the opposite. It was more of a tertiary call. I don't like unfairness. Because I could read energy when I was younger, I could tell when people are capping or just making up shit or steering a narrative without knowing why, without knowing all the sources and stories behind it, like I do now. But I knew it was flawed. And I knew it was flawed because I could do it differently. So I wanted to show people they didn't have to go to school or be white or this or that and all these stereotypical things of the old world. I was like, you can just fucking be yourself. Can you fucking imagine that shit? You do whatever the fuck you said you're gonna do. That ain't mean you don't like it. You can make it damn near through everything if I can. That's what it was. That's all it was. I wasn't going nowhere. I wasn't getting to 1 million subscribers. I give no fucks about that. I wanted to know and prove to myself that I can provide and become everything that I was denied access to, or what I didn't have access to as a kid. An older black guy that got it. Whatever it is. That there's another version of us. I'm a kid that grew up skateboarding, living in the hood. That's very uncommon for my timeline. Rollerblading, extreme bike shit. I'm like a white boy in that sense. Extreme game kid. An extreme kid that can fight and win. An extreme game kid that can fight and win and get straight A's. An extreme game kid that can fight and win and get straight A's, ain't got no mother, and dad is going through all the shit. No benefits. Like, went through the bullshit for real and watched him and all of them go through the bullshit for real. And then get on fucking YouTube. All washed up. 300 something pounds. And say, fuck it. Before I stop making these beats, let me show them everything I taught myself. Oh, there's some new shit, some new plugins. Oh, y'all want to pay me a little bit? Shit, well, let me do it more. That's it. That's it. I didn't come on YouTube with no intentions. In that way. I just wanted to prove these motherfuckers wrong. I'm a Sagittarius, nigga. They be forgetting that part. We do it for a whole different value system. I don't know what the fuck that is. I'm a Sagittarius times 4. I'm a Scorpio times 3. That's why they can't fuck with me. They can't fuck with the Scorpio side of me. But it's led by Sagittarius. It's not like a Scorpio. I'm a Sagittarius with the shadow, the mind, the thoughts, the feelings of a Scorpio. But I have the drive of a Sagittarius. I'm going to fucking stab you. I'm not going to miss. I will take the tail off and shoot it at you. That type of shit, if you think about the energy. So, yeah. I didn't see us anywhere. I didn't see us. I couldn't find us. You get lost in forums with names. So I put myself on camera. Tough. I told our background stories and some of the things that we had in common. Things I haven't heard other podcasts or people say. I was on some real nigga shit. Whether or not they can detect it. They know that only real niggas would know those stories anyway. Right. So I didn't see us anywhere. I seen black people. I seen people of color. I seen Africans. I didn't see us. I didn't see anyone talk about their grandmother Indian and standing on business. I seen a whole lot of Choctaws from the Midwest, but I didn't see a whole bunch of Cherokees from the East Side. What happened to us? Yeah, I was putting on for the set. I know I'm Indian already. I didn't see no Indians out here. Yeah, I'm not in their statistics. I'm misclassified. I am an American Indian, the real kind. Nothing else. So yeah, I was hoping that that would wake something up, maybe. My name is my name. Sabu, what? Can you stop it? Why are you interrogating? Can you prevent this? I doubt it. Gorilla, I have to go. Peace to you, brother Abdul. Hey, buddy, you want to know about Islam? I am Islam. I'm Sidi Muhammad. You want to learn about Sidi Muhammad? Jonathan L. Hey, buddy. But yeah, so shout out to Forcell and Jayon and everybody for finding me again, bro. It's a sign. I think it's wonderful. Yeah, man. I think I'm the only American Indian that taught this stuff on YouTube. I might be the only American Indian teacher on YouTube, actually. We're not all Africans. It's all good. That's why I could do history different. My variables implied in all of their stories. How did you do American history without Indians? How can anyone immigrate and teach it? See, I'm asking that question because I know what American Indian means. We're in America before everybody else. So I live my life peering and wondering that, like, why am I listening to foreigners? And I don't mean that in a flippant social way. I mean, like, quite literally, if I'm an American Indian, why am I, as an American Indian, listening to a foreigner? In any of the dimensions here, at least, where America had Indians. And then they'll tell you a story. That'll make sense to me, though. We know what the narrative is, but it's not fair, it's not right. It doesn't even make sense in their law system. Because wars and all that does not stop me from being an American Indian. What is the reclassification about? That's the part that's the foul part. See, they give you a false pretense for your reality, so you shuffle into this character class. We know. And everyone else does it too. They just don't pick the black class. So then the black class is the de facto slave, bottom minority class, even if you're not that. And then it has its own narrative and political agenda and leaders and thought. You know how they created this system now. But what I'm saying is when you're a kid, you're like, no, my grandma Indian. They can tell by my hair when I used to have it. Everybody was like, can I touch your hair? Like if I grew an afro to get braids, because I couldn't braid my hair either. It's too curly. My hair naturally unbraids. I have a whole different hair texture. So for me, it was like, my grandmother Indian. That's why it's like that. I have all kinds of different hair types. I'm a mixed Indian. I'm all of the tribes of Israel in one, bro. I'm Jacob. I'm his grandson. I'm Jacob. I'm all the ingredients of Jacob. I'm Jacob. I'm Isaac. I'm Abraham. I'm Otto. Abraham is Otto the first. I'm Otto the 21st. I'm 20 degrees removed from Abraham. Because I'm Indian. We are the Indians. The people in the Bible are the Indians. That's like the illest thing about it. If you understand, we're colonized by Christians after the Civil War, not before it. No, that's not the story for Indians. For Africans and all that shit, I don't know. allegedly. But again, they ain't got shit to do with me. So I ain't got to start with Africa and none of them niggas. I'm talking about the slavers and all that bullshit with the church. No. We built the church over here. I'm Indian. We had a church way before these niggas. We in the Bible. What are they talking about? You know what I'm saying? And you dedicate your whole life to proving that, validating it, and finding others. Because when you're Indian or you're those people in that book, you know that something's off. Even when you read that book, you know like something's not resonating. You know that someone's pretending, someone's playing in my face, someone's taking something from me. Something is wrong about this. Because I know as an intellect that none of that shit makes sense. Irregardless of who I was. I could have just been any Indian and it would still be the same problems. But not only am I just Indian, American Indian, I'm the American Indian. The first word that come out their mouth is my grandfather and grandmother. John Smith and Pocahontas are my grandparents. So they tell the story of America starting with my grandfather and my grandmother. Like, I'm that Indian. Like, I'm the Indian. Like, if you're calling niggas Indians and you're talking to people after us, you're talking about my family, right? If you're talking about rules, laws, land, King Jamestown, Maryland, King James Bible, King James English from John Smith. Yeah, that's because that's his son. He's not a slaver. He's not a colonizer. John, Prester John, or Hakata Khan brought Genghis Khan's book here because he's the emperor of the whole fucking world. And the people here from Jerusalem and Jerusalem know that we're Israel already. So we didn't invade them. We're the same fucking people. We're Afro-Asiatic. They call us Indian. The Americans that were here are Afro-Asiatic. John Smith, my father, Hakata Khan, is Afro-Asiatic. Same. Carlos V, same story. He's a Khan too. I think he's his father, or it's Genghis, Carlos, John. Father, son, grandson, or some shit like that. But on both sides of my family, the father and the son, right? Reconnected. It wouldn't make a difference though. They're both Afro-Asiatics. They're both the bloodline of the Emperor Genghis. So when you start learning that history and that story from Tartary and Anatoly Fomenko, then your world get really different. Because then you'd be like, not only is the history wrong, but a lot of that history never happened because it's wrong. It's wrong because they made it up. None of that shit happened that way. There's elements of it that's true where they can stitch together the narrative of why they ass is here. But outside of them justifying their existence here, in terms of judgments and the systems and priorities of the bank, before that, no, they weren't. Because we're not Africans. So you remove the Amistad, you remove all those stories that come with it, 12 years of slavery, had nothing to do with us. But this is important, who we are. It's we're American Indians, like the whole thing is ours. Like it's not, we didn't subdivide it. There's no one to subdivide it with. All of this is our family. This is Israel and Jerusalem, like New Jerusalem, New Madrid, New France. It's the new generation. All of those are tribes of Israel, because they all use a phonetic language. We're the Phoenicians, right? Cherokees, Phoenix people, those who resurrect, those who reincarnate, like Jesus. Same story. They use a different language model, but remember, the Indians use a different language model because they're in the fucking Bible. Everybody else is converting to the church for benefits, doctrines, palpables. That's not us. We don't need none of that. Why would I need to claim non-Christian land if I'm a non-Christian Judean? Correct. So John Smith couldn't be a white guy, and he couldn't be working for the church. Nigga, he is the Pope. Prester John Smith is the Emperor of America. He's converting someone to what? He's going to use the Bible for what? What the fuck are they talking about? Pocahontas Rebecca is the Empress of America. This is one of Mama Inga's daughters. Just like Queen Khalifa is. Same family tree. Yeah, those are my ancestors quite literally as an American Indian. Their history is mythological and you don't know details about it. Yeah, they spent a lot of time killing us, hanging us, and burning us down, just like they said they did to an African. Nah, they did that to all the children of Israel. They're still doing it now, aren't they? And they got the wrong targets, but they're still doing it, right? So imagine that for the past 200 years. But it started here. See, when I tell that story, then things start to shift and change gears. It's a bigger problem now, right? I've elevated the issue. I elevated the support ticket to tier 2 and tier 3 now. And then you learn on that region. And then by that time, I lose most people. Most people don't have the time or the energy. There it is. Most people don't have the energy to go there and validate it and prove it for themselves. Cool. Don't need them. I go to tier 4 now. All right. They at least acknowledge that my daddy is the first European to marry an American Indian. They had a baby. Queen Elizabeth, my grandmother. What am I? Even if I use their system, I'm that side of the world, emperor, and I'm this side of the world's empress son, right? We can downgrade it. I'm the king of Europe and the queen of the East Coast, grandson. I could dumb it down more. I'm the first person to ever step foot in North America, and I'm the first or the longest descendant that ever existed in America's damn son. Either however they want to code switch this for their appetite. That's who I am. I'm Dwayne the Son Smith. I'm King James of New England's grandson. He's a black guy. Judean. That's why his name's on the book. It's his Bible. It's not his version. It's his Bible. What that means is, he didn't come up with the Bible and say, here, take my Bible. No. He's not the king. He's not the king of English. Those are angels, by the way. He's the king of New England colonies of angels. That's not a man's name on that book. King James is not a white boy in Game of Thrones or Tudors. King James is not a white boy at all, so they've never done that show. The Moors will say King James is the Moor and he was the head of Scotland. Nova Scotia. You're talking about America, genius. Everything came over here, became new. Then I guess they turned it white. But we know the date, after 1611. If our brothers and everyone, Khans, this is the Ottoman Empire, by the way. Kalo Khan is Carlos V, Charles V, Otto V. He's a Khan, Afro-Asiatic. I'm Afro-Asiatic. All of the Khans are Afro-Asiatics. They're the same family. They're Khans because they're angels. Yeah, they don't. Like if you read the book Bloodline of the Gods, they're like, bloodline H or B. That's the angelic bloodline. Meaning, however you interpret that dimensionally, all they're saying is, we're mixing with something else of a previous civilization that does not appear anymore, but they appear in the paintings, drawings, and references. There's references that they had hybrid kids, us. That's as far as we have to take it. You ain't got to talk about the spaceship or what planet. You ain't got to go there. They know for sure, one thing's for sure, two things for certain. We have royal bloodlines, we blue blood. What they're saying is we're from somewhere else. That's all as far as you gotta go. So that informs you as an American Indian is that your story don't even start on this planet. So think about how more fucked up it is that your ancestry created this realm and now you're subservient to a bunch of idiots. Fundamentally, right? Who don't believe in stars, angels, and planets and other locations. Like this seems like everyone's first time here. Cannot be that way for me, at least. It might be true for people. I can never resonate. Now I gotta go to tier 5. Like, I can't even resonate with most people who think this is the first time they live and the first time they die. I'm Phoenician, I'm Cherokee. We believe in reincarnation, we're Hindus. Hindoo. Bharata Kingdom? Yeah, we're not Bharatas, we're Tartarians. So we're 2 pedigrees above them. So we're talking about the movement of royals and nobles. We're not talking about the movement of people who live in the land. We're not talking about people. We're talking about hybrids. Hybrids have technology, so they're all over this bitch. People are building boats. 2 different things. The angels talk to people. Same story, same story, same story, same story. So it's a degree system of humanity. American Indians are Israel. They're the descendants of Noah. Now, when you go into America's book, you talk about the South America, Andes and stuff, and the lore of the Native Americans misclassification, they said, yeah, during the last flood, we were lifted into a house in the sky, a craft, and when the flood was over, they were brought back down to the Andes, and they started a new Inca civilization. Mama Inga is an angel, same story. Angel because she has a craft that can fly into the sky. Like she has wings, she can fly. That's how a human would interpret that. We're not the humans interpreting. It's our book. King James, King Jesus, King Genghis Khan, Temujin is a half man, half angel. That's why he's the son of God. So his father is from another planet. Yes. Everybody know that. That's why they believe in him. So what are they really saying they're believing in him? They're believing in the potential that a more advanced civilization from another planet comes here and has a kid. Yes, obviously. The end. They don't go no further than that. You saw these goddamn UAPs. So one of those flavors or classes of UAPs come down here and be fucking bitches. And then if they have hybrid kid mixes, obviously genetically compatible or humanoid, then that kid ends up being different than the humanoids. Yes, same fucking story, bro. So you don't have to get all fucking religious and romantic about it. It's quite literally everything the Nazis are working on. They've known this since World War I and World War II, bro. They know that. So it gave me so much clearance, if you will, to consider it, because these motherfuckers are all over this place ruining the fucking world, because fundamentally their science is they come from a different planet. They stand on business about that, boy. They think they're God chosen because they come from another planet. They're not God. They're not our God's chosen. They come from a different God, different planet. Cool fucking story. Problem is with this story is, even if they had a similar story to us, and they had a Yokub, Jacob, just like Israel too, it wasn't here. I'm still fucking here, nigga. They referencing my fucking Bible. Like, how the fuck they want to be Judean if I'm the damn Judean son? I'm the Judah. You know what I'm saying? I'm Judah's son. I'm Judah's grandson. That's where you get Jew from. So I'm not Jewish. I didn't put a fucking bullshit on my head and do all that dumb shit they be on. That's ritual. That's routine. That's for humans. Judah's not a human. The fuck? They're the leaders of angels. Jesus and the 12 disciples. I'm talking about brothers and sisters. He's the son of a God. So who's his brothers and sisters? Sons and daughters of God. The end. Like that's why you need algebra. You see what I'm saying? See, we don't understand the Bible because we're reading it with mixed polarity and variables. We're going from human to monkey to mankind to black to African to white, and you skip around all these fucking people the whole time they're Egyptian. And America is Egypt. So American Indians come from where? Depending on what year it is, you call it America if you're being colonized, or if it's a little bit earlier, you'd call it Egypt. A-E-G-Y-P-T. Gupta territory, Midgard. Guess what? No matter what the fuck you call it, no matter what map it is, no matter what year it is, we the same niggas that always been here. That's what we be talking about. So the Indians are the Egyptians, and the Egyptians are in the Bible. Yes, the Bible is American. Thank you. King James English. I'm King James' grandson. I'm an American Indian that speaks English, and it's my father's language. So what is English? American. Tell them to shut the fuck up. English for angels, bro. These are the new angel colonies. English is from America. They're rulers of the world, though. Don't get twisted on Khan James. On Khan Jameson. On King James. He's the ruler of the whole fucking thing. He's the Ottoman emperor. The fuck are they talking about? An emperor, not a king. You call him King James because it's not king, it's Khan. King and Khan, similar, but not the same. It's Khan Jameson. Genghis Khan. Yenghis Khan. San Yenghis. Yang, like yin and yang? Yeah, like gods. Yeah, not man, not monkeys. There's more like Freezer. They're more like Freezer than they are Goku. But we're mixed. 3 Khans in one. I'm 3 Khans in one. James, Carlos, and John. Same story all over again. Like fathers, like sons. I'm more of them than I'm not because it's so genetically incest. But it's not. It's not like mom and dad shit. It's like from back in the day. 400 years later, all the mixes left, mixed again, and brought us back together again. We're Humpty Dumpty for real. I'm 6'3". Angelics. Tartarians were taller. I'm a Moor. That means they shrunk us again by fucking on something different. Mm-hmm. They call him Little Stephen. Little Venus, Little Eve. Evelyn, Estevancico. He's Eve the Fifth. My grandfather. Azamori, Mansa Musa. Mansa Musa's my grandfather. Montezuma of Mexico, the Empire, the Emperor. That's my grandfather. That's all the same guy. Carlos V. Ablu Khan or whatever it is. Genghis Khan's son. My grandfather. The emperor of everything they talk about in their fucking history, what they stole from us, they didn't just steal the fucking states and the farms, bitch. They stole the empire. And the empire strikes back. You seen that movie? I'm the empire, by the way. I am the empire of Israel and Jerusalem. So they can't be Jewish. White people ain't in that damn boat. They're not from America. And they lying about history. I know that at least. And I know why. I know who my daddy is. All my daddies came to America, didn't they? Well, let's switch it. What if they didn't come to America because they're fucking liars? What if they already from America, prodigal son? You gotta leave America if you run the whole fucking moon, don't you? You might have to go back and fucking forth. I could have sworn that's what we were doing. I ain't got nothing to do with white people and Portuguese and Spanish niggas. They still speaking our language. A language that comes from angels. So tell them to shut the fuck up. That's what I was saying. That's how I had to prove that for 10 years. Like, I knew what the fuck I was talking about. But now everyone knows why I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Because I'm reverse engineering myself. You know? You gotta figure out why you're different. Or how you're different. And then how intensely different things really are. So I get caught up in just teaching it. Because I know if I'm a freak accident of genetic nature, how many more of these angels have kids down here? I know a lot of them angels had kids according to Enoch. They flooded the whole earth because of that shit. They ain't get all of them, obviously. Noah's one of them. My grandfather. So I'm always going to the book of Enoch. Logically, it's my grandfather. It's the book of my grandfather Enoch. Otto the first grandfather. Abraham's. Abraham comes from them. Otto the first. Charles the first. He's a giant. From Egypt, right? Chaldean, right? America. So it don't matter what the fuck they drew over there and put over there. I get it. No disrespect to humans over there. Abraham ain't a human though. So it doesn't matter if there was a human version of this story, if you understand the story. Everyone in this story should be tall as fuck. At least. David was slaying down giants for real, bro. They weren't doing no alliteration. They weren't making up giants, nigga. My grandfather was killing giants for real. That's not to say he was small. Look at Moors versus Wildmen. Look at the average height of the Wildmen. Then look at the average height of the Moors. You're gonna notice something right away. All the Moors ain't the same size, are they? But all the Wildmen are. Yeah, we had to kill giants. That painting's from 1400s. Those are our kingdoms. My family. We fought giants for real. Look it up. Moors versus Wildmen tapestry. Those are my father's kingdoms. Being attacked by tall white people, right? Look at the people on the boat. Look at the two little people in the castle. You got Tartarians and Moors in the same fucking picture, don't you? Yeah, Genghis Khan is the king of kings of Tartarians. He was the king of giants. He's a Moor, though. Jesus is a man amongst giants. Motherfuckers. It's before the painting, right? The Bible is before 1400s, right? But there's giants in the 1400s. There's giants in America in the 1600s. Spain writing about them. I can find it for you. No one made that up. It's just that other people who are neither one of us is lying about it. The fuck I care. I don't give a fuck what they think. This ain't their thing to think about. This ain't their language. This ain't their people. This ain't their Bible. This ain't their land. So for me, when I go to tier 5, I can't even consider what they're talking about. To protect my energy. Because I have to drop all the way down to surface level in 6th grade biology to talk about what we learned in a fucking McGraw-Israel textbook. These motherfuckers ain't even Israel, so how the fuck they gonna teach me? These motherfuckers in the wrong map, wrong skin color, wrong height, wrong relationship to the sun, wrong decision making, wrong polarity of narcissism, wrong valor, wrong honor, and they can't even fucking fight. Nah, they ain't no fucking cons, nigga. Are you stupid? See that? But I have to keep that to myself because I know why no one knows that. That's why I taught it. I had no choice. I don't have a free will. There's nothing free about my life. I'm Genghis Khan's 14th grandson. Ain't none of this shit right. For me. I get to watch them paint all my people white. And they make up lies and ducktails about where they niggas is and ain't. Like, where your grandmother stay, bitch? And why are you here? You see what I'm saying? It's the wrong pretense. It's the wrong energy level for them. They can't fix that either. That's the illest shit about it. I can't dig them out of that grave. I cannot revive them. They're gonna have to die on that hill. Giant mounds, didn't we build them? So the same American Indians that come from Genghis Khan that was fighting giants over there buried a whole bunch of giants over here. Can you fucking imagine that story? Like that's the story of the whole fucking world when it was black, but all of a sudden white people show up and it's not the story no more. Like that type of difference. That's a cool story though, because we are not people. So it's not our story. So they have no choice, right? They can't all of a sudden become giants and descendants of angels and do a linear timeline whitewash. They have to pretend that there's a different King James of Europe that's just a king and not an emperor, and that he had beefs with people who ought to be his same fucking family since it's all Israel. And then you just go down that story, but no. King James English is for the Bible, boy. So who wrote the Bible? Who wrote the Quran? Israelites, right? All the prophets, most of the prophets in the Quran are Israelites. You know that, right? So from the Bible, right? Sabbateans, Sabbath people, Israel. Same story. South Carolina has the crescent moon and the star for its flag, don't it? Alabama, Tallahassee, remember the Alamo, right? Right over here, wasn't it? With the American fucking Indians, right? The chief of the Cherokee, my grandfather, with a toboggan on and a fucking feather in his head. A Ben Sawadi, right? That's what they call him in Arabic. Chief of the Cherokee. My grandmother's the empress of the Cherokee. Now imagine that story. So we're Mohammedans. First of all, when they met us. So it's the Christian church versus the Mohammedans. What has changed? This came up today. That's how funny this frequency is. I walked into the store before I went live streaming. And I talked to the older guy, the lighter skinned one, and they're into God or Jesus or something. But I don't think they're Israel, but they're from that region. And the other guy, he's darker, but they're like related. They're brothers or cousins. He's usually quiet. He's the more serious one. He was about to stab that guy that night, if you saw that video. He says something in his language, and the guy answers, oh, he's Indian, American Indian. He's mixed. And I was picking up on it that he was getting verification, like, what, you want me to break down the Carfax real quick? So he came from unloading the drinks, and he came around the corner, around the, to the side of the counter. And I tell him, I start stacking. I said, are y'all familiar with King James? Yeah, that's my grandfather. So his son, Prester John, came to the Americas and started the New England colonies. So if you're familiar with that, because they're foreigners, and they're older, and they're above 50. I was like, all that. And they're listening to me, like, they're studied. They're like, yeah, that's my grandfather. But he's not white, he's this. And he was like, oh. And so the dark-skinned one, he started speaking English. He was like, oh. So like the kings and stuff. I said, kinda. I said, but they're actually Khans. I said, are you familiar with the Khans? And then he started to tell the other guy, he's talking about like in Turkey and all that stuff. He's like, yeah, you come from a good bloodline. Here's the most important part not to miss about this story. These people don't know me from Adam and Eve. They're not from this country originally. They probably got here within the last 20 years. Got kids here and everything, right? They know enough about history from being over there that when I told him I was a descendant of a Khan, he even fucking questioned it. He triangulated where exactly the fuck we were, instantly, before we left. And then he told me that those of us who were there, where he picked, you're a good people. You're a good bloodline. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if you don't stack and say this shit out loud, you'll never get those confirmations from people from that side. Like, he told me, like, oh, I know who you are. He's looking at me. He knows it's not a white guy. He knows it's not a Chinese guy. He's looking at this tall 6'3" nigga with a feather in his head. He goes, Khan. I can't. Oh, yeah. The king. No. Yeah, you're the Khans. Yeah. You come from a good bloodline. In real life, that just happened this morning. He was wondering. He was talking in his own language, trying to figure out what I was from another guy. And then he started talking to me about history. Talking about Turkey and Hungary and shit like that. He's talking about Istanbul. Yeah, the capital over there. Yeah, that's just one of them though. Then you have the other capital, Granada, Red House, over there. Oh, that's just one of them. Then you have the Blue House on Blue Lodge over here, huh? That's just one of them. Then you have the White House on the White Lodge over there. Yeah, that's another one. He's not a king of a house, nigga. He's a king of all kings. He's their father. He's their fucking father. He's a king of kings because all of them are his kids. Israel, part 2. Israel, part 4. Israel, part 5. It's the kingdom of Israel and Jerusalem as you understand it in the Bible in English. But of course, if we're not speaking English at the time, we're calling it something else. But it's describing the same people: Muhammad, Michael, Mehmet, Genghis, Jesus, Isa, Heru. The whole fucking world got the same story, don't they? Ain't that what they say? Well, Jesus ain't the only one that reincarnated because his other identity reincarnated, his other identity reincarnated, his daddy reincarnated, his grandson reincarnated. Yes, stupid ass. Yeah, dumbass. You're talking about the Phoenicians. You call them Moors. Yeah, those are pedigrees of people. They're Orientales, meaning they're Afro-Asiatic. Yeah, you're talking about Afro-Asiatics. That's what Khans are. But the Khans are the ones who rule it. The fuck? They're like Jesus' only story is the Bible or something. Like that nigga didn't like live and grow up and have fist fights and do all kind of shit as a king of kings. And then after they do that little gospel entry, like he didn't move the fuck on after all his niggas tried to kill him. After his best friend set him up. And he's more sad that his best friend would do that because he didn't trust him. But then he can't resolve it because his best friend killed himself. You think he want to hang around? He got this baddie that got frankincense and myrrh washing his feet down. They ain't no hoe labor. They ain't no hoe wages. That's what Judas was saying. Like, damn, girl, that's a lot of fucking money. We could have fed this whole village with this shit. She's like, whatever, nigga. Boom. You don't think you think she stopped pursuing him? They don't understand fucking anything. But they gonna watch fucking Aladdin. A Tartarian story about Solomon and Sheba. My fucking grandparents. Like, are they serious? Aladdin is Solomon and Sheba. Is that fucking Judah or not? Is that in the Bible or not? Solomon and Sheba are biblical characters and a Quran character? Two different families, right? Romeo and Juliet, right? Right. So what happens when they have kids? Are they one or the other, or are they both? All right then. So what are they talking about? Agrabah is Indian. Nigga, I'm Hindu. I'm Maratha Kingdom, not Bharata. They're smaller. So what, bitch? We are the sons of those people. There's other people here, obviously. That's what the Bible says. Obviously. And then we got passage to the promised land, America again, by the way, because Abraham left here. When we come back, there's people already here, right? Other tribes from earlier in the Bible. Ain't that fucking convenient? When Caleb and Aaron do the scouting, they name all the other tribes that are here already. Ain't that a bitch? From earlier in the Bible. Amorites and everything. Amorites in America? Can you fucking imagine that shit? The fuck are they talking about? Moors are Amorites, Moabites, and these other things. These other tribes. Just the Moorish Declaration of Chicago. Rahm Emanuel, Barack Obama's lawyer or guy for law when he was a president. He wrote the proclamation up. He read that shit. He signed it anyway. So he knows that Moors are the tribes of the Bible. That's today. You can look that up. But it's in law, not in connotation, not in gnosis, not in McGraw-Hill, not in your general board of education funded by the Rockefellers who are pretending to be Jewish. Of course fucking not. You didn't learn shit. These motherfuckers ain't who they say they are. Ain't that what everyone's talking about these days? That's what my point is. You gotta wait for everybody else to talk about this shit to even consider it. Like, there was no 6 million people there. And fucking Auschwitz was in Poland. How the fuck they get up in Palestine? I thought it was Nazi Germany, bitch. Like, come on now. Well, Hitler took over Poland too. Yeah, nigga. So these people are Polish, fool. Am I Poland, bitch? Don't answer that. Don't tell me my father was the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. That will include Poland, bitch. That don't make me Polish, shit. Like, damn, they're Afro-Asiatics, they're Orientalists, they're Moors. Israel. Semitic, Afro-Asiatic, Jew. Judean, Judah, Yudah, Judge, Yangus, Justice, Isa, Libra, Venus, Lucifer, Temujin. The grandson of Lucifer. Damn, these motherfuckers are stupid. The grandson of Michael. Oh my God. Michael and Lucifer had a child. Lucifer's Venus. Michael's Mercury. This is a moon called Europa. It's like if they had a child. Venus 4 and Jupiter 2. Look it up. You need algebra. The people who wrote the Bible knew algebra. So no matter what they try to change just on words and narratives and polarities, wouldn't fucking matter if you knew the truth. And truth is an equation. Simple. I'm telling you how they did it. I won't figure the rest of it out one day. It's going to take me some time now. I had to learn from scratch again. I had to build this pyramid again. I had to wait for Jonathan, Mr. Now, and everybody else to use their fucking thinking caps, because you know I didn't do good in Algebra 2 the first time. So, I know my fucking limitations in this bitch. But I also know I am who the fuck I said I am. So, even if I never figure it out, it doesn't change that they lied about who I am. And if they lied about who I am, then everything else is a lie. That simple. I am the fucking, the capstone of their bullshit. You don't have to pretend like I am not Dwayne Smith and that, and pretend like my family was the Spony Indians of Virginia. We're not in the the New England colonies. You have to pretend like for the past 400 years, we're not the Cherokees, we're not the Saponis, we're not the whole fucking East Coast. And then the West, because we're Mohammedan too, right? Everyone's moving back and forth fucking other girls part 2. But for my bloodline, that don't matter. Who our granddaddy, bitch? Jesus. The fuck they want me to do about it? No one told them to tell a fucking Roman fairy tale and lie and do sci-fi world about the shit. It's about a real nigga. If he's king of the kings, he's emperor, right? If he's king of kings, they're his sons, right? So the nigga had kids then. The fuck are they talking about? Ooh, Mary Magdalene and the Holy Grail and Da Vinci Code. Shut the fuck up. The fuck are they talking about? Why are white people always talking about my damn father? How they God my father, but they treat us like shit? How their fucking God is Genghis Khan, but they treat us like shit? How the fuck is their God an American Egyptian, but they treat us like we some niggas from Africa? Like, you see how fucking confused and retarded everything is? I hope you do. Because I'm telling you the damn truth. I'm the grandson of King James, the King of Kings, the Emperor of Europa, the European. This is Europa, so the European doesn't mean he came from fucking England and Wales, nigga. This nigga just said he remember us in Istanbul. That means we didn't call it that back then. Come on, dog. Why would the emperor divide the lines into countries, bitch? It's all his. His son over there, his daughter over there, his other son over there, his brother over there, his cousin over there. You seen the map of Mansa Musa, nigga? Them lines is all over that bitch. And that's his son. Genghis is from like 1400s, like 1200s to 1400s time period. These are his sons, bro. Azamori, Carlos V, these are his sons, bro. John Smith, these are their sons, bro. Either way, it's my grandfather, is what I'm saying. I cannot be the bloodline of kings and emperors unless they come from Jesus. That's why that book is all time, all around the world, bitch, because all of it was his. Not as Jesus, though. There's no J in Hebrew. As Genghis. Yeah, same fucking story, ain't it? James. Yeah, I know. It's anglicized for angels, not for white people. They know that, though. You know what I'm saying? They tell you that Genghis was copper-colored. Curly hair, hair of wool. They just didn't tell you that he was a Semite, because then you know he's a Jew, right? You know his grandmother's Ruth the Moabite, a black woman, right? Okay, there it is. There it is. Real simple. Real fucking simple. Ruth the Moabite's a black woman. Lamech, concerned about Noah's pale skin, because he's a black dude. Jesus, a black dude with curly hair. Cool fucking story, bitch. Yeah. Yeah, I have his picture, too. High cheekbones, 2 cornrows, just like all the Cherokee Indians. Who used to speak Arabic before the Civil War. Who used to be considered Phoenicians. That's why they're not Choctaws. Understand everything. So anyway, any fucking way, right? No matter what degree we do this story, they got me fucked up. They got me fucked up as an Indian. They got me fucked up as an American. They got me fucked up as a Cherokee. They got me fucked up as a Saponi. They got me fucked up as a Hindu. They got me fucked up as a European. They got me fucked up as a Moor. They got me fucked up as a descendant of angels. They got me fucked up. And all I can say is that at least I know who's lying about everything. I know who the liars are. Like, I ain't gonna waste my energy with them. Like, it doesn't benefit them. Like, oh, they don't want to know history. They want the cool narrative to keep doing the bullshit they doing in my fucking territory. That's what I'm saying. Now I'm back on the west side, Marauder Kingdom. More like where I started in this bitch. Remember South Carolina and Carolinas with Marauder too. Same story. We got that map too. So I'm on the Marauder side of the west side. I'm Maghreb al-Aqsa, the most extreme west. They don't get no more far west than this shit, bitch. So I'm far out west. I'm in that desert, right down the street from Moab, Utah and shit. Like Judah again. There it is. So I'm right over here on the west side where the Bible takes place. Where the Tartarians crossed down from Alaska to the west coast in the first place over 400 years ago, again. We had the giant elephants over here, nigga. We had the dire wolves. We had the lions, bro. That was our army against giants, not people. The fuck are they read their history, they skim through it. They read that America's book yet? Probably not, right? Because that whole fucking first 2 books of America's book was like, damn, these niggas look just like the Phoenicians. These niggas look just like Genghis Khan. These niggas look just like the niggas we saw in there in Greenland. Oh, you're naming all the places Afro-Asiatics are. Yeah, I wonder. Scattered tribes of Israel, 12 different flavors of niggas. I wonder if they went all over the world with their leaders or emperors. Like, who's stopping them? Ark of the Covenants and spaceships. I wonder if they can get across the fucking mountain, bitch. They're so stupid. Because they downgraded that story to human shit. Not even human. They downgraded it to mankind logic. A book not written by mankind, obviously. If you believe the book. If you don't believe the book, then there ain't no reason to talk about it. Whatever we don't believe about the book, it's still about my damn grandfather. So they can't run away from me with this. But they don't believe, they ain't gotta believe none of that shit. But know this, my name is Smith for Semite. And I'm definitely an Afro-Asiatic. So if I'm Dwayne the Semite, I'm Dwayne the Jew. The end. I'm destined, the design of a god, by the way. El, same story. I'm their child. I'm their child. I'm in their design, genetically. I'm them. The Semites. Jews, Judah, Jerusalem, emperor level of the bloodlines of Israel. That book was written by Judeans, my literal family members, descendants of angels. Same story. So yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu and the Polish people, the Ukrainian people, these people who can't tell they're part white with something. We don't know where they got their noses from. Ashkenaz, Khazarians, or Radonites. All of that's mankind. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it won't even matter what they are to me. They're not in that fucking Bible. The Bible is not following the bloodline of mankind. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Those are two different things, ain't they? Why would it be a small step for man, but a giant leap for mankind? Did you think about that with these fucking Mason, Apollo, Nazi nuts? Probably not, right? Because it sounded like he said the same thing twice, and he did not. He said going to the moon, which they never did, by the way. A small step for a man to get there, but a giant leap for mankind to get there. So if they got there in a giant leap, what are they saying they are? They're mankind, and they knew that when, in the 50s. So what changed? Politics, money? Nah, nigga, this is some mankind bullshit we living through. That's why our vibration is low. With the fucking Mario Brothers sound in the background. Do, 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 do. You niggas. So, yeah. We stacking on these motherfuckers, bro. They're mankind. I'm not mankind. The fuck? I'm not kind of a man. I'm the man. My connect know the man, not the man that know the man. I'm the man they always talking about, in fact. Crazy story. One day Jesus and them will come back. Shut the fuck up. Who the fuck told him that? Where did he go? When did he stop being Genghis? When did he stop? What do you mean one day he'll come back? He had kids already. Y'all ain't got that book? Oh, you mankind. Mind your fucking business then. Why are you talking about angels? If you don't believe in the supernatural or heaven or none of those things, I'm talking to these people. Why the fuck are y'all in our fucking business, bro? Why the fuck are you in America? Why the fuck are you talking English? You're not the Ingles. You're not the Eagles. You didn't land here. You didn't build fucking pyramids, nigga. You can even build a fucking food pyramid correctly. What the fuck are they talking about? That shit irritating, dog. They couldn't build none of this shit they seen here on Tartaria, right? Who's the king of Tartars? Genghis. All right, so the buildings in the style of my father's kingdom. Ain't that where Tesla went? World Fair, Buffalo, New York, right there by Niagara Falls, where we use the water power and shit. They reverse engineering our shit, right? Because they ain't gonna tell me they Mohammedan with them crescent moons and stars everywhere if they came out of Germany, bitch. So I'm stop fucking playing. That shit been there because we been here and we been built it. So, you understand? You go through all the World Fairs of America. Now come back to the West Side. Wasn't that the biggest one? San Francisco World Fair. Look at it real quick. Open your eyes. Doesn't it look like very Shaolin-like? Then you go into a Shaolin temple with Shaolin monks and they'll show you tiny little black people with bald heads teaching them how to fucking fight. Then you have the Boxers' Rebellion. Instead of going bald in the back, they go bald in the front and grow a long-ass ponytail on Genghis Khan. But you don't call them Chinese. They're Afro-Asiatics, dog. They're Jews. They're Jews by blood. They do not have to be in Jerusalem to be a Jew, nigga. Judah is a person. That's their daddy. Israel is a person. That's our daddy. He's Jacob. He's not a place on a fucking colonizer map. You would call it that if you're honoring your mothers and fathers by saying, hey, I'm one of the big brothers now in this generation. I'm gonna name this shit whatever the fuck it needs to be. If I'm in Africa, I call it the Wider Kingdom. There's no J in Hebrew, nigga. So the Weeder Kingdom for Judah Kingdom. We got cousins and brothers over there. Could you fucking imagine? Right next to Ben. Ben and Judah traveled together. So when you see the Shaolin monks and you see the little guy with the bald head, that's Ben. That's the tribe of Ben. Like Benjamin Franklin, short little dude with a bald head, but they made him a white guy. Wake your ass up, Benjamin Banneker. A Jew. My grandfather, I'm a Banks. He is too. Same story. Myersville, Pennsylvania. Westmoreland, Virginia. Saponi, King James, same colonies. Blah, 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 blah. Same story. But what? 300 fucking years later, 200 years later. Same people though. We only fucking each other, bro. We're the only ones here. Unless we go back over there and get another strange bitch and bring her over here. But still her kids will end up mixing with these. They're gonna turn into the same thing all over again, ain't they? So that's what I'm saying. We just keep turning into the same thing anyway. If we keep fucking the same people with the same genetics. Because we're compatible as a species. That's the difference. So yeah, survival of the fittest, I guess. Whatever the fuck that is. It's no Darwinism here. It's common fucking sense. So we're living through the awareness and awakening and the revelations or the veil lifting of that fact. The Valet, the Virginia Light Colonies of angels, L's backwards. Angels read backwards. So yeah, that is the veil that your grandmother was talking about. She knew she was a descendant of angels. That's where all her psychic gifts come from. However you imagine an angel, it doesn't matter. They can have kids. They can be hit on by Sodom and Gomorrah. Hebrews 13, be careful who you entertain. Why? You may be entertaining angels. What does that mean? You can't see them. You don't see them as something else. You see them as a person. It's in the Bible. If they read it. Azariah was Raphael. Raphael's an angel name, an archangel name on top of that. But he's just Azariah. He's just walking around Tobit's son, making sure he don't get his ass jumped on the highway. He a fighter. I know that's right. Most of them are, because they're Khans, warriors, dynasty warriors. Ottomans, same story, just a different language. Adam, the Adamite, the descendants of Adam. What does that mean? There's people down here or not? Yeah, we know. What the fuck's that got to do with us, though? What did that Bible say that they believe in? What did their God say that they believe in? That he gave this shit to us. The Judean. The Afro-Asiatics, the Semitic people. They say anti-Semitic. You ain't Semitic. I'm anti-fake Semitic. I'm anti-bullshit. I'm anti-mankind acting like they're angels. No, they ain't anti-Semitic. You ain't Semitic. You ain't have to believe that. What are we arguing about? Polish people who don't know what fucking pedigrees and ethnicities are? But they are your scientists and your doctors. You want to know the whole world's stupid. That's what I mean by stupid. That's fucking stupid. Do the etymon. Do the etymon on that for me. Do the etymon on Semitic for me. Do Semitic languages and tell me if Hebrew comes up. Do Semitic languages and tell me if Afro-Asiatic come up. So, Semitic, Afro-Asiatic, and Hebrew are synonyms. Are we saying they're all black people anyway? Yeah, we are. Does it say African though? No. Does that mean that Semitic people didn't go to Africa though? So their king is all of it. Yeah, duh. So what does African mean? It's a different pedigree of people. You could put them in fucking South America and they still wouldn't be us. John Ray, what you smoking that got you talking tracks? Black and Milds? Black and Milds. Haru in the track says, I Googled it. Hebrew, Aramaic, like Jesus, Arabic, Assyrian. Yup. Niggas. Us. What else would I be if I'm not African? They can't do it. They don't have an answer for that. That's weird. Shout out to the brother that asked me about Islam. That's Noble Drawley's grandson. How you doing? That's how you know it wasn't that long ago. All of this is brand new. And a lot of these peoples and mixes are brand new to this place. They are. Nuclear clones from Poland and Ukraine, yep. AKA the narc genes, yep. They mixed them with animals, I think. Mr. Now says, who's without cap and cast the first millstone? That's crazy. Real Gym Music, what's good, bro? The GOAT, 3333, Haru, Jonathan. What am I smoking? Regular shit. That's why I appreciate reading comprehension etymology. Yeah. Yep. They can read the text messages and the tweets, but they don't have the reading comprehension EOG 4.0 that they need, obviously. I never had that problem. All I did was pass those. So I took it personally. These motherfuckers were lying to me about me. Oh, I got a story to tell on this motherfucker one day. And you ain't gonna get no help telling it. You know what I mean? It's gonna take a while, but then that's what this is for. You just realize it's something else. It's like, if everyone was supposed to figure it out, they would. If this Revelations was for the whole world, it would be the whole world. God would have opened up the sky and Ezekiel would have showed up at their house. He only showed up a few places this time, so he wasn't trying to wake up the whole world. So then you approach it as a new story. Like, oh, I'm underground like Aladdin still, but I'm 40. On Muhammad in the Quran and Gabriel, same story. So pretty shortly, right? He had Jordan numbers. He had Michael numbers. He said between 40 and 23 is when he got his revelation. Now that's him though. Like it took him 23 years, according to their calculations. That is, you know how that go. But for at least 2 more decades, his awareness rapidly increases, and it's more compound towards his 60s. Then they assume he dies. I don't think so. He came back to life at 33, so I don't think 63 is what did it to him. So, yeah, as long as I keep going, at least I know that rumor, but quite possibly my awareness will explode the closer I get to 60. So that's all I gotta do. That's all I gotta do. And then bring up the water level with me every time I do one of these videos. And then people are inspired to research and find out where their grandma is and all those other things. It'll happen to you too. Noel says the data center zoomers retract back inside like shellfish. I see the wordplay. What wordplay? Run it back. You said data center zoomers. That was oddly specific. You ain't talking about all Gen Z. You're talking about Gen Z on the internet. And when you press on them, they're squishy. They retract, they retreat. Being labeled shellfish as in the USC codes. You talking about the USC codes, how we're categorized as shellfish. That's the only reference I know about that. That's crazy. They don't even have these people classified as humans in their laws for finance. The Federal Reserve. It sees you as a shellfish. Like in theory, I guess. I don't know how that works for them. It sounds fucking stupid to me. Maritime law. You're abandoned and lost at sea. Birth certificates. Certified by the Bank of the Federal Reserve. You ain't certified in none of your nationality, your heritage, or land you're standing on. You're certified with a fucking foreign bank. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. The motherfuckers will live and die in that system. Just swell. Like, yeah, technically it means that, but I don't fucking know. Why are you doing something so fucking stupid? Like, why does that slide off of your greasy brain so fast? Like, you should stop and meditate on that at least. What does it mean that I'm classified as non-human, non-hereditous, a minority, and a Negro, dead? Why go through all that in 2025 and still use it? Why are we still using that system at all? Most of us weren't slaves. A lot of white people were. How come they don't have those rules for their slave codes? Why do we have slave codes? Why do we have civil rights? Hold on. Why is there an amendment? You're still not treating us human, and I'm an American Indian? You have your treaties with my grandfather, you idiot. See what I'm saying? Like, I could stack them to the ceiling because this new system is not the Constitution. It's not the same cast of people who were running the Northeast, Boston, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island. It wasn't. That's a corporation, by the way, not the land. So even in that story, they're not these people's kids. They're not related. They're not in the same lineage or anything. That's the weirdest thing about their shit. You Indian headband feather, get some help. I don't understand what I would get help with the fact that you're fucking stupid. Don't block him. Y'all's too quick. Are you dumb? You a dummy? Your mother barely practiced making you? You want them 30-second babies? Talk to me. Harut don't listen. I want to see what they say. I want to see if they're bots or people. Because if it's a bot, it can see me. If it's a person, it's really fucking stupid. And I want to know why all the people that come across like bots and spammers are so fucking stupid. I want to get to the bottom of that. I'm not being flippant. I want to know why are they so fucking stupid. Like, what is that? That cannot be the condition of our children, I hope. Talk KPR. You got the mic. No, it's cool. I mean, you already asked him his ex. But I'll be trying to figure out something. I'm trying to figure out where the fuck are they going. Because you can't save everyone. Sad story. He told him to enlighten us. He ain't coming back. They don't even know what this headband is. They don't know what maritime is. They don't know what flags are. They don't know what their law is. They just be saying shit. A bunch of flags from pirate ships. They're dumb. He asking ChatGPT for a comeback is crazy. The crazy thing is he probably is. That's crazy. They're using ChatGPT for trolling. That is the end of the road, guys. No Boys to Men. How do I say goodbye to using my damn brain? Yeah, ChatGPT is awesome for productive people, but you don't understand the damage it's about to do on dummies. Ain't people already fucking having panic attacks and going to the hospital because they ChatGPT too much? How the fuck does that happen? Mental health. They're finally talking to something that talks back to them in their language. It starts to seem real. Imagination. They can't do that with people. Most people would interject or object to the situation. They won't go from left to right as quickly either, but the computer just processes. So it's endless. It's endless responses. It makes them feel heard, smarter. But then it just looks like schizophrenia in a journal. It's very interesting. Business calling it AI slop when you spend more time prompting than doing. John Baby says they have mad GPT coins. That's crazy that it costs to do that. And it's just not a standalone program that can do that. That tells you everything. Is it worth using all that energy and resources if it's not making people better? So what is it making better? Data and observation and surveillance? Ooh, they're looking at us. What the fuck's that got to do with anything? Who the fuck are they and why are they here? Who gives a fuck if they're looking at us? When are you going to tell them to get the fuck out of this country? That's your right, isn't it? They're not party to the Constitution, so they do not have to be here. They're foreign anyway, right? So once you start thinking like that, you'll start bankrupting them, like I am. I didn't ask Elon Musk to be here. He African, he go help Africa out. Africa need highways. He can help them. I didn't ask Fink, Palantir, and motherfucking Poland to be here. They take their ass back to Germany or whatever the fuck it was. I don't need their rules and their systems, bitch. On Pocahontas. I didn't ask for a re-up. I didn't renew their lease. And no one in my family did. So they just out here willy-nilly and shit. And you wonder why shit going sideways. They ain't following the fucking law or treaties no more. They haven't been for a while. They were just hoping you wouldn't wake up to it. Not because you can do something. Because as soon as you make up your mind they don't belong here, imagination, they stop being here, aren't they? They're already moving out as soon as I made my mind up. That's why so many people getting deported, so many people running away, so many people cashing out, so many people sending their companies to Asia, because that's more like it. If you're an American Indian and your voice ain't being heard, well shit, maybe this bitch crowded. I'm telling you, it sounds wild, but it ain't. If you've been watching me all year, I've been speaking to power, man. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. That means I ain't got to do nothing vengeful. I just need to speak it. As a man think in his heart, so is he. My word shall not come back to me void. It's the power of our bloodline. So however it happens, same thing with the manifestation. It doesn't matter to me. It's going to happen. They're going to get the fuck up out of my face. Since they got nothing to say anyway. They're not helping. They're not helping their own people, so you gotta think about that when you're looking at it in terms of a person of the land, and you have these people working nearby, and you're seeing them mistreat people, whether they're African slaves or white ones. Sometimes the same thing. Most from South America, which is the craziest story about everything. Then you just go to your chief or to your little round table. And you're like, this little arrangement over here in this colony is not working. We're gonna need them to go somewhere. And then they animate it as a humankind story of massacres and raids and stuff, which I'm sure has happened. Doesn't make them king ever. What the fuck has that town got to do with Alaska? So you understand everything. So, yeah, once you make up your mind, if you're party to the bloodlines, which I'm assuming most of you are, the more you think and speak against it, the more it runs out. I don't know if you noticed that yet. It's a gift. You gotta calculate the cost though. Like, what does that mean? I'm like YOLO though. It doesn't fucking matter what it means. They're getting the fuck out of my face. They're not helping. And they're using our resources. They can get the fuck up out my face. Then once they're the fuck up out their face, then we go, well, we're left with the land and the resources. Now we need people to start doing A, B, and C, like we've been doing, but without them. And then you'll notice that those bridges and those roads and those ideas will be inspired across the land. And then different people will step up to the occasion because now they can. And then people using their background experiences and optimizing the ideas because they're no longer limited to capitalistic ideas from foreigners. The same thing we've been doing, you'll just do it better, and then it will make sense. And then you do all of that from just speaking it into existence, by the way. People haven't gotten there quite yet. They're not Hindu enough for me. But when you understand what the bloodlines are, you understand why some of us have that ability. That's the ability that they're trying to fake with media. If they can get their message across the United States or the world and create the headline and marketing loud enough for you to hear it or read it, and then you are affected by it emotionally and you're imagining the story and how it's going to play out, and you debate it, make it more real, you take it to the barbershop, make it more real, your mom and dad talking about it, make it more real, then eventually it hits enough people to manifest that reality, especially when it comes to politics, government, mind control. That's what they're doing. The cool thing about us, though, we don't need all that. Never did, I suppose. We feel like we did because we're looking at their reference model. What did the Bible say? Trust God in all your heart, man. Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven. Then these things will be added unto you. The kingdom of heaven is your imagination, so seek ye first the imagination, and then it'll be added physically to you. I know that's right. And it say seek ye first the Associated Press. It say seek ye first your college professor. It say seek ye first your mom and your daddy. It said seek ye first the kingdom of heaven. The kingdom of heaven. Sound like a bloodline again. All right. Well, if you're part of the kingdom of heaven bloodline, kids, then you might be activated to speak things into existence. That's the gift. Your gift isn't over man. Your gift is over existence. You gotta tell these people what to do. They're gonna figure it out by themselves. It's automated. We talking about a matrix, ain't we? We talking about a simulation designed by an architect, and the architect had kids. I know that's right. Yup. There is no spoon, Neo. I know that's right. But you live in an industrialized humankind way where you can only get things by moving things around with your hands, right? Instead of your mind. You can't move your hands unless you move your mind. It becomes subconscious, of course, but if you don't have a mind, you don't have hands moving, do you? So what does that tell you about everything? Everything's mind first. That's why cheating is considered bad, even if you're not doing it, because you entertained it. That's what Jenga said, right? Like, don't even entertain, like David, vain imaginations. Because they might happen. The whole Bible is a warning. Do not fear not, fear not, fear not, fear not, fear not. So you don't create it to happen. Everything's about prayer, fasting, and self-affliction. Why? So they can drum up the energy to change the polarity of the threat of what's about to happen. And we're having the same conversation we had earlier about energy. Alchemy is biblical. They're not just praying to be ritualistic and just saying stuff. No. They encountered a problem. They're humbling themselves. They're acknowledging a greater power. They're tapping into it. They're seeking help. They're remembering previous rescues, and they're convincing themselves that it's done. And then they're giving the glory and the credit to God in which it comes from. And then you watch the spirit move around you and take care of it for you. Like they skipped that for some reason. They didn't read Ahab enough for me. Spirits carry out all the missions for the people. Yeah. There's good spirits and evil spirits. Yeah. Don't matter though. If God tell it to move, no matter what quality it is, guess what it's going to do? It's going to fucking move. If you tell a mountain to move and it'll jump in the ocean, it'll do it. If you have faith of a mustard seed, just take that to alchemy. It don't matter how big the problem is. And if you only have a mustard seed of faith, that's what they're talking about. You can rewrite, you can pray, you could petition something with just a little bit of faith. Just a little bit, just attempting it, just getting the ball rolling, just getting your energy, just getting your imagination in that direction and going to God first. It could be however, meet you wherever you are with just even the faith of a mustard seed that God is real and that God will do it for you. And you just consider that even for 30 seconds. That's good enough to move a mountain out your way. So imagine if you know already. You could start at a mustard seed. What if you graduate? What if you have a whole lot of faith? Well, you should be able to move a whole lot of mountains. Yeah, algebra again. So that's why they always that's why I was worried about Christianity in that mode of understanding it. It seems so outdated. Like, y'all niggas have been practicing this same shit for allegedly 2,000 years and you still ain't get better yet. Y'all niggas still talking about what you believe. What's the fucking point of speaking English and having this book then? If you still on like they missed the whole fucking message here. It's not their book. But you get it? Like if they pretend like it is, like they've been there the whole time. No. They haven't paid attention to it in the last fucking 100 years we looked at them. Because it didn't take me my whole life. The fuck? It ain't gonna take you your whole life either. You getting it. You don't see this shit for what it is. It's a book of metaphysics from the bloodline of Judeans. Zoroaster school, like us. Aaron, like it's us. They're confusing our biblical names with our countries and nationalities, that's all. They're describing us as colors now. Like, oh, they're black? What else would it be, Jesus? What else would it be, Moab, Ruth? What else would it be, Boaz? What the fuck else would we be, bro? Like, let's do the science. Like, the fuck else would we be? Were we here the longest or nah? That's it. It was like the end. They know that genetically too, by the way. So usually your scientists are not the religious people because they can't be. They know something scientifically which would make their perception of that religion not make sense to them. Unfortunately, they don't fix it. No algebra. But no, religion does make sense. It's just not them. Yes, there you go. And if it's not them, it's not their interpretations and their actions and their behaviors and how they colonize things lately. Nope. Ain't got nothing to do with God or the Bible do it. Nope. It's just them. You stop blaming devils and demons. No, it's them, the people who are not these things. Yeah, you can make the argument that God allowed it. God could allow something else too if they decided to do something different. Like, they don't believe in God, but they get all the fucking hall passes of a God in existence though, with their behavior. That's what's ill about it. They playing people. They ain't gotta believe in God and be righteous and pursue the holy commandments and stuff, but they throw enough God and angel out there to make you feel like it's out of your hands. Since there's a God somewhere letting it happen. That is gaslighting, by the way. They're narcissists. God is not letting anything happen. You're just not praying for the right things. And you don't know how to pray for the right things because you haven't identified them the right way. You haven't identified who your enemies are because you haven't identified who you are. It's not black or white either. That's a whole nother problem. So once you get clear, no Scientology, once you get real clear, you go, there's several people, several bloodlines, several pedigrees, several timelines, and several planets. Where do I fit into this equation? Are you the invader or have you always been here? If you've always been here, then your prayers against people who invaded. That's what I've been praying about. I've been praying God remove the people who don't belong here to begin with. So I don't get caught up in all the feelings and emotions of a foreign system. We're not going to fix a system, bro. We're not going to fix the system. We have so many people smarter than us and more capable and closer to the fire, and they couldn't change shit about it. They barely squeezed out a couple more benefits. It's not changeable. And then Elon Musk confirmed it. He said the government's unfixable, aka it's unchangeable. So it's going to have to die either way. It's not even working for foreign, like people outside of the Bible is what I'm saying. It's not even working for the citizen. They're not going to let it live anyway. They're talking about protesting, boycotting. They're coming up with cool ideas, but it doesn't matter if they do anything. It's the fact that they're thinking about it being gone anyway. So don't miss this. People are not actually boycotting Starbucks if they couldn't afford it either way. But they're going to say, hey, Starbucks CEO just closed these businesses. Keep boycotting. It's a mental boycott if you're doom scrolling. Yeah, fuck Starbucks. All it takes is 100 people go fuck Starbucks. Starbucks is fuck, bro. That's why the internet's such a powerful weapon. When two or more come together. Well, what if 200 or more come together with the same sentiment, same feeling, same idea about the same subject? Yeah, it changes everything. We just keep doing it. I keep proving it to you. You're gonna see it. So like, that's why churches were important. Congregations channel a larger battery of energy. Yeah. And then the narcissists and the pastors and the pimps took over for the same reason, but they converted that energy into fiat paper instead of blessings or miracles or instructions to the quantum reality. They're more pragmatic. They're more material. They're gross body, as the Hindu would say. They're more gross reality. They're aware of this energy, but they only know how to channel it for things. Like, ooh, well, if I can manipulate this energy, then I can get the booty. Like they're like that. They're very animalistic, narcissistic parasites. Yes, but God's no respecter of person in that way. If it's a universal law, it's a universal law. But they also have to deal with the universal dharma or karma of abusing that law, and that's why they never win in the end. None of them. They're never happy. I know, it seems like a contradiction, but they have such nice things. No, they don't have anything. That's the illusion. The material is the illusion. They don't have anything. You don't have it, maybe, if you feel like that, but they don't have it either. They could be sitting in that very nice house with that very nice car with the ditzy trophy wife. They'll have everything, right, on paper. And in their mind, they don't have anything. Polarity. That's why it's important to learn that. Gradients. No, to them, they don't have anything. Yeah, it's weird. You couldn't imagine that suffering, where you have everything and you can buy anything, and then you don't know what's wrong with you. You don't know what you're missing. You don't know what trip you didn't take. You don't know what person you didn't party with. You're just stuck with all those things. And you have to redefine what your happiness is. But it's not like, but that's people who go that far down this road, they don't start at a blank slate, because of all the people that were crossed or crossed them along the way is now part of their new clean slate reality. And a lot of people can't detach from people, outcomes, and judgments of people and outcomes. That's what makes it scary for them. They're gonna have to start over from a clean slate without that partner, without that parent, without that business, without those friends, without that network. That's why it didn't matter how much money they have when they decide to give up. They lost everything while having money. Ain't that a bitch? When those celebrities that curse out their daughters and stuff and they ain't seen their grandkids in 10 years and now they're sick, they lost everything. Don't matter how famous you are on camera. When you go home and your daughter ain't coming over for the Thanksgiving and Christmas, you lost everything. Right? I wish marriage felt the same that it used to, it seemed. But if you lose a really good woman, right? Well, if you're a really good person, it'd be hard to really lose a really good woman. But in these stories, they just stuck on getting her back. I've watched a man do that. I watched a man that physically and verbally abused his woman, and she finally had enough and got rid of him and went to some other yuppie. And until the day he died, he missed her. And you know what the crazy part is? She missed him too. She only stayed with the new guy because he had more money. And she ran all over him. But the guy that used to abuse her, yeah, it wasn't because he was abusive. She caused it. She provoked it. Narcissist. But she couldn't live in that light without him having money. So him getting drunk and angry and abusing her verbally or whatever wasn't the problem. Those moments always led to him losing jobs and money. It wasn't like she was faithful. Listen, I be knowing shit about people for real, but you know people long enough, you hear all the stories, and you start doing the timelines in your head. Like, oh, you got knocked upside your head because you were cheating on a nigga. Not because he was just wildly violent off the alcohol. He was wildly violent off the fact that you cheated on him after he gave you all the goddamn money, bitch. So, not to justify violence, I'm just saying, like, context matters. She's not the victim she pretends to be, you know what I'm saying? It's about money. So, yeah, people can have all the money and still lose everything, and still have nothing. And we're kind of, I guess, reverse engineering that. We're trying to figure out how we don't have enough of the things that those people would have, and then yet still possess everything we need. Law of gender. It has to be both. The good has to have a bad, and the bad has to have a good. So it's 4 variables, not 2. That's why their bipolarity doesn't work. It ignores gender as well. There's an upside to being on the dark side of frequencies. It works faster. That's an upside, speed. More people react to it. So if you're fishing for attention, you see with the news headlines and the bad news and the war and all that stuff, yeah. Good for marketing and business too. If you think about it, if most people are in panic mode or flight subconsciously, if you know how to trigger that through a headline or story, then you're likely going to get them to pay attention. It works in marketing. You know that red does something to certain brains or certain eye types. So a woman with red cheeks or red lips, or an animal with a red color in their mane or something, it signals something primitive. And you can exploit that by creating a cartoon character or monster with red in the same places. Then you can contradict that. You can take something that the human expects to be a certain color, like a snake, but then paint it blue and yellow and get a whole different effect from the person's brain. So, manipulating negative energy and manipulating people at all in that degree does it. Yeah. Yes, that's why they have all these sacrifices and Molech and the parties and A, B, and C, and D, and everything you heard of in Illuminati videos. It's just that it's limited. The problem with all of that, which is the funniest thing about them, they did all that recently and got sick, right? Like a lot of your Hollywood people that are into the ritualistic side of partying, or the ritualistic side of their social group, right? For bigger opportunities and meeting the people. Well, if you fuck around in one of those sex party groups, remember the girl from Superman, Smallville, she was in one of those sex party cults. Just a regular old white girl on a TV show. Like, and so many other cults you haven't heard of, even those within a church, even those within Scientology, right? It's not everybody. I'm talking about secret societies. But these are secret societies of kinky, freaky frogs. And no diddy. But you gotta think, since they're doing that, what else is common with that lifestyle? Whether they're rich or not. Diseases. Right? So herpes, syphilis, HIV, and everything in between it. So it's hard for you to be this magical warlock type figure when you got the itchy and scratchy show going on too, right? Then your health becomes a more pressing matter. And so thus, it will require you to stay rich long enough to be able to afford the bare minimum health care to put a fake smile back on, if you will. That's what a lot of these women be going through. You be thinking they mad because they're sexually abused. No, they enjoyed the sexual part of it. They're mad because they got thrown out because they're carrying a disease now. It's common sense. Spiritually transmitted demons, man. A lot of those initiations are blood rituals and stuff. That's a big reason for hepatitis and other bloodborne diseases, man. Drinking human blood and doing all kind of shit at the party. It ain't just fucking homeless tweakers, nigga. These are the top of your society that do the same dumb shit. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Then they want to sit here and talk about God, Jesus, and the Bible. Nah, tell them to go to hell. We know what it is. I know what it is. It's bullshit. Cowards. So they use their money to influence people, and they get them involved in these little narcissistic abuse rituals, really, fundamentally. And they may indeed be able to endow people who are already magical or bloodline, who don't know no better, and they're being misused by these people, which is why it works, by the way. Don't miss that. It's the ritual that doesn't work. It's the person that the ritual worked on that works. One more time. Everybody can't do the same magic. So you might come across people, you might target people, you might traffic people who have these traits, bloodline, pedigree, and then you may indoctrinate them. Ooh, didn't see that coming in the United States. And then you abuse their power through your abuse of power. So you think your government's doing it, but it's really you imagining it for your government. But if you say you tell the government's idea to go fuck itself, no way in Kansas or hell that'll fucking happen, no Kamala Harris, then it doesn't happen, right? Doesn't matter what the fucking Democrats want. It didn't matter how long they went to college. It didn't matter if she was better than Trump. I said go kill yourself. Fuck that shit. Never in human years. Thus, she's not president, right? Now imagine any time that works for you. And then how many times it works for you. Now imagine that being under captivity. Just like the Moors and the flags in Corsica after all that shit. They have them like this, don't they? Their eyes are covered. They're no longer in control of their destiny or their direction. But this one ain't. So as long as you got their eyes covered where they can't see things, and you can get them to imagine a different thing, then that different thing becomes reality. This is what we survived through in the United States, by the way. The American dream required the Americans to hallucinate. Don't miss that. Americans are pedigree of people, copper colored. So the American dream, what does it suggest to an American? Oh, you're asleep. Your eyes are closed. And all of it stood as long as we were in panic, fear, headlines, mean things to little black girls, Emmett Tills. You see how they ran that campaign? It didn't happen to everybody, but it happened enough for us empaths to be like, oh my God, and then envision everything else. Now when you be like, the Zoomers, if you will, aren't paying attention to shit that's important to them or us, then it ain't going that way no more. In fact, it's going faster the other way because no one's paying attention to politics. Not enough people watch The Simpsons and South Park no more either to create a parody version of it. Everyone is in their own decentralized consensus of what's important to them. At all variance vibrations, and they're generating reality accordingly. So if you have a whole bunch of people doing the money ritual right now saying, hey, one day I'll be a millionaire, one day I'll be a millionaire, one day I'll be a millionaire, and you have 100 people wishing for that, the Federal Reserve has to print more money. So the more that people wish they had more money because they keep advertising how cool the people with all the money are, to Trump, Elon, streamers, crypto bros, it's like everyone's fucking rich. I'm talking about within the messaging. Then more and more people are gonna channel that, and instead of the rich people getting richer, they get poorer because they don't understand how fixed economies work, I guess. Monopoly shit. No, we don't have no more $100 bills. So then it's a wealth replacement that happens spiritually. Now, they may not become rich at all, by the way, but they're pulling the energy away from them because now they're convinced, well, if he can do it, if Aiden can do it, if Kai can do it, I can do it. Faith of a mustard seed will move mountains, right? The mountains in this case are the people, the banks holding all the money. So now the money's moving out of them. Think. So even it's not because they don't understand or appreciate the system, and the system itself doesn't take care of itself and take care of these people to make them not make more reasonable wishes and decisions in their imagination. Everybody want to do the thing to get to the other side. Thus, all of the programs, all the schools, all the trades, all of the hallucination we created up into this timeline is dead anyway. Gen Z is never going to do that shit that we did in the 90s, bro. I'm talking about jobs, tasks, lifestyles, home outcomes. It'll never fucking happen. They haven't imagined such a world ever in their life, and they're definitely not going back to reimagine it because they know it sucks. So you gotta think that as a joint collective in them. They're imagining a world to us that's not quite real, but is going to bring elements into that to suit them, which is normal. That's a collective thing, not all of them. So they collectively enough have protested taking anything seriously, at least, the way that we would. I'm proud of them, but they're still sad for some fucking reason. Weird story. Attention deficit disorders, meaning people ain't paying attention to them. So they'll get their attention eventually, but it won't come with a lot of money. Because the world they want to live in does not require them to work, because they don't want to work anyway. They want to be famous. They want to be celebrities. They want to be influencers. See? So that's their new Hollywood. But it's imaginary. It's not centralized. It's self-generated solo entrepreneurs with a few friends who can do cooler things than their parents do. Who the fuck else wants to be their parent at that point? Remember how, like, you don't want to be influenced by rapping hoodlums? Well, our rappers were rich at least, or at least that was the perception, so we weren't trying to be that. We're trying to be the car and all the things. They're doing the same thing. They want the gaming chair, they want the lights, they want the LEDs, they want the fans, they want the subscribers, they want the memes, they want the goofy little girl that need to go home. They want all of those things. So they act out Shakespearean versions of them and cheap versions of them until the real thing, fake it till they make it. And most of them won't make it, you know that. But I'm saying is, that's the peak of their generation. There's nothing to aspire to higher than that. Now you're telling them that the doctors are wrong. Wow. So what, they want to go to school and be a doctor? Now you're telling them that the AI is taking all their uncles and their big brothers and their parents' jobs. Wow, they want to go work with their fucking family. Now you're telling them that the healthcare fucking sucks and blah, 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 blah. Wow, now you want them to give a fuck? They done lost Gen Z already, bro. They're like in their 20s now, aren't they? Yeah, Gen Z is... Wait, man. Shout out to them. They doing something different. I don't fucking understand the whole thing, but at least it ain't taking us backwards. Now we gotta wait for their kids and Gen Alpha and Gen Beta to kind of balance the spreadsheet. And that'll happen naturally in their Saturn return period, which as a collective they'll approach over the next 5 years anyway, 2030. So you'll see a lot of Saturn return moments in a lot of them, a lot of come to Jesus moments. Some of them are crying on stream now. The ones that are closer to 30, Saturn return. They're like, none of this shit means anything. Cool fucking story, bitch. We told you that already. They forgot, but now they gotta live through it again. And then it'll be interesting to see what they end up doing next. but just keep in mind, you don't go from 14 to 24 as a streamer adventurer or a Discord adventurer or an internet sensation on 2K My Player and then go back into the normal world and operate and function the way that we did or our elders did in the 90s and 2000s. Like, they don't go back outside and have the cookout at the park with their friends. They don't go back outside and spend all fucking day looking at the fucking ads and getting deals in the grocery store. You be lucky to see them come the fuck outside if they can't order it, right? So you're never gonna get the outside element of before with a whole generation of people. Meaning, outside generally is my people and older. And I'm not even outside that much with those people. So it's a bunch of older people. They're not in the game at all. They ain't got no motion. They ain't got no streams. They ain't got no subscribers usually. Not all of them, but you know what I'm saying? Most of them. So you're in your society now, there's generational divides in terms of how reality is perceived. You got the boomers and the older who just seen the old stuff and the new stuff is just whatever it is to them. You got us who lived in 2 dimensions at once. And then you got the other people who only had the new dimension, everyone after them. 3 different timelines. And the oldest one is dying off. So pretty soon, the biggest timeline that'll be here will be all these people. It'll be the Gen Z and their kids will be the biggest group of people on this planet within the next 10 to 20 years, right? Ain't that a bitch? The streamer generation. The Crocs and hoodies, bed rotting generation. They don't have to get the fuck up. Or not all of them, but you know what I'm saying? They will step the fuck up after their Saturn return. And then reality will be more... all of this shit, like, it's quote unquote as black people, y'all, all that shit that we worried about and all that unfairness and all that injustice, Gen Z made all that shit irrelevant. You gotta give them their flowers. They're immune to it. They're immune to the suggestion and imagination of it. They don't get it. And because they don't get it and they can't imagine it and they don't imagine it and they're doom scrolling, they're actually saving us. It's raining right now, ain't that a bitch? And it never rains out here. Whatever, right? We're just gonna go with it. We're gonna go with rain in the desert 2 days in a row. Cool. Out of nowhere, by the way. So, these kids saved us, bro. By not reiterating the bullshit narrative of yesterday. It sucks because they don't know anything, per se, yet. But that was the point. They DEI'd, genderqueered, and raised an entire generation that's indifferent to the status quo. This is the liberal Marxism angle of getting control of things for benefits. But now there's no benefits. So now the Democrats and liberals got to go. You notice, right? They don't know what to do because there's no benefits program. There's no social program. There's no Ponzi scheme for them to, there's not enough for them to do that. So they can't even be liberals no more. But they already have the fucking program in enough of the generation for it don't fucking matter if they vote Republican or Democrat. They're liberated here. They can be whatever the fuck they want, even if it's not real. So it takes away the past, the rigidness, the seriousness, the laws, the meanness, the competition. No, there ain't no competition, nigga. Step your streams up. Like, they ain't trying to like cut people in the ankles and gentrify and redline people, bitch. They don't go outside, nigga. Like they ain't worrying about no outside shit. They ain't worrying about nobody staring at their kids or whatever the fuck it was with the white people. They're more so like, I'm gonna create my own little bubble of happiness, even if half of it's imagined and the other half is in the black crystal. And they'll get tired of it. But they'll be our age by the time we see them different. And you'll be surprised how lucid and aware and intelligent they really are once they make that code switch to be serious. Yeah, we didn't lose them. We just lost them for now. And they had to be lost so this world can change for the better. It sucks because there's no better replacement now. But in time, it'll never be the same. And that's better for everybody, I think. Yeah, it is. This was some Martin Luther King shit. I'm almost certain. I don't think this was the dream he had, but this is what he's talking about if he had a dream. See, whatever the Marxist, socialist, communist, Russian, Chinese influence is, isn't that. It's that it took us away from the mind trap of the hegemony. And that is a problem for the hegemony in the federal government, yes. That ain't a problem for you. You forgot you were slaves, though. They ain't free no goddamn slaves. And they ain't ratified that amendment. Know that. Know that. Not think that. Not feel that. That's a fact. Legally, it's all bullshit. Not as if them having laws and being legal would mean shit to us as a foreigner. What I'm saying is, self-admittedly it's unratified. Self-admittedly it's bullshit. So that means they're pretending within their own bullshit. So they're pretending while they're pretending is what I'm saying. So it's unstable. The whole thing's gonna fall apart. The visas, the immigrants, the ICE. Like I'm saying, I really hope they press that issue on Elon Musk. He can afford to leave. He'll be all right. But to see the narrative that happens, like, damn, a trillionaire got deported from the United States. Like, it really sucks here. I can't wait. It's raining on Oya. I can't wait. I gotta go outside for this. Playgrounds ain't cool no more. Made them too safe. Come on now. Jim B got us. Jim B got us. When I have my babies, we be back. We won't be back. We won't bring that. We won't bring the vibes back. We won't be old as shit, but we won't be back. They won't be outside doing backflips and popping willies on bikes in. Better watch your daughters. I'm their father now. You better watch your daughters, man. Their daddy a metaphysical. You better watch your little girl, man. Don't let my little Indian boys come outside your neighborhood. Oh. Let them be tall. I might have one with an Amazon goddess. I might find me a girl that's 6 feet again. Yeah, it'd be a fucking problem out here. I just gotta find 6 feet and not stupid. Double it up. It's really raining. That's crazy. I've never seen it rain like this. Breaking the program, yes. You got it. And the program is only thoughts. The whole program is thought. It's nothing else. It's not even enforced. It self-enforces because you're scared. My bad, y'all. If you can't hear me. Live from Vegas. Take it over to the sun. What's going on with the weather? Well, Bob, feels like 90 to fucking degrees. But the chill in the air just dropped it to a cool 78. We have clear skies in the distance. It doesn't make fucking sense over there. But over here, everything's gray. The weatherman sucks so bad, they didn't even prepare us for this downfall. What have they been getting paid billions and millions for the whole time? We don't know, but they went to college. Yes, something in common with that. But hey, man, the rocks need rain, bro. The rocks need rain, bro. Live from Jamaica, man. It is loud. In real life. Let's take it over to Sam at Sports Center. What's going on in sports these days? No one's fucking talking about it. Kind of strange. Is anyone talking about sports? I haven't heard nothing cool about sports in a long time. Ain't a nigga got an Olympics coming or something? Yo, young generation don't even watch sports like that. Because that's usually a group activity, even watching it. They can watch it on Discord, I guess, but they don't do that. They don't do that. They don't do that. Woo! On to the wet chair I go. Bruh. I've never seen it rain like this out here. I definitely want a linebacker DE like myself. Come on now. Yeah, if I can have 3 kids, I'm making them. Let me run this shit back though. They got mad GPT coins. UL says chasing accolades. Passes on his 3rd promise wife. That's crazy. Eamon Ross says my parents split because of money. Pops was into a lot, but he lost that good job and then he lost his home. Same story. You feel me? It happens to all of us. Because of that program of that society. Noel says she and AOC running for Democratic press nomination. So that's why the AI hallucinates. Reading imaginary logic. You got it. RGBT kids, yep. Packers getting sued for stage loss. Oh, they finally finding out the NFL faking games. Even the video games is kind of mad. I know, man. I'm like, do I want to play Fortnite again? I was going to buy one of those classic PlayStation 2 consoles with the little 2 terabyte SD on it for the emulators. I was like, damn, you can't play that online, can you? Chinky Scoop. They ain't even got no SOCOM servers no more. I'll go back to some fucking Tom Clancy Ghost Recon though. I'll play Ghost Recon online again if they let me. Even the rain got aluminum, that's crazy. And everything else. This shit beautiful though. For a desert. Let's see the opening for you. Who lives under pineapple under the sea? Some SpongeBob SquarePants shit. Woo. Oh, they should. They're complaining about the water losing level. Yeah. Let's call it a comeback, I guess. Watch the plants tomorrow. They bloom. Got it. You said the old games on the PS3 emulators are lit? The Xbox 360 emulator don't work for shit, by the way. Okay. I look for a PlayStation generation one. Maybe one that has PS2 and PS3 on it. But the one I saw by Doctor whatever his name is, actually will play it. It actually uses the PlayStation hardware. It's not emulated. It's the ROM is emulated, but the game is the game. The lines and the ray tracing and all that bullshit. It'll run smoother. It's like the damn thing has a damn graphics card for itself, its own graphics card for PlayStation 2. But it might handle PS3 emulators. They're not that damn different. Or I just see if he did a hybrid. Either way, we gotta bring the vibes back. You said you caught some plants regrowing last week? Yeah, the weather's so crazy across the world. I'm seeing people in Los Angeles complaining about the weather patterns. And California's supposed to be like women, weed, and weather. They ain't got women, the weed sus, and now the weather sus. We can't get anything. Day late, dollar short, no matter what I choose. The fuck is going on, part 2? Obviously, it was all fake to begin with. You're not late or a dollar short. It's not real. It's like life always redirects you to focus on what's real, doesn't it? You be thinking like shit be happening to hurt you or set you back, but sometimes you park for a little while to recalibrate and reorganize your thoughts, and then the simplified answer for if you look at the back of the book, it's like, yeah, this God or universe or however you identify it currently is trying to get you to focus on what's real. Not the chase, not the pursuit, not the dream, not the goal, not the person, not the narrative, not your role in the stage play. But you need time out for yourself. You need to take care of yourself. You need to focus on what's real to you. And then that's usually when people reboot, right? And they like shoot up into a whole different direction or trajectory. That's what I'm hoping I do. It's not a matter of time. It's a matter of energy, tension, and trajectory. Bow and arrow shit. You gotta aim at the next direction. But you gotta pull that bow back hard enough so it goes as far as you want to go next time. Cool thing is when you point in the opposite direction, it don't matter how far you go, you're away from there. Same story. That's why I'm out here. I know at least, you know what I'm saying, I shot the bow far enough. I didn't get the whole 700 miles, but I got 600 miles. I aimed for the stars and I landed on the moon. So I know directionally my reality mapped to my day-to-day in a whole new place, regardless of where I was personally, mentally, emotionally, things like that. In my storyline, I already respawned somewhere else. My body is now composed of the elements and water here. That ain't no fucking, that's not random. That's a whole different life path for real, if you think about it. My body had to get used to a whole different weather pattern. I'm darker than I ever been. I haven't had rain for weeks, months. So it changes you. And if life is sitting you still and changing you at the same time, then that means wherever you're going next is somewhere else. Come on now. I can't turn around now. I can't go backwards. It's impossible. Life wouldn't waste all this time and resources and all these great people and all these people I met and had influence on if it was just some loop-de-doo shit like it was before. Everywhere else I was in a bubble. Out here is just, I can't explain it to you. It's impossible that I'm here. But the train started moving again, I will tell you that. Yeah, life be like that. Once you focus on what's real again. It took me a good 90 days to run through all the loops and narratives. It took me a good 90 days to start feeling like myself again. At least sometimes, not all day. It's a fight still for certain things, but generally I feel like myself again. And it took 90 days to document some of this shit and talk about all kind of other shit to get my mind off of me. So a good season, it's just one season, the summer. And people rarely do that work during the summer, right? Wrong season to do that type of shit. when you got the winter right coming up in front of you. But I pulled a redirect, I pulled a rewrite of my internal dialogue and my internal scripting during the summertime too. You feel me? So this time next year will be stranger in all the best ways, because now the loops going forward, once you fix yourself, once you focus, what happened is, it's just like Snapchat. You ever use like these stupid ass picture apps and they like show you a picture on your phone or something, you don't want to see that picture because from a long time ago, like it made you think of something or someone, you're like, not bad, but it's like damn it. It's time-based, right? Now imagine your subconscious mind does the same thing. It flashes old thoughts, old worries, old setbacks, old things that piss you off especially. Now imagine we get to the other side of that and then go forward. Now when it calls back to other times, like, call back to the time you reset everything, cool, 3 months later. Call back to the time where you saw everything different and it started getting better, because you remember the future, huh? Call back the time that it was just getting better. Call back the time where it's better. Call back to the time where it's better. See, you start losing the old world and the old narrative and the old setbacks and the old frustrations once you become absolute about what's real to you. That type of reset is what I'm talking about. I've had all kind of other resets, very similar too. I've had some very extreme resets too when I was younger, but I didn't have the mental tools to get rid of its impact subconsciously. Like it is what it isn't to depth though. But that's like accepting it. Accepting that it sucks rather than removing it altogether. I'm gonna have to pivot off of that. Like when people's like, I told someone my mom died, I'm like, oh no, it's so sad here. No, calm the fuck down, please. She died a very long time ago. She's a wonderful woman. I'm not in that headspace to even pull myself down thinking about that. Same thing for my environment. No, calm, chill the fuck out. I'm 40 years old. She died 38 years ago. I'm one of the few people whose mom been dead that long that's still alive today. Especially in my age group. So my mom's been dead most of my life. 96% of my life, I haven't had a mother because she's dead. So I've lived my whole life knowing that. Like I lived my whole life without her. I lived my whole life around people that got one. I lived my life around a whole bunch of people who don't like me. All I know is I never had one for most of my imagination. And you don't detach from all those feelings and those emotions and what you feel like you're missing and what you're lacking from it as an excuse, as what you hear outside from everyone else, as what you see when it happens to someone else. Eventually you stop pivoting off of that. My mom is dead. No, she's not. Now our storyline. Oh, she dead for now? Oh, you mean she ain't in 3D no more? That's when I sound like a new ager. That's just knowing what my bloodline is. And knowing that she created me, so I know what type of person she is. Come on up. My mom gave birth to me on King James, so whoever she is, in the alternate timeline or alternate dimension, she's fine. It feels like now, these days, I feel like she just manifested here to bring me here. Sound like some bullshit, but I know. Like, she ain't miss. At least she created me. Shit, that's a win. She ain't had to get no awards or no fucking paychecks or no big houses. She made me, nigga. And once you start seeing it like that, instead of inheriting the trauma, I inherited her purpose. Once you inherit the purpose of a mission, then it changes everything. Like, no. If it wasn't for that shit, I wouldn't be here. But you can only say that when you like where you're at, though. So you got to get there. You got to get there, so there is here. And then when you get here, then you can say, because of all that over there, I got here for it. You can't say that if you're in the middle of it. You're like, man, I'm still in the fucking desert, bro. Come on, Moses, where we going, man? We had badder bitches over there with Pharaoh, bro. Like, come on, man. Don't worry, 20 more years, 10 more years. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a long time in the goddamn desert. So, you don't get any younger either. That's the key takeaway for real. That's what will really wake your ass up. When you start counting down the numbers of your age, like you start getting milestones, like I'm 30, 33, Jesus, 36. No one talks about 37 anymore. 37 was mad decent. 40, ooh, you know? And you get more of those numbers behind you, and the more check marks in front of you. You understand everything. Like, oh shit, I can't pivot off of how I felt at 35 years ago. Like, nigga, the last 6 is fucking impossible. Like, the last 6 years is nuts for everybody. What the fuck am I pivoting off of 20 years ago for? These last 6 years replace all them other years in terms of degrees of what the fuckness anyway. Shit I had no control over. I had to go outside and watch a whole bunch of people with masks under their nose on them. And they were just vibing. They were vibing like they had the social passport. Look, at least I got a mask, nigga. I didn't have a mask on, so I didn't get anything. But that's PTSD for me. These motherfuckers silly. I live in a society full of silly ass people, boy. And it let me see it. Instead of you guessing, having to talk to get to know people, nah, I saw it. I saw that shit all over the United States, from Seattle to Houston to DC. Nigga, I was in all 3 fucking quadrants and time zones, and I seen some silly shit. It's just in the last 6 years alone. That shit almost overwrite anything I got the attitude or be mad about the goddamn 90s. The 90s ain't got shit on what I just lived through. No, it don't. I argue there's more drug addicts around me than ever than I was as a kid in the 90s. I bet you. Go to work one time at a restaurant. Go ahead and live in a situation like this where you're in a place like this. You don't see everybody, Freddie and everybody, an alcoholic or addicted. So we can't say the drug era, you know what I'm talking about? Who is sober in this motherfucker is my question. See what I'm saying? So like, just the last 6 years alone, boy. Look at these women, dog. Hold on. Don't let me get started. Just the women alone. You got a whole new age range of them, right? I try to start at 25, so 25 and up, right? There's 15 different classes at school or college. There's 15 different variations of women now. If you look backwards. Like, oh wow, there's a lot of girls out here. But then you go, what the fuck's wrong with them? Bruh. I remember it was just my middle school or my high school full of girls. Within 2 to 3 years, up or down. Look, easier to spot out who's who. You come outside today, you're like, why is there so many old women single? See, when I was a kid, that's the craziest thing about this. We're not in that timeline no more, but all the advice from it applies now. Weird stories, like they projected it forward. So when you were as a kid, right, you let me know in the chat with a 3 if a daddy, granddaddy, uncle told you some shit like this. Women too. I've heard women say that. More than men probably. But men heard a woman say it and they ran with it. They used to say, when I was 10 or 12 years old, that if a woman was over 30 and single, she's crazy. There's something wrong with her, right? Y'all remember that line? Y'all remember like that was your guide, like, don't find a woman over 30. And if she's over 30 with kids because she got a divorce, maybe, right? If you want to be on some simp poppy shit. But you heard the story. What's wrong with these girls over 30? 30 years ago. Now I'm over 30. And I see what they're talking about. But it's most of them. When they said that shit, it was just a couple. When they said that shit, that was like, they didn't often run into that. That's all we got left though. That's crazy. All the millennials are old now. And we're still single. We're past the line of crazy. So their paradigm, 30 years ago. Their crazy became normal. College was a reminder that women was on drugs. Yes. Shout out to the partners, Rest in Power, Sada Sakura, shout out to her. How's the faucet water up there? Terrible. Yep, I heard that line a lot. What's the deal with the airplane nurse? It was a social norm when I was a kid. Oh, y'all a few seconds behind me. But yeah, it was. But here's the shit. They're still alive, so it still is. The same women that had a problem over 30 years ago are in their 60s and 70s now. And there's a fucking problem with them still. But now they raise as aunties and daughters and shit. And Lord have mercy, part 2. They ain't prepared me for that. They prepared me for if it was one of them to reconsider. Like, look, she might be nice and everything. But if you want to bet on this on some DraftKings shit, get another one. Maybe younger. Because after 30 and single, they're crazy. They're like, they crazy because ain't no man want them. Because you know we look at girls that look good anyway, so we ain't play me. So we're talking about attractive women over 30. In case I had to be clear about this motherfucker. Like, nobody want one of these attractive women? She can lock nobody down? Nah, son. Nah, son, that doesn't exist. That is impossible. So you go ahead and find something more possible, brother. All right. Now what I do? Now what do you do? My uncles ain't got no advice for this generation, boy. Ain't nobody got advice for us. But their prophecy was true. If they over 30 and single these days, they crazy, boy. You can see them. Just go to Threads. They there. Posting pictures. This is what 31 looks like. This is what 50. I saw it from 50 to 62. Like, they're just showing the world what it looks like to be single and old. Oh, this conversation only makes sense between single men, by the way. So they're like, I'm single and old. That'd be awesome if you had a husband, though, right? If you think about it in proportions. Like, you with this woman for 20, 30, 40 years in a row, and she still look good. You win, nigga. But if she's single by herself, I'm like, it's not the same thing, bro. Because you have to get with her now. That's what they forget. Like, I look good for my age. Yeah, but I'm just getting to you now. There's 30 years behind you. There's 30 years behind you, man. I wasn't there for none of that shit, so it ain't the same. It ain't the same. They don't get that. They don't get it. They think we're looking at it like they do. No, we're not looking at your age at all, actually. We're looking at the fact that whoever you are, if we're attracted to you, why are you single? First. Then why are you single at that age? Second. And then why are you flaunting that to women? Are you gay? Like, what's going on? I'm confused. You're single. So, one more time, rest in peace, Kevin Samuels. Instead of those being open-ended questions and this, you'll never understand women paradigm, he actually helped us understand women. He didn't say it out loud, though. I'll translate it for you if you never heard it. Kevin Samuels' show exposed contradictions through the words of the women themselves. He didn't ask heavy or loaded questions. He'll ask a simple question, and then you'll watch them avoid it. Then he'll call them out on it, and then they'll finally meet a compromise and a common ground, whether he has to be more disciplined and say, hey, I can end this call, or you want to have a fair conversation. Then she goes in, then he asks a simple clarification question, why not the past 10? And then she starts telling herself about 5 minutes. And then she ends up frustrating herself, and then he'll add a little fuel to the fire, keep the show going, and then be like, all right, that's it. See, that's what I was telling y'all. These women, he ain't talking about all of them. He's talking about the women he's talking to. Because that's the only type of women he was talking to. You know what he exposed to you? Narcissism. Go back to Kevin Samuels' channel today. Go ahead and preload your degree on narcissism. And then imagine if all the women going back and forth with him are narcissistic women. Wait. You'll notice that this whole time he's describing feminine, agreeableness, fit, non-combative. What is he really saying to you? Because he never said it out loud. He's never talked about it in this way. But I understood it because I was studying narcissism. And it blew my mind away that I was learning two things as I was watching. I was like, it clicked watching him though. Like I read about it, I know what the words meant. I knew about the psychopaths and shit and like how they prey on people and like you can't tell or something. It was just, I had a surface level awareness of the bullshit. But then as Kevin Samuels is talking about it, he was describing everything that's not narcissistic. It ain't got nothing to do with femininity for real. If a woman wasn't a narcissist, she would be loving, she would be giving, she would be considerate of others, she wouldn't be picking fights, and she wouldn't be dramatic about things that haven't happened because she's not a fucking narcissist, starving for attention, energy, and depleting in a vampire and a parasite in her personality. That's all it is. You take all the fucking qualities of a bitch and you remove the bitch out of her, you're left with a woman. What is the bitch? A narcissist. That's what they used to say back in the day when I was a kid. What's the difference with a bitch and a hoe? One of the comedians said this: a hoe fuck everybody, and a bitch fuck everybody but you. Right? That's funny. When you understand the dynamics of why that is. But then you take a second look and say, let me review this game through narcissism. There's a lot of hoes and strippers that are narcissists. But there's a lot of sex workers that are not narcissistic. Because they're more of a healer. They're more empathetic. They're just a sex worker. But they're not narcissists. Then you have the girl that be lying and pretending to be everything but a hoe, but she's a stripper. And she do everything else for $500, but she don't tell you about it. To keep her image up. To make it seem like she ain't like these other hoes. Narcissist. Same thing with a woman or a wife. The woman that's agreeable, honeymoon period, the love bombing period, and then the mask comes off. And now she's nagging. And now you push the A button, and you don't get A button responses, you get C button responses. And then you try to add it. And then you find your whole time trying to work verbal magic and calling a response for somebody who's a grown-ass fucking adult that can express exactly what the fucking problem is, but they haven't yet, and it's been years. Yeah. Now, if you remove all of those things that you're seeing in the Kevin Samuel interview, and you saw the same woman not acting like that, you're like, oh, that's a pretty girl. She's a decent person. Yeah, it taught us that we have a whole generation of millennial women, at least, and higher. And they got it from the previous generation. That they all were prolific in getting away with being narcissistic pieces of shit. Gen Z is like that. I'm just a girl shit don't work. They're more hard, heavy-handed, but they didn't have to live through that. They're in the after effects, so they're out of polarity with it, but they're in the right direction, right? They don't like, nah, we ain't playing that shit. But it comes across weird because it's not matching the energy of those girls there. But it will. But we come from the narcissistic bitch plane. Where being a narcissistic woman would go under the radar because they're a woman, because they're softer, because they're weaker, because they can't control their emotions. Like all the things that men talk about, not women. Men. It's like we placated to the fact that they're a woman. And what we mean by that is that emotionally, they're different than us. Not how capable or competent they are. When it comes to their emotions and their feelings, they're women. They're weaker than us. They're weaker emotionally. We walk day to day, go to work crushed. They'll fuck up the whole mood of the house because they're inconvenienced 5 minutes ago. So nah, they're weaker in that way, generally. But that weakness, where they pull all the energy down and they stop everything and the fucking machine stops because they're unhappy, that's narcissism. That's 100% narcissism. That is not women. That's not happy wife, happy life. That's a narcissism. That's more do as I say, not as I do. And then they just cheating. And then all of a sudden they start getting exposed as, well, if all the women ain't fucking cheaters and they're all good women, why is there so many kids who don't know who their daddy is? Who the fucking victim is? And how come that woman with that guy, he think he the daddy and shit, but he ain't? How's she the victim? How the fuck she don't keep track of who the fuck she got pregnant by? How's she the victim? Was she the victim when she was fucking 2, 3, 4 people at once? Like, what kind of victim is that? This is a mother, by the way, who was just fucking the whole town at once. And then pick the guy that's most competent to be the father because that's a work through. And the judge shows and everyone who talks about it be like looking like it kind of makes sense. Like, no, bitch. It never made sense. I would fucking throw it away right there. Who the fuck do you think you are? And then you understand, Kevin Samuels was showing you that pattern. He gave us pattern recognition to narcissistic women. I ain't had an uncle or daddy Give me a tool so powerful, boy. That's powerful. He shows you the template for every variation of that shit. Pretty, audacious, skinny, and big. And every last single guest that wanted to argue with his ass was a goddamn narcissist. Do your homework. And you're gonna notice that pattern in everybody else. And you're like, oh shit, I'm fucked up in the game. Duh. That's why this shit's strange. Because if they single over 30, they're not crazy. More than likely, they're fucking narcissists. Especially if she looked good. That's what they were trying to say to us. The crazy part was the narcissism. Not her being single, not her being career focused, not her not finding the right match. The chances and probability amongst us especially. Nah, that's a bitch. Code word narcissist. Don't fuck with none of these bitches over 30. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying, bro. And you arguing like, nah, there's some good ones over 30. Yeah, nigga. But we talk about statistics and algebra. The likelihood of a woman that looks good over 30 that hadn't found her mind yet, and she got all, you know, all the fucking language model. Yeah, that woman right there, nah, she's like this because she's a narcissist. Ain't nobody gonna do with that. No matter how much money they have or don't have. Don't be a sucker. Don't try to pander. Don't let her looks deceive you. What is the looks deceiving from, vampire? Their narcissism. What the fuck? Ain't nothing else going on in humans. Ain't nothing else going on in humans. They're acting like there's something, like a mystery to this shit. What are they hiding? What are they masking? What is their true identity? They're a fucking narcissist, but like, and all that means, energetically means, they can't give energy back to anyone. They don't know how to. So they're a vacuum of energy. They're a black hole. They pull energy in. And in that, they start making demands and quotas. I require a man to have this much energy. I require you, if we're together, you do these things. And then you go, let's balance this equation. If I'm gonna do A, B, and C, if I do A, B, and C, you should be able to do C, D, and E. And then there's a problem. Shit, narcissist. They don't have a problem because that shit don't make sense. It makes sense already. The problem is, you're asking them to do something. They're asking you to do it. And they're not asking you, they're telling you. Yeah, they're narcissists, bro. You can't reason with a narcissist, bro. There's no such, they're unreasonable people. That's what the narcissism is. It's unreasonable. It's delusional. It's dangerous. It's depleting. And sometimes it's vicious. Those are the ones that always got revenge problems and anger problems because they can't let shit go. Yeah. Pure sign of narcissism. Everything adds up. You see the men too. But we already see that in dudes. We're not trying to date them though, so we don't have to pander with so much. If we even have to deal with them. So we escape that most times, unless it's in a work environment. But women, 100% choice. Nah, boy. You best fucking stay away from these narcissists. Do you think women can heal from narcissism? That's funny. You're a funny dude, bro. You're a funny guy. That's a funny question. That's a loaded question. Noel says, no lies detected. Emmett Ross says, you really see that in my elder relatives. Blended families. Yo auntie is really your mama. Meeting new siblings at funerals. Independent women, but need roam like Claudine on that 70s show. Wait. Damn it, bro. Cook. My bad. Hoology 101. My husband developed cancers and he changed, so I left. Was the first clip that popped off the first speak so what narc level of his show. Who else want to get on Zoom and try to prove him wrong for something another one that said on his show? It's supreme narcissism. Oh, y'all caught it then, shit. So let's go back to Jayon question. He said, what? Do you think a woman can heal from narcissism? Nigga, what? Hold on. That shit is a funny question. That's a funny question, bro. Heal from narcissism. Can a woman heal from narcissism? That's the funniest part of it. You said, can a woman heal? That's funny. You said a Tribe Called Quest. Can a woman heal from specific thing? Narcissism. You funny, nigga. You funny. First of all, let's pretend. Let's pretend we can climb that ladder. That's funny as shit. A woman that's a narcissist. That's why it's funny to me. So first. Can we get a woman to admit to anything? We're gonna do percents on. I'm gonna say the answer is yes, you can do it, but I'm gonna say there's a very low success rate, and every ladder this step is gonna take it away. So can a woman admit that she's wrong, let alone admit that she might be narcissistic, right? It's the difference between narcissistic and NPD. The disorder, you'll know it, but narcissistic because society allowed it and groomed it and pandered to it. So it's a benefit of being a woman, so to speak. You have to get them to see that, A, being a woman in their mind is a bad thing to everyone else. We're talking about during peak feminism and DEI, boy. We're talking about these women. Nah, you funny as hell. Hold on. So can a woman admit she's wrong? And then can you get a woman to see that these traits that you would consider to be narcissistic in her is a bad problem when those are the same traits theoretically that she uses to get what she wants, although she don't get what she wants all the time. And she can't figure out why. And you're not doing it right now. So you about to make her cry, right? So you got 3. Hold on, right now. Then if you're having a serious conversation and you want to get through to her, right? Because you're not judging her, you're not casting her away, you're not kicking her out or nothing. You're like, hey, we should talk about this because I think we can heal something, right? Because what are we talking about? So now we have 75% percentile on this motherfucker already. Then you say to her, check this shit out. I'm going to give you some examples of the bullshit you be on. And I don't need you to receive this as being angry. It happened already. I'm over it, but I remember everything. I'm here to intervene, right? Like, this could be so much doper and better if we learn how to deal with this. And then this is project code named narcissism. You ain't got to tell her that yet. You ain't got to tell her that yet. So stage 3, you got to be able to get her to see your way. And here's the caveat. Without her getting angry? Nah, nigga. First of all, 50 percentile. Hold on, we just dropped a whole bunch of points. So now you got to talk about this shit. Because you know what's going to happen to a narcissistic-leaning woman, or a damsel in distress, you can call them. They're going to recluse. They're going to feel like you're attacking them. They're going to be dramatic. You don't love them anymore. They're going to be like, why is this coming up now? How come you didn't talk about it then, right? So assuming you don't hit that level, because that level is full-blown narcissism. I don't know how to get out of that one. Like, when I play Super Mario Brothers, I go to the top of the stage and I skip that one. So if you get to that level out of anger and they start becoming a victim of a hypothetical conversation, then bro, you can't even begin the healing process. If they already an emotional wreck on the topic of something that's serious, right? Because this is serious, by the way. It's the most serious thing there is, I think, between people. Parasitic nature through emotional abuse. The emotional abuse is narcissism. It's covert narcissism on top of that. Female nature. They're usually not heavy-handed. So the problem that we have is that a lot of these sisters who seem nice and they're not bitchy, they turn into a bitch. Yeah, they're covert narcissists. They're the sweetest girl in their friend group, but they treat their man different, or they treat their kids different. Mommy dearest and shit. Yeah, she was the town favorite, nigga. So 9 times out of 10, you gotta get to level 3 without them getting angry, and if they get angry, they're covert narcissists. So they, boom, hi, surprise, here I am, you see me. Mind you, if they are a narcissist, bro, they already fucking know it's fucked up. That's why they're with you. They went through this movie with other people who probably yelled and screamed and told them about themselves more than you ever could. So they know what the language model is for their bullshit. Now they're trying to see how you want to deal with it. And the fact that you're already pushing and prodding and you're about to start this conversation about what their problem could be and what's unhealed that they're not dealing with, which shows up in all their past relationships, now you dealing with it, then you have to get them to be able to listen to that reasonably. Lord Jesus, have mercy. We had a 15 percentile. Covert narcissists are dangerous. Now the baddie that dressed in all the fancy clothes, and she more of what they call that a grandois narcissist, like she's the best thing, she could be a model and all these things, and the reason why things didn't work out in the thing or the career or that relationship is because someone else and a whole bunch of haters. they just fucking annoying. They're bitchy and annoying, so they're not gonna have a lot of traction unless the dude got a fucking abuse fetish because he had a bad issue with his mother at his rights. Save them for them, I guess. But for normal people, you know, you can't do nothing with that one either. You have to find yourself constantly humbling her, and then she becomes vindictive. Then she wants to cheat to get revenge, and you're like, bitch, what part of the game is this? I just said you had a fucked up attitude, and you know you do. That's an excuse to be a sleazebag? They be forgetting they still a hoe if they cheat. That's more of a hoe than a hoe, I think. Anyway, you sleeping with two different niggas at once, bitch. You a hoe. The fuck? But they don't see themselves as a hoe. It's everything else. They can't call it a hoe because if they call it a hoe, you'll see them for what they are, a covert narcissist. Those are the worst kind of hoes, by the way. A girl that's acting like a good girl, but she a hoe anyway. That's a narcissist. That's a covert narcissist. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather deal with the neurodivergent, empath hoe that got some female narcissistic traits, but at her heart she wants to be a healer, versus the one that acts like she's a Puritan, but she's a cheater. Nah, you're a covert narcissist. You need more than one supply at once. That's what the problem is. Once the money and the fun run out, she needs to get the high again. That's why she go out with Jonesies, niggas who ain't got nothing. Nah, she likes all the pandering. She likes the drinking and the party to escape her life for a minute. Ain't got nothing to do with him or you. But either way, we rationalize this and weigh out the truth of it. The core fundamental flaw in her and those women, and there's so many of those covert narcissistic women, is that they're covert because they're cowards, but they're cowards because they're scared. And they're scared because likely there's some type of root issue in terms of being threatened or something that happened in their childhood or abuse or things like that. Absolutely. Absolutely. Is that an excuse to treat their husband like a dickhead? No. They should have been healed that. They're the main ones that talk about therapy. But they're never going to go into therapy with this premise. I think I'm ruining my relationships by being overbearing, by being reactionally emotional, and I don't mean to. And I'm not understanding or tolerating anyone else's point of view. Like, I have a very hard time bifurcating from my trauma. And then they talk about that for the next summer. That'll never fucking happen in human fucking history. And I'm not a fucking therapist. And I just damn healed them. Like, they gotta stop fucking playing with me. So, nah, Jayon, that's fun. That's a funny story, though. That's a funny fucking story. If we live in an imaginary three-letter world where you can get to this conversation without triggering them, or having them fight you on accountability before you get to the point, maybe. That's what I was saying with that girl earlier. When I said fuck it, I could just go home, and I was so happy. Well, she was only pulling down my energy because it's like she told me, she has anger issues, aka she's a covert narcissist. Don't miss it now. Don't miss it now. I didn't say that earlier. Let me run that back. I was dealing with a narcissist. And she was trying to melt the house down in her emotional tirade, being triggered by a little bit to nothing, referring to a previous situation, which I am none of it. So why the fuck are we talking about it? I did not do any of that for that reason. In fact, I did not see it that way. Duly noted. Moving on. I'm not moving on. Okay, I don't gotta be here. Yeah, narcissist. Because she didn't follow up with saying, I apologize for the meltdown. You're right, it wasn't this, it wasn't that. It was more like, why did you leave? Then she was the victim. She was abandoned. She can't trust me because I abandoned her at her vulnerable moment where she's going through an emotional abusive tirade, or she wants to. And I'm like, nah, I'm not staying for that. Why did I leave? Well, if I answer it logically, which is what I do, well, you seem very upset. And it didn't make sense to me. And it is what it is. I even go through the narration of taking what they said to me about it and then applying it to show them that I understood and heard everything they said. So yeah, I can see how in that situation I could do this or that better if that's what the case is. But if that's what the case is, next time, if that never happens again, because it probably wouldn't, now that I'm aware. So yes, I agree with you. And then there's nothing else. There's no follow-up. There's just... Nah, they want to keep arguing, bro. I'm telling them not because you're a fucked up bitch and individual. Did you call me a bitch? You acting like bitch the other day. That's why I left your dumb ass. Well, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, nah, blah, blah, blah. Shut the fuck up. And then she want to come get you. See, I know what the other answer is. I know what the narcissist playlist paradise looks like if you play that game. I can't do that. I'm too real with myself. Like, I'm not talking about the realest person alive. I mean a realist. Like, I'm just too real. Like, nah, I'm gonna have to answer this way to get you to get your emotional abusive high off of it. And then I have to be the type of guy or the player that plays the game. That's what the game is. Like pandering, even you notice that they have to be quite elevated in anger and language to deal with that. You have to yell at the bitch. You have to call her a bitch to her face. You have to like act like you're gonna make her cry, but then apply the logic and slide in the damn the solution in the middle of the bullshit. It's tactical. It's not rude, but it's like you standing up for yourself, but you have to elevate to asshole. And then they respect that, whether that's their father or their mother type of thing happening, and then they recoil, and then they feel empathy, or they feel tired, or the emotion leaves because they transferred the anger to you. Nah, fuck that. But a player will play it off. And if a player can't get that out of the energy, depending on how charged it was, they're gonna take it out on another girl. Hence, they're always with a cheater. Yeah, he's relocating energy. He has you for the main core things of the character build, but then he has her to offload and pump and dump on because of you. They don't understand anything. I know, but that's very narcissistic of him because he can just cut your ass off if it's a real fucking problem and he's real. If he's real, he wouldn't be trying to manage that. That's some sucker shit. We know. We know. He's a covert narcissist. We know, sis. Women ain't attracted to street dudes as much are they attracted to their narcissism. They can't beat me. What the fuck are they talking about? I just did this in March. I'm 40 years old. They still can't beat me. So it ain't that. Nah, it's the fact that they are grandois narcissists. So they sell the dream. They sell the, they talk. They know how to talk. They're extroverted. Most grandois male narcissists are extroverted. They're the main guy in energy. You call them an alpha, if you will. Most alphas can't fight though. Most, not all. But most like gregarious alphas, they talk a lot of shit. They're shit talkers. They get the attention and they're liked. So you'll get the grandois narcissist that's liked and he don't fight, but then some other dummy right up under him wants to prove a point to get accepted by him, and he's the one that wants to fight you. If you've ever been in those power dynamics before as a man, that's what it is. His flying monkey wants to prove himself. And I end up knocking the fucking flying monkey out too. But I've seen some grandois narcissists that were cool with me, as long as I would play their game amongst the crowd. As long as I wasn't targeting them and talking shit and like, yo, I'm gonna have to drop this nigga. As long as you don't fall in that energy with them and they get their feed from everyone else that's like, they got more of the attention than you, then you can deal with them. Like, yo, what's good, bro? What's good, Eric? Hey, man, what's good, man? The football game? Like, I know you're a narcissist. And I know you don't really like me, but I'm playing nice with you, so you're playing nice with me because they're keeping you forward. But as long as I don't pull those people away from him and then I start glowing or doing the same thing, and then he feels like the attention's not on him, that's when they become a fucking problem. That's when they start whispering and starting shit. And that's how they get flying monkeys young. And that's how you have a problem with the other niggas that want to fucking break, do all the damn the dummy shit. We know. Am I back? 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 3 in a chat if I'm back and I'm blacker than ever. Probably not. That phone call went on too long, but it's a rare phone call. It's a phone call from my dad, man. You can't call him back, so I was like, shit. I can't call my dad back, so I just gotta let him go for the length of their prepaid phone calls. He was doing the thing that I was just talking about too, which is crazy. Thank you, bud. It's cool talk, though. There's momentum, there's frequency. Haven't talked to him much this year. I had to curse him out this year. I cursed my dad out twice. I cursed him out in January. Then I cursed him out again when his sister died. And he started calling me back like none of that happened. Now, it was overdue. I have never cursed my dad out in 40 years, but I had to curse him out this year. I had to let him know about himself. I had to let him know that I knew about him, and I had to tell him how I felt about himself. That's what I mean by that. I mean, when it happened, you know, I'm talking to the toughest guy I've ever met in my life. Like, he looked like he's still 40 years old. He ain't got no gray hairs. Nigga could fight. So, you know, you wouldn't talk to him like that. And he's always threatened me my whole life, right? So, he didn't suspect, whether it's over the phone or in person, that I would even have that polarity towards him. And ever since, which is interesting, he talks to me differently now. Like, he knows I arrived. That's myself. See, when you're young, you're scared, like he's gonna kill me or something or hurt you, you know. He can, trust me. But he didn't choose that option with me. He couldn't, right? He couldn't get to me anyway. But he ain't the type of narcissist that would let that shit slide in real life, right? But because I'm his son, right? And I'm really the only real person he got, he's evolved at his older age. Straying into the earlier convo about these women who figure it out. Usually they figure it out when it's too late. They're on threads talking about they're 62 and they look 40. They finally figured it out. But he had to figure it out after I cursed his ass out. And he still called back. And then he stopped. And then I blocked him from calling me. And then I unblocked him intuitively because he's telepathic-ish. I can tell when he's about to call me. Like, I could feel it. And so something told me to unblock him. And I did. And then he called the next day. Weird as shit. But not weird, but weird. So I've only talked to him twice all summer, I think. So he just called. And he told me a few things about everything. He was telling me about the case that I got going on. That his significant other has no intention of returning to the drama. And that the only thing I would have to worry about is if the prosecutor has a personal grudge against me for some reason and she wants to pursue it on her own. You won't require nobody. But because I don't have no record and blah, 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 it can only go but so far, perhaps. But they tried to railroad me. They gave me 7 charges for text messages, classified as phone calls, which is error. But how do you argue that if there's no other person to argue with? You know what I'm saying? Or I'm just talking about a court argument. So for a prosecutor to pick it up, they're going to press the issue in a different pressure point. And you were saying that's the only thing, though. I was like, well, I'm prayed up. Hopefully the prosecutor thinks I'm handsome, and we just move on from there. Stern warning. Don't call your stepmother when motherfuckers trying to keep, you know, whatever it is. We'll get there one day. I'll tell the real story, hopefully on my birthday. So he told me about that. He told me that he made the phone calls. And mind you, that might even be true, too. Man. But niggas be playing games with him because he's playing phone games. But this is important to document. So he tells me he's talking to the people involved with this, all family drama. Cool. Then we code switch. So that told me psychically he ain't really worried about it. And if my dad's not worried about it, for me to be his son, it gave me a loop of, well, what am I worried about? My dad ain't worried about it, right? Nigga in jail. He in jail professionally. He in jail with niggas who've been in jail a long time. Like, he know all the jail stuff. And he knows the county that I'm in. So he's like, if he ain't worried about it with all his reference points as being in jail, then when he's talking to me in code switches, he's like, anyway, more important things. And I was like, cool fucking story. I've been working on that. So now I got that, his confirmation, if you will. And this is psychic. This isn't overt because it's not true yet. This is all fictional in the universe of our imaginations, but trusting his imagination, because I do, in a lot of things. Just some of his ways are not cool, but that's a whole nother story. So he goes into this conversation and he does the thing he always do. He's like, you know, I'm always gonna worry about you, right? I'm like, that's such a hard conversation to have when a person's locked up. I was like, yeah. He said, I'm always gonna check in on you. I'm like, all right, you know, I got no problems with that. I get it. I get it on a deep level too, with a person whose mother's been dead the whole time. So I can't just cut him off in real life, unfortunately. Not forever, because it doesn't, he can't do anything. Whoever he was when he got locked up, it's so many different people ago. He's a totally different person now. As am I. I'm not 19 no more. So our dynamics that we have friction to begin with, and the shit that happened and how it spent out, is between two different people 20 years ago, and neither of us are either of those people. So it's hard for me to, as I was speaking with anger and all that shit that comes with narcissism, I can't hang on to that. I can't even be angry. After I was able to curse his ass out and get my point across and say everything I had to say, and then find out what I found out through that, right? Because he was like, yeah, we're the bloodline of Jesus, by the way. Don't miss that. He don't talk about that. Like, it's weird to pick up our conversation, and that was the pressure point. Different generation of people. I don't know how they bifurcate something so important. Maybe I never will, because he feels like he's being watched or listened to too as well, right? Never know. But it's kind of weird. Could have told me that in the first 20 years, but you know how this shit goes. So outside of that little quip, he's just talking. And he was like, he was describing to me, be careful where you are or where you plan on going, because those Negroes are different. I noticed. He was like, and this is crazy because he talked like me. He said, and they're different in different levels. I was like, how the fuck is he going X, Y, and Z with me? He's saying the Negroes from the West are different from the East. He means that quite literally, street level. He's locked up with them. And he's saying that they're different at different levels. And when you describe it as a scenario, is how because you talk different or you have a different polarity, you can say something and they'll take it personally. And then you'll try to explain yourself and they'll blow up and be like, see, that's what I was talking about. So he said, you got to fall back and watch them and learn them. Like my dad's talking like that. And I was like, that's what I was just talking about. So me and him talking about the same thing, but he described it because he lives his life. His vision is boys in the hood all the time. This dude's a nerd. He's a tech dude. He comes from the streets, but he's never in boys in the hood at his age. Even when I was a kid, like I was boys in the hood. By the time he had me, he was at work doing DeVry and shit. He was not boys in the hood. I was boys in the hood. But he always talks to me and prepares me for boys in the hood as bullshit. And I was like, I'm glad he reaffirmed it though. He reaffirmed this whole conversation. He was like, different people from different locations have a different pattern too. And what he was telling me is their patterning of narcissism is different. He's saying that they're more squishy, they're more triggered by us Northeasterners because we're more overt, more aggressive. You can offend all kinds of people with that personality trait, but if you're dealing with a narcissist from a different way, they handle that energy different. And he was telling me not just that, but you gotta look at it vertically too, like the ones in control and power, and all the way down to the normal person that you just run into in the street. You gotta be careful. I was like, thank you for the primer update. I'm pretty sure I got a handle on this. So I answered him, and I forgot what I said to him, because I was still in 3 a.m. mode. And I was like, well, thankfully, I'm at a point in my life, because, he doesn't realize I'm 40 yet either. In his mind, he hasn't seen me that way. He knows, but he hasn't seen me 40, so he doesn't know I'm 40. So I said, but at this point in my life, thankfully, I don't work in restaurants, so I don't have to interface with that type of element. Plus, I'm at a point in my life where I can just go home. So if I ever feel like I need to sit, study, and be very careful with how I communicate to people, then I'll just remove myself from that situation. I'm an internet kid, so I'll be all right. I don't have to be outside to get money the way that we would have when he was growing up in New York, right? So I understand what his core operating system is. But it's interesting that he's still picking up on patterns of people, even locked up, and they import them or whatever the fuck's going on inside. And he's still learning. And he still wants to teach me, and that's the only thing he can teach me, which is the craziest thing about him. He only understands people. But the dark side of them. He doesn't tell you how to look out for the happy people. He doesn't tell you how to look out for the right people. He doesn't tell you how to find the right woman. He doesn't give you those degrees. He gives you, watch out for if. Watch out for if. If this, then that. Watch out for this. He's a watch out person. He watches out for people. Watch out if, watch out with this situation. And if you do that, then watch out. Like, he don't know how to talk about nothing else. His whole life is through fear and paranoia. But confidently though, but the thing behind it, behind the mask, has to be fear and paranoia. Because how much can a nigga watch out for in 40 goddamn years? If I still gotta watch out for shit, bro, Jesus, and this man's 60 something, so he's still telling me to watch out for this and watch out for that one. I'm like, Lord have mercy. But then the gratitude that comes with that, to reinforce it. Our situation, our relationship, and our life is so fucked up. But I have to be grateful for at least this fact, that no matter what's going on in my life, maybe my natural father will call me and I'll at least have a moment of a Snapple fun fact about niggas. It may never go further than that. It sounds like situations are moving where he might get out even. I don't know how long he's gonna live after that. But if any of those things happen, it's a totally different life. But if none of that ever happens and he's still inside until he can still keep calling me randomly through my life, I have to be grateful for that. At least that part of my memory and relationship with him is real. He really is looking out for me. He's really watching out for me. He might wish he had more control over variables and hope that I go A, B, C, or D. But since I cursed him out, he knows that I'm ready. So all he can play is that position, confirmation. At least I have a father who's incarcerated, who I can only talk to 5 to 15 minutes at a time. But at least when we talk, he serves confirmation. And it's from a trusted source in that degree. It's my first trusted source, in fact. So like, I might not have a lot, and life is kind of fucked up a lot of times if we talk about it on paper, like the events and the people and the situations, yes. But to reclaim your energy so that, like, and this is for the sisters too, who are so angry about shit that's wrong or whatever. Yeah, me too, but I'm 40. But I'm 40. I can't even really remember what I would be mad about him about back then. I don't quite remember it all 100% accurately no more either, because I've redefined the narrative for me. So I had to go into a deep meditation and relive some shit and then bring it 20 years into the future and process it as a 40-year-old and then realize, like, whatever, nigga, like, I've been through worse, actually. That's the sucky thing about life and experience. Wisdom is when you go through worse, then you don't weigh out the old petty shit no more. Like the girl talking to me about some dude named Chris from 10 years ago. You haven't been through worse yet. All these people in between, don't lie to me. Haven't been worse than that yet? Like, you're not even summoning, how come you haven't found anything in the meantime either? Yeah, people lose track of themselves looking backwards, Sarah. So looking forward, at least, that's where your gratitude comes in. I'm not showing gratitude for yesterday. I'm showing gratitude for tomorrow by saying it today. I'm gratitude that at least my father can call me sometimes. The end. No wishing for nothing different, not wishing for more. Having the reference point that I know how it is for it to be nothing at all. And I know plenty of other people who have nothing at all. Now, I can look at another person who has a father that's free and that's competent and capable to be in a relationship, and they're just beefing over petty shit from 20 years ago. And I would want to tell them, like, look, nigga, life is short. Don't fucking play like that. But I can't. It's not my judgment. Back to one. Nah, this is my life, my boat, my experiment. I don't need all that. I don't need to prove anything to anyone. I don't need more than that, in fact. That's how you beat the narcissistic tick, though, when I'm describing to you. Narcissists are living through that differently. They'll have my same exact variables, and then that becomes a trigger, a catalyst. They may see somebody else who with a better map or situation and envy it. They may hear someone else give them advice about some shit like this, and it might rub them the wrong way, because you can never rub them the right way if they're already in a negative polarity about the shit. They might make up a whole different reality, masking the fundamental issue. It's fucked up, and I don't like it. But they never move from there. You're not learning to like it. You're learning to let go of the fact that it's not likable. Then you graduate and go, oh, this shit ain't about liking shit. All right? So now you no longer have the catalyst for being uncomfortable. then you graduate to it is what it is. Up or down. It is what it is for up or down. If someone gets flunked out and it didn't go my way, say lo que lo say. If someone's like, wow, man, you're lucky, it worked out, say lo que lo say. It is what it is. It is what it is the most grounding thing for me to say. So I don't have to look around and bring all of this extra dark energy and reserves and like make a profound demonstration to convince someone, to win someone over, to be, looked at as a damsel. Nah, nigga, please. No one gives a fuck. Ultimately. I don't think our sisters got that button yet. They live in a version of that where they give a fuck more than anyone else, and because of that, then everyone else must give a fuck too. They assume their highest intensity value and then shoot it across the room. Thus, when you respond alt to it, they're listening to it at the same intensity, but the other direction. Like, oh, they're all the way on the other side against this. Nah, they're trying to control other people. They're trying to control your response. They're trying to control the energy. Yeah, they're practicing narcissism. They might not be a narcissist, but women get away with that. And because their joint collective narrative, those who do that, they all say the same thing. Like, well, I was just saying. Then they find a homegirl. Very similar energy, aren't they? Yes. How convenient is that? But then they don't really like each other. I wonder why that is. But they agree on their narcissism. If you're trying to figure out what's binding them together. The overt, hooky bitch best friend to the girl who's the covert narcissist. They're like Ren and Stimpy in this motherfucker. Yeah. Flying monkey shit too. So, but they'll talk to each other and validate the narrative that they just fucking made up in their head. And then go and put a real person that's not there in the middle of it without consulting them in any of this. And be like, well, if A, then B, then he shouldn't have done that because then he know. And that one time with Brian, he knew, and then he just playing with you. Like they created a whole scenario to be mad about. They gained agreement on a whole way where it shouldn't go that way. And then they entered new characters into it and then held judgment against them in the fucking whole thing they fucking made up in their goddamn head anyway. That's what little girls do. So, narcissism in women is trapped within a little girl module of imagination. Narcissism in men too. My dad bullied me because I was a kid. He ain't gonna talk to me like that as a man. Even if I curse him out. I know why though, as a man. He knows I was serious. So it wasn't about me beating him or him beating me. It was me being serious. That's the first time he's heard me be serious. And he knows what it means. He knows that I'm volatile like him because I come from him. So we don't have to see that story, but the respect comes from, oh, same. Yeah, bro, we're the same thing. In that way. Same, in other degrees. They know. They know, but they get away with it. That's encouraged. The movies do it the same way. Was that divorce movie with Janet Jackson in them? She's the victim because he's cheating or down low or something. But then when it came to her sales and the divorce and how much money she made off of his back, and then she started saying, well, you didn't help me write anything. He was like, I stayed up all night listening to your ideas. I'm the one that pitched you this. I'm the one that arranged that. Like, I was active with you. I didn't write the book, but you didn't write that book if I didn't do what I did either. And she was like, you can't be serious. If the shoe was on the other foot, though, in these movies, and then that man was getting a divorce, and the woman was the cheater, but then she wanted half of everything, including the fact that half the book is inspired by her. Everyone watching that movie would be like, yeah, that's fair. She's a woman. You wouldn't have done that if she wasn't there. She made a house for you. Like, that's the default answers, right? All the time, right? And it's like, no, we getting divorced because she a hoe. They missed that part. Well, you weren't doing the thing to make her happy. Oh, hoe goes with happiness. Dopamine. You see how they do it? They cheat because they're not happy. They cheat because they don't have sugar. They cheat because they don't have dopamine. That's some kid shit. Same story. It loops back to the same thing. Damsel in distress, narcissistic women are childish. Our society supports childish women. Section 8, media, protection, that type of thing. They're the vulnerable species. So it's understandable. Except for when they're no longer children. They're grown-ass women. There's no excuse for them to be childish. That's what they're being held accountable to. But now they no longer have the support of the society supporting childish females. Understand? So you go from a childish female to a dominant super entrepreneur baddie female. They made the adjustment through acquiring the materials by themselves so that they can't be kicked out or looked down upon by the other people. That makes sense. They're finally grown. But if they exceed a certain threshold, Kevin Samuels, then they feel like because they became grown, they're entitled to someone with more. That's the narcissism. But they don't see it that way because they see it as I worked hard, I educated, I rubbed elbows with the sharks, and I made it to the other side. So I need my guy at the finish line further down the line because I'm getting tired. That's what it sounds like. And they're like, nah, that's not how this works. What do you mean? Well, a man isn't entitled to a certain type of woman because he is those things either, is he? No. In fact, men don't even have a type of woman in those degrees. They thought they were playing the same game as us. No. And I think they're just waking up to this. Men don't look for women who did all of that. It's never been done before, first of all. So genetically, traditionally, culturally, we have never, especially us, we have never lived in a society in recent history, in capitalism especially, where women had to climb all those ladders by themselves and get the house and get the car, and now they're established and boom, single. And now you got to compete with the top 1% men of your society for her. Not because she's the prettiest, not because she's the baddest, but because she climbed a ladder. Don't miss that. Men ain't looking for established women who look like solid. First of all. So it's not a universal standard even. You would still have to be deadly attractive for that guy to even entertain the shit. That's why they watch baddies. Or not them, but the different classes of that. It's about the attractiveness, not how much money the bitch got. But women equate attractiveness to money. Get it? We don't. We know that a girl can be broke and still be better than any other girl we dated. Fuck it, I'll take a chance. I won't pay for anything anyway. I won't pay for everything anyway. They be forgetting that. Like when they become grown and independent, they keep most of their money to themselves. So how does the man benefit? He doesn't. On his birthday, maybe, you get a cooler, bigger gift, but he ain't dating you for birthday gifts if he's the man that you wanted with money as much as you. So he don't need your gifts. So he don't need your money if he's paying for everything. And that's a prerequisite because he's the big boss who can handle everything. So all you gotta do is keep your money and do what? Look attractive with artificial products and hair and wigs and makeup and Instagram and Temu cards. Like that's where it is. I'm stretching this out for a reason. Like you gotta think about all the degrees that a narcissistic woman misses. Because that symptom is narcissism. It ain't nothing to do with women or baddies or entrepreneurs. No, they're the ones you see in camera talking about it and still ain't got what they want because they're narcissists, not because there's all the women like that are like that. No, all those women that are talking like that are usually narcissists, yes. But every woman who's high profile and all that shit, a lot of them get married while they in fucking college and still become all those things. Then they credit the stability of their household to that shit. Then the same women who even beyond that, they rich as fuck, they married, and what do they say? I still cook for my man every day. It has nothing to do with entitlement or that. I'm a woman that likes to cook. I think it's important that we eat a cooked meal together every day. That's on me. They ain't that he unlocked it. They ain't whether he's worthy or unworthy. How the fuck is someone more worthy or unworthy than having a home cooked meal? Why would a woman says I can only, because that's the main thing that they talk about, cooking and cleaning. Some shit you do by yourself anyway, right? So in order for me, a high performing, in my mind, person to be paired with you, you have to pay all my bills in order to unlock cooking and cleaning. Well, how much would a maid cost? Like, they do that dumb shit. That's narcissism. That's not women. Don't confuse that with women. That's narcissism. They're making these mute ass points for no fucking reason. And if there's a narcissist that's based in anger, then they're also messy. And then they have the fucking nerve to be a fucking germaphobe. If you meet these germaphobe, angry ass bitches, they're narcissists, bro. I'm telling you, I'm gonna give you all the key ingredients, man. You'll never miss this ever again. You'll think about on the other shit, like, damn, MG might be right. I know that. I know that. I want you to watch out for it. So then Kevin Samuels helped me understand this. Well, if every story is the fucking same with these women, then there's no point for me to entertain and have that same conversation with any of them because I know where it's gonna go. Nowhere. So what it then teaches you is you start getting a blind spot to women who show any of those colors or any of those signals. They call them red flags, right? But it's not a red flag like she doesn't have or doesn't do. No, I look for the energy consumption. I'm like, oh, she's farming, she's farming, she's farming, she's fishing, she's farming. And then I just turn my radar off. They become invisible to me. They become like homies, like, oh, that's the bro. By default. So I'll never look at her, I'll never pander to her, I'll never play that game with her. I'll treat her like a boy. She's acting like a boy anyway, so. I'm talking about in polarity, I'm talking about energy. Like, I'm no longer in that energy where it's like an attractive woman. I'm like, nah, don't matter how pretty she thinks she is. I'm gonna approach the energy-wise like it's a boy. Like how I won't joke a certain way or play a certain way with men. I treat a woman the same way. What's good, bro? Another day in paradise. That's crazy. All right, now. You take care of yourself. I don't even look at them no more. I don't stare at narcissistic women no more. I don't look for eye contact. I don't play none of them games. If I can watch her in the wild, and all she has to do is say is one thing. I can tell how she talked to a child, or I can hear how she talking on her phone. I'm like, I'll walk past them head to head, and I'll look the other way as soon as I get to them. Like, I'm just not. Whatever that is, I'm just not. And that's one example of how you start to do that with so many things as you get older. And then it narrows your path. Eye of the needle. You end up, if you take the wisdom of the Bible and the experience of other friends and people, you'll start to understand, like, it's the eye of the needle because it narrows all of your options and all your choices and all of your concerns. And the reason why most rich people, famous people, people can't go through that is because they care about everything else. They care about the response. They need the crowd. So they think of kings like people who walk through a red carpet and everyone's just blowing trumpets and celebrating niggas. All the kings in the Bible were damn near betrayed by their damn family members. Where did they get this idea from? So you got they're looking at it. They're looking at success through a fame model. They think they're famous. That's what it is. They think they're on the internet and they're famous. And it's childish fame. So they're acting like a famous person, how they perceive famous people are. All the ones that are on drugs and miserable, by the way. So they have a famous attitude broadcast. And it's like, you're not a rock star. You don't sell records. You're not that fine, in fact. If you think you're one of them, you're not. You're not in the class of those girls. I know who all of them are. I have all their names. You're not in that same classroom. I promise to God, y'all didn't go to the same school even. But instead of going through all that and humbling them and arguing and proving them and capturing them and all that dumb shit you got to do to chase a damn damsel, chasing a goddamn covert narcissist. How stupid is that? What the fuck do you win with narcissism? You chase it, you catch it, and you prove a point. Do you catch and release? Are we fishermen and hunters? Or are you guys really like, that's the sport out here? How to pander and save a narcissist from herself. You better focus on your mother or your daughter or something, bro. Hell no. Hell no. After the pandemic, hell no. Because we ain't even start talking to that mRNA shit just yet. Because now we're dealing with a different world of the same people. Older, more experienced, different trauma responses. Here we go, 6 years in passing, right? Trauma, people leaving, people dying, jobs lost. Now, if you're in a narcissistic paradise, like we are, so all the covert narcissists that are getting cut down, status, relevance, becoming invisible. Wait, they're young, they're millennials. They don't feel old yet. You ain't supposed to. But you become invisible to the average of your society. So a lot of these women, and I'm only talking about women because I'm a dude, a lot of these women are becoming invisible already, earlier than predicted, in fact. Invisible to the marketplace, invisible to the corporations, invisible just in terms of differentiation from all of them posting and showing themselves and talking in the camera. There's no more novelty in them themselves. They blend in with the crowd. So the feedback of energy makes them feel invisible. Like they're not getting the direct hit the other girl or the other reference they have gets. And they can't figure it out. They're doing all the things correctly. The hair tutorial, the clothes, the vibe, the aesthetic of the room, the camera, or just the conversations and the brunches and the eating the same dinners, going to Jamaica. They're saying, I'm following all the footsteps, but I'm not getting the perceived. And what are they breaking right there? Covet. Thou shalt not covet your neighbor. So they're covetous women as well. Comparison is the thief of joy. They're always fucking unhappy because they're comparing their world to someone else's. That's literally the definition of coveting. But then they want to talk about a proverb, such and such woman. How the fuck can you be a Proverbs any fucking woman if you can't fucking follow the commandment not to fucking covet someone else's treasures? It's a contradiction. It's a logical contradiction. It's not about good and bad in heaven. Like none of that was. All those 10 formulas is anti-narcissism. Wake your ass up. So if they're covetous, secretly angry, and they're always comparing their life and people and relationships and the people in their life, they're childish because they're looking at the world like toys. I want to put the Ken doll here, and he's going to be the father. I'm going to put this car because I picked it right here in the driveway. This girl, she bald-headed because she's something, and then she creates a whole different scenario for why that girl ain't got no hair in her head. And then Ken got to move as soon as she picks him up and tells him to move. So, like, you understand? Like, their mapping of reality is from childhood. Thus, as they become adults, and we pander to that in the movies and the Jewish media double down on that idea as if they have a better reference point, then here we go. Pop the bubble. Now they're invisible. Now they're vaccinated. Most of them. Because that was the thing to do. Keeping up with the Joneses. They want to be on the side of the argument where, what is this, the science and education? You better get that vaccine. I'm going outside. I'm going on vacation. I ain't like, you understand everything. The precept to their condition today is that they were coveting the lifestyle. That it wasn't even them. And then now they did all the things that the lifestyle said, and now they're fucking around, can't have kids. Hold on now. We're going to stack this up to the ceiling for you. So between the awareness that Kevin Samuel brought us to see them through their mask, and then the unfortunate Darwinism award that they received, that they can't create any more narcissists. They're not going to be able to genetically pass that program down to enough people. Even if they have one kid, they won't have enough of them. So you're already seeing that life itself, as it has played out so far, has been trimming and pruning narcissists off. That's biblical, by the way. The wheat from the chaff. Same type of dynamics, right? It's a culling. And I'm telling you, the root is narcissism. Narcissists are going to have the worst time adjusting to the new paradigm we find ourselves in going forward. Because their masks are off. The game, genie, and codes don't work. And then the joint trauma and decentralization of everything left them vulnerable to narrative too. They don't have a winning narrative. They picked all the wrong sides, especially now that everything's medical. So they're gonna have to stand on that hill of being unbearable. And then you're gonna know the facts already. You're gonna know that everything changed. And they're still gonna be pretending like it's a political or a person or identification's fault. Again, they can't imagine the simple answer is the people that colonize lie to? The people that don't care about the VA people, the people that don't care about the homeless, the people that don't care about people, it seems. They pulled a Houdini on you. That's impossible, huh? Why would they do that? Why would Harvard pass that Tylenol research, right? You said RFK and Trump. You going way too high. You talking about people in the White House. What did the CDC say, bitch? Did the CDC not, or did it throw away some shit? It did. So if the CDC threw out any research, then it's no longer a trusted source, is it? I'm talking about for anything. That's real nigga logic. I'm like, hold on. If they can throw away any unpleasing results, then they haven't, since they have been doing that, and you give them 5 more years before that, they threw away some other shit, and up until now, if they have ever in that time period thrown away data, and not just any data that shows that there's an injury or a death clause to it, and there's a percent in the thousands, and you just decide to sweep that into the fucking under the rug, I don't give a fuck about none of your educations, none of your doctors, none of your CDC. They can all fucking go to hell. So what I'm saying is, as a frame of reference, I never have to think about trusting the CDC ever again if they themselves threw out away research. These are scientists. These are high IQ people. These are people trying to save your life. Throwing away research that's causing people to be injured and hurt. Nah, this ain't that. I can't. You could have never trust them anyway. But now you know that. And then you add all the John Hopkins and Harvard and all the other shit that's saying stuff similar to that. And it doesn't matter what the causes is. The problem is we having a breakdown of the narrative and the referrals to authorities. Now, people who have been created their whole personality about being aligned with that narrative line, it's broken. It's a cut cord to their fake authority by being in on it and knowing about it, and that's where all their arguments is. There are no arguments. They're not thinking. They're referring to authority. Their whole personality is based on that. Narcissists, but usually sociopaths and psychopaths, model that. They model after the consensus. That's why they're a narcissist. But I have a feeling that we're not just dealing with narcissistic women on that level. We're actually dealing with sociopaths. A whole breed, I don't know, from the casket girls to the insane asylums to all the fucking schizophrenic witches they brought here and everything you've never read about in history. Somehow or fucking another, you gonna tell me that so many of these women have a genetic dispensation towards narcissism because they brought a bunch of fucking psychopaths and sociopaths to the Americas for a fucking working class? Is that what the fuck you gonna tell me? Yes, of course you're gonna tell me that. Why you think Jung and all the motherfuckers came to America? Yeah, they had a fucking problem, didn't they? Same fucking story. So that's what I'm saying. Like, they can't even put their hand on the Bible. They don't know their fucking history yet. So genetically, then, the whole simulation, if you will, is making it less likely that we'll ever have this scale or ratio of narcissistic people in the future, at least. Scaling down the total population, and the most people who are affected are the most narcissistic people of the population, which are the people that are falling apart in front of you on TV. Understand everything. So it's like a narc bomb. There's a lot of people who got vaccinated that are not very narcissistic at all, and they feel fine. So you understand everything. It's like, oh, it's a narc bomb. It's a narc bomb. It's interesting. At the very least, that's not the only thing it is. But if you survive and you notice they're falling apart and their temperament is shorter, anger issues, there it is. They seem childish. They're incoherent in their conversations. They're jumping around like they're lucid. I understand everything. We're talking about the mRNA. But if you're watching a meltdown happen, you're talking about the mRNA inside of a narcissist. And now you understand everything, part 5. So what school, Harvard, white guy, people on TV, podcasts want to talk about this? That's what my problem is. We gotta wait for them to catch up to the fucking Captain Obvious Olympics. OG Ivy had 48 laws of power. Yep, I told him not to stream from the money phone, always getting calls. I don't see your name muted anywhere. YouTube moves you to another stream lags, part of the doom scroll. Join, every time I join stream, it stops and won't load it on my side. Oh man. 33333. Oh, we back. Buffer. He like, fucks how you feel. I know that's right. Pros trying to at least pay for his fees. Send that soup pack. I know that's right. Edgar Casey mentioned that when both Mount Etna volcano in Italy and Mount Pelée in Martinique erupt together, there'll be approximately 90 days to evacuate to the west coast before massive flood emerges. Well, that's an interesting prediction. King, is Edgar Casey right or direct energy weapons? I don't know. I don't know enough about any one of those. I think they're doing science. I think they triangulated. Like if they imagine a timeline based on what their backdrop was about volcanoes, because I'm sure volcanoes is a big deal to them in school, environmental science and things like that. You know how it is. You start imagining like, well, if Pompeii happened again, and then you just double that with probability. You go like, well, if this is on a schedule, and I'm predicting that this schedule is going to loop calendar-wise, if that happens, make sure you guys get the fuck about the way, just in case you forget how serious this is. It doesn't have to be deep. They've just been nerding out on that fact. That might not be a prediction based in fifth dimensional awareness. It can just be reference point to where they learned and when they went to school and studying the history of recent civilizations that seem to have been moved from an area because of such a thing. We've been moving for since Egypt though, so I think Edgar Casey and them need to calm the fuck down. I think we will figure it out. We figured out the end of Atlantis, so I think we'll figure this out. I'm pretty sure. We reset technology and we're back here with fucking Street Fighter, Dragon Ball Z, and cell phones. I think we're gonna be all right. We're not as high as we've been, but we're getting there again. So, I want to look at that like that's not prediction based to me. That's just cool. Those volcanoes are fucking dangerous. She broke treaty. I did this data entry. That's crazy. Jonathan L says full independence equals safety in their mind versus part independence plus part interdependence. Unsafe in their mind, they think they're losing themselves. They believe their man will eventually leave them, so they focus on full independence in the meantime, thus creating a self-fulfilling prophecy loop. Yeah, that's the biggest problem. Gorilla says 3. Jonathan L says 3. Noel says exclusive access, tearhead ass. That's hilarious. A free will light. Mr. Now says a queen bee that wants somebody else's hive. It's a hornet. Same story. 3. Mr. Now says impossible. Those insane asylum women were hot and well adjusted and especially cheap. 3. A single Tylenol is less than a loaf of bread is crazy. Jonathan says confirmation on the sociopath narc combo. Dealt with that this season. Come on now. Real Gospel says MG, you should write a book for real. I'm trying to live, man. If I get to 40, man, and for real life, if I get to 40 without the baggage and the flying monkeys and all the bullshit hanging over my head, I might take that serious. I gotta get through my own traumas. The few I got left. I got a few more to go. I have to get to California before I do anything. I gotta get out of this murky air that I'm in, dynamic-wise. Then I have to get back on track financially and all that cool shit. And then I gotta be in California and knock that off the bucket list. That's the last thing on the bucket list so far for the old bucket list. And then I'm going to spend some time in that dimension, finding myself again. Because right now I'm finding myself through a storm. But then when you get out the storm and you arrive on land, then you have to explore the land, and now your reference point, your environment, even emotionally, and what you're battling and how much intensity you put into staying afloat, it changes. Now, my energy now works for the moment I'm in. At any minute, everything could change, and I know that. So it's important for me to vibrate at a certain polarity at all times until everything else I know is safe, if you will, stable, completely stable, under my control. Just like I was talking about how the girls are. But more of a rational, logical thing for me. Because I know why I don't feel that way. Because I know what I've been going through. So when I land in California, for me, that's not about California and the things that it brings. It's about having a destination in a very long path, in a very long story. My story is trying to get to California, and every time I try, I can't. Every time the time arises, something comes up. Every time I get in agreement with someone, it gets derailed. So now I'm invested in why. It's a storyline. Like, what was the big deal about coming to fucking California? Like, why my whole life I just DC, North Carolina, Atlanta, Georgia, New Jersey, motherfucking Houston, Texas, Seattle, Washington. That's the hardest one to live in, actually. I did it. It wasn't that hard when I did it. Bad company, I guess. But California is off the damn. I can't even visit the bitch. No one's even taking me on a weekend trip on my birthday to the bitch. Like everybody go everywhere else though, right? They skip right over all that shit and go straight to Puerto Rico, but not never Los Angeles, right? So it's weird for 40 years in a row of it being like that. So when I finally get there though, that's a different type of thing that's going to happen to me. It's okay. I'm here now. And because I didn't get there a minute sooner, and that's what's you know that song by the Verb, Bittersweet Symphony? It wasn't supposed to be a bittersweet symphony to go to California, guys. It was supposed to be this dramatic. But because my whole life fell apart, the old life, all the old things, all the old connections, all the old ways, all the old patterns, because all of that is burning up too. And then there's nothing left but California. That puts this big ass highlighted finish line type of tint to my manifested reality. Like, oh, that's a plateau. California is not, it's not the story. The story's not about California. The end of that story is California. I'm ending the story by going to California on my terms, in the way that I'm creating it. So once I accomplish that, there's nothing left in my prerequisite edition of learning how to manifest in metaphysics. That's the last thing. Since I met Henry Thomas Hamlin, 20 years in a row, I've been following that guide, that way, that awareness. And I got everything out of it except for California. So it'll be my last manifestation from when I started. And I haven't worked on anything else the whole time. I've micromanaged things with the energy, yes. But I haven't set objectives because they pivoted off of being somewhere else. And I've never been there, so I couldn't go to step 2. Now I'm there. I'm right there. I'm right on this door. I can smell the ocean. And I'm in the most fucked up situation to ever do it. If this was 5 years ago, I'd be there tomorrow. But I'm not. It's not 5 years ago. It's not that. It's not this. I ain't got none of that. Not one. So not only is it the last thing on the bucket list, but to get there is going to be a miracle. Right? To some degree, you know. Not really. I'm really good at this. But it will be physically perceived miraculous to me, at least. Yeah, that's miraculous. It's a miracle because I know I don't know how to do that by myself. Thus, it's going to happen anyway. I'll learn how to anyway. Like I learned everything. Now I have 20 years of references of learning how to do things. So I'll do it. And I don't think I want to do anything else for a while after that. I've had enough. I've had enough. I've had enough of everything that was presented as options to us, society-wide, system-wide. The chase, the hopes, the dreams, like everything that's based in that reality, where we come from. I've had enough of it. I'm done. I'm done with it. You feel me? It rhymes with freedom, I guess. But when you're no longer like, it's not like for the people who are struggling with the narcissism thing, they're keeping up with Joneses. Where I'm going, there's no Joneses. I know how impossible this is, and I know I'm about to do it. So then I'm going to stop with nothing on my, you know, you play video games, the side quest log, all that shit grayed out. I finished everything. There's still a main storyline quest, of course, as long as I live, but no. Everything else, everything from Joneses, everything from society, everything from the internet, the friend groups, everything that we're building and trying and understanding and being part of and being competent and aware of, I'm done with it. None of that's coming with me. I'm not pivoting off of none of the old story after that. This is the culmination of the old story. I'm pivoting off of what's new after that, now that I know I can do anything. And I proved it to myself, is what I'm saying. We know if the mind can conceive it, you can achieve it. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about how difficult this has been for no fucking reason. That's what's going to make it a miracle. To hold on to the same idea for more than 20 years. And then it finally fucking happens. I've never experienced that before. I've never experienced something that took so long. Never. Never. Nothing has taken this long. And then my whole life got thrown out the minute I changed my mind. The minute I was going to be cool on it, like I ain't going to go to the West, I'm going to chill, the pandemic, people getting weird, it ain't what it is no more, Hollywood's dead, blah, blah, blah. Like all the lists you can go down, I was like, maybe next time, right? As soon as I resolved it in my mind that I'm no longer creating the threat of reality in which I'm required to move on from California or the West and then do something else, as soon as I said, well, for now, no. If life does some other pattern, I'll remember that and I'll revisit it. Or at least maybe what I'll do is I'll go there on my birthday real quick. And then I started mapping my life in a different direction based on where I was. No sooner than I did that, my whole life fell apart. I'm turning 40. I ain't been to California yet. No fucking big deal. I'll get there eventually. I'm pretty sure I can go on a trip one day. I can take a plane right there. No problem. That wasn't the mission though. That wasn't the mission at all. But I was settling, is what I'm saying. I was settling for the idea that it's not important. I was settling for the idea that I was going to redirect and create a new reality elsewhere, a different path. And I needed time to load and figure it out. So I was doing that in the last year or so. And then boom, crash landed. I was like, oh, I can't stay in this reality no more, Sodom and Gomorrah or Babel. And then I slingshot it to Nevada, which is not California. It used to be, but you know what I'm saying? Technically, it's not what I was talking about. And I'm still here so far. That's crazy. I don't know fucking how, but I'm still here. I'm still not in California, and I'm still not in the old world. Tweener, in the desert, back in the Bible again, right? You leave your old world, you go through the desert, and you end up in the promised land. The promise is just the faith that you have, that you're sure, that you've seen and visualized, and that you know the desire is real. That's the promise. The promise is the desire. So either I die or I go to the promised land, which is the same thing, kind of, dimensionally. Either I get stuck here in the rigmarole of life and whatever's coming next, and I end up dying here, or I'm going to the promised land. Promised land doesn't mean the story is over. The promised land is just like, that's what the story was going towards. So my bigger arch isn't relocating in general and doing a patterned life. No. There's something in this story that occurred that I realized, that I was able to achieve, that I was able to pass on to others because I picked California over 20 years ago. Because when my life was getting blurry, I remembered where I was going. So I never got attached to the moment because ultimately, these people, these situations, these jobs don't matter. I do not plan on staying here. I plan on getting just enough to move my ass to California. I've been saying that in my head for 20 years. Never got enough, obviously. And even when I did, I didn't pull the trigger, so maybe that's what it is, but no, it isn't. No. The desire didn't come from that. It came from somewhere else. So it was my compass, my coordinate. Not the coordinate to travel, the coordinate to stick. It's not traveling, it's not distance, it's not vehicles, it's not that, no. It's like that though. But it's that coordinate caused my life and my decisions and my imagination to avoid everything else. To detach from anything else with no reward. Like, I never got it yet. I'm still talking about it now. But because it's that, it can't be none of that stuff. It's not going to be that. I know that ain't going to work out. I'm not going to be sad that that didn't work out. Why would it? You know what I'm saying? It helped me out. It got me through some shit. Because I go, either fucking way, bitch. I will walk to that motherfucker if I feel like I only got 2 days left to live. So at the end of the day, I'm going to fucking California. That's it. I don't know why. I don't know who's there. I don't know what's there. I do, but That's not why I wouldn't pick any other place for that story, is what I'm saying. Because it's been so fucking difficult for no fucking logical reason, I gotta see it now. I gotta do there, I gotta stream from there and say, hey, live from California. Fucking told you, motherfuckers. I fucking told you I'd do it. And then after that, I'm done. That's it. That's what I got. Literally nothing else will load now. No other like clear objective or goal or lawfully thing. I remember what that feels like. I don't feel like that no more. I have no vain imaginations beyond this goal. What they call it, the kids call it locked in. But I'm locked in by default. There's nowhere else for me to go. I've been everywhere else. That's the other part. I've been everywhere else in the meantime. Especially with the East Coast. Because you know how it is. If you're from the East Coast, you think you'll miss it. So I got a chance to go back to all my stomping grounds. I got a chance to go back to Jersey. I got to go to D.C. I got to see Maryland. Columbia, Maryland is beautiful, by the way. I got a chance to go to Atlanta, Fort Lauderdale, Miami, all the hot spots. I lived in Charlotte for 2 years. I had a good East Coast millennial tour. And I can remember the vibe of each of those places, even the brief time I spent in and out of Baltimore. It was like, I don't feel myself here. I don't see myself here. I'm looking at the people, the new immigration patterns, the new everything. Backdrop, I used to drive through there all the time in the 90s. It's a different story now. Nothing I'm looking for is here. But I am partial to the Victorian era influence. Obviously, my ancestors. Atlanta, same thing. Atlanta is more than Atlanta. It's all the little counties and Gwinnett and all these other things, certain people, certain culture. It's a cool fucking story. It's a cooler fucking story if you're not worrying about where you live and you just got a lot of money. Then you'll love Atlanta. So it's a money thing. Like, you don't have to be in New York or Los Angeles to get the money. You can get money in the country in Atlanta. Back when houses and stuff were more affordable by being there, by the way, 90s, 2008, boo-hoo, same story. So I had a taste of that. That was cool. Even in the musical side of the culture, I was doing East Coast beats. They already switched to Laffy Taffy by the time I got there. Closed the door on me, right? Creatively. Miami, same story. I went there and all I saw was like little short South and Central American people, way shorter than me, in trannies. I'm like, this is not the Welcome to Miami video I expected at all. No, I'm not there for the skeezers either, but I was sitting there on the goddamn beach in the patio with 20 fans on, and I sweated more than I've ever sweated in my life. I was like, I don't think I'll enjoy this much. So I got a chance to see it, though, for myself, and walk the beach and see the place and go past Versace's house and all that cool shit. And I was just like, man, the music ain't even that tough. This is right before the pandemic. DC, same story. Everywhere I've been. Went to Houston. Big difference. From a Northeastern person, at least. So to go from Jersey, Carolina, the South, Tuscarora, and then go to Calhoun High, Houston, Kalu, same story. To go there, I was like, this is city. Not their city though. Like, I can feel the ancestors. I went to the natural parks. And what did I find? Masonic arches. These motherfuckers. Of course we were here. They hypothecated all the things. So I was like, okay, let me move around Houston. I was in the Heights region. I was next to a Botanica. I didn't see no black people. And so I got to perceive Houston from a different lens. And go to the gallery and do all those things you hear about in the rap songs and you see on the Instagrams. And I interacted with the people in the mall. I seen them girls. I saw a girl with weave so long in her braids that she was dragging it on a mall floor. And I was like, my grandma, my auntie, and all my friends would have never. This is a different type of ghetto. I fuck with it though. That is different. And I went to the place that Drake goes for fried chicken. You know, I got a chance to taste fried chicken. I think I can fry chicken better, honestly. I love the fact that every fucking table had 15 different hot sauces. Tapatia. I was looking for Valentina. I seen it one time. And all kind of shit. And the goddamn pho restaurants got the best fried chicken. And they only make one kind. Jalapeno fried chicken. Like, I got a chance to experience everything. Best thing about it was the goddamn fried chicken from Asians. Doesn't make sense, but it does. But everything else, it was from a time before. The Houston that I grew up in I would have been a boy. I would have been in my 20s. I'd have been outside. I would have been at the basketball court. I've been chasing the girls at those colleges. I was like 33, 35, 36 years old. I'm not even in that game when I'm there. So none of that resonance makes sense to me. So I have to come out here and be here, and then they have a whole different music pedigree, which is not a problem. It's just, it's different. And I didn't grow up on it. So the only thing I can connect to in Houston was the museums, the aquariums, because of history and our families, the lands, the waterways, the Masonic, wherever the Masons put their fucking arches at. I made sure I followed it. And I was like, I get it. This is an ancient city. Houston's an ancient city. And so I felt it. But then I also noticed I had allergies every fucking day. And I've never had allergies in my fucking life. So I cannot live in Houston. Their air is so fucking polluted. There's a dialysis center every fucking city block, and they call it the fucking cancer belt. And I was like, I can't fucking breathe. Can't live in Houston. I can't. Physically, I can't. Went to Seattle. I grew up on VH1 and rom-coms and fucking Real World and shit. Can't wait to go there. Nigga, what? The most interesting thing about Puyallup and Tacoma is that strippers work at the coffee drive-thrus. That is the most interesting cultural tweak I've ever seen in human history. A place that has 0.5 black people, and none of those Negroes, like my dad said, are like these Negroes. They're a different species. I noticed it. They're the only ones that want to talk to me. So I'm out there, and they have these little barista drive-through only type things, and you see right through it. So there's a staff of 4 standing in this thing, and there's a line around it, and these girls are preparing coffee. It's mainly women that work there, but they have traveling strippers as special guests at that drive-through to sell coffee. I thought that was so fucking strange and reprobate and hilarious, if you've seen how bad built they are, that this society is so fucking slow, like energy-wise, like the vibration is so, I don't know what to call it. They say it makes you depressed or something. It ain't that. It's not the depression of poverty and chaos and that. No. It's a different type of low. It's a different. There's nothing to fucking do there. So there is no hustle and bustle. I lived in a place where everything you need was on one road. There were no other roads. So you have your neighborhoods and the recently built suburbs and cul-de-sacs and these new houses, right? But you drive down, you find your way out to the main road, and that main road is all your grocery, it's all your restaurants, it's all your banks, it's everything on one fucking road. Just like when I drove through Wyoming and some of these other cities from Texas to Seattle, a lot of those cities is one fucking road. So it wasn't densely populated ever in human fucking history. Tell them stop fucking playing with me. But to experience it and see it for yourself. And that Fred Myers and shit, and it's just like, I'd lose my fucking mind here if these fucking people don't pump up the fucking volume, bitch. It's the people. Environment is wonderful. Water, delicious. Mountain in your backyard. I came there at a bad time for weather, as usual. But usually, they don't even make air conditioning standard there. That's how ass backwards this shit is. That's why I was confused. I'm so glad I went there. I was so fucking confused. You build these big ass houses, and you say, maybe we'll need an air conditioner. Bitch, please. I'm there in a fucking heat wave. You can't fuck that up. Niggas is dying of heat stroke. And they ain't got no fans. COVID. So, yeah, I couldn't live there anyway. I'll always go back though. I'll probably go back to Seattle to do the waterfront thing because I didn't get a chance to do that. But it's beautiful. It's not a place where I saw my life do anything though. It didn't. It's kind of like you go there to die. Like the end, right? The retirement. You're not building nothing. You're not trying to. There's nothing to try no more. That's what the energy is. Those people are so rich, life is effortless. Even the poor people, they're only poor relatively. A lot of their poverty is the decision of being drug addicts, and not because there's not opportunity or finances or the way the community is, because it's very homogenous, very hippie, very white, very Native American, and they're getting along, but it's at a slower vibration. And thus you learn that about yourself. Maybe you vibrate too high for your environment, not positive, or you're not that you're better than someone, like your state of vibration, no matter what degree you're in, is higher than the average. you'll always feel like you're standing out of it because you are. You're expecting more something. You create more excitement. You're more dramatic. You're more colorful. You're more of an artist. Yeah, I see why all the artists from there are kind of like, ugh, you know what I'm saying? It's because that's not the environment you pick as a child. That's the environment you retire in. That's what it is. It's a retirement thing outside of Seattle, that is. I wasn't in the city. I was outside of it. I was in the rural areas, the suburbs. So I get it. I get why it's depressing. It's not depressing. It's not Northeast depressing. It's not sad depressing. It's every day is the same, but it's peaceful. That's the depression. There is never going to be a moment where a baddie walk by, unless you go to a club or something, right? And she out of city. There's never going to be a moment, no real crazy crime or police chase for real, and never going to be a moment where you're like hot or cold or wintry. Like there's never a different moment, especially if the weather don't change. If it's all just no AC and you're just like, oh, most of the year is the same. It's not seasonal in that way. It rains a lot and stuff, but they get used to that. A lot of people think that's the drawback. No, it's not. The drawback is no matter if it rains or not, the vibe is the same. It's not a bad vibe. It's beautiful. It's just, that's it. Unless you Bob Ross and you just gonna be painting trees and calling birds for the rest of your life, nah. You need a drug addiction or some alcoholism to make things interesting around people. That's all. And they have that problem. They have an alcoholism problem. They have a meth problem for the younger generations because there's nothing else to do. There's no gangster shit. Trust me, it's not designed that way. Yeah. So I've only skipped Chicago. Old Block, one day soon, maybe. But I can tell this ain't that. This ain't that. This ain't Chicago energy. This ain't Detroit energy. But I'm definitely want to visit my cousins out there. I know somebody in Cherokee went that way. So, in Noble Drew Ali. So, I'll visit it, but I don't have to live there. If I lived in Chicago, I had to live off of that river. I couldn't live in the city. So yeah, that only leaves me with California. Yeah. And if California doesn't deliver on the vibrational, aesthetic, matching, harmony generator of, oh, I can see myself living here, then I'm leaving the United States. I'm not staying in the United States if California is, yeah. I think maybe that's why there's nothing else here in America for me. That's what it is. I get it now. Remember, I'm crazy enough to do some shit like this. I'll leave this fucking country and never come back. Legally or illegally is what I'm saying. Like on some Indiana Jones shit. Because it's not corporate, it's not family, it's not kids. I don't have anything. I have no real strings attached to the place, if you will, and that idea. So, for me, manifesting everything up until this moment and then getting old and then have to reevaluate this shit and then everything I just went through that just disconnected me from it decoupled me from different realities and different places altogether. So for me, turning 40 and then going to California is like the checkpoint. I have to it's my last chance at a normal life in America. If I do not achieve that, sense it, if my manifestations don't make sense or I get, may you live in interesting times and find what you're looking for, and I don't find it, but I'm there, I'm looking for it, and I don't find anything, then I'm going to stop everything I've been manifesting about that, and then double down into somewhere else, like away, because then I'm going to know it's going to change the whole way I live my life, actually. It's going to change my whole philosophy about life. Because then it becomes, well, it's non-local now. It's been non-local for me. But then it's going to be, oh, it's not the United States. It's the society. It's me getting away from a place where it's narrow because I realize all that there's left. It's like being too aware. If you're too aware, you can't sit still. It's ultra novelty. At this age especially, when there's nothing really new after this. It's variance. It's not new to me. So I'll be dealing with variance for the rest of my life, I guess. You know, we have some time left for more weird, chaotic things to happen. Don't forget the aliens too, so maybe that'll shake things up, but I doubt it. So I will have to redefine my life and what it means as a 40-year-old man with X amount of time before age and invisible happens. And where do I want to land that trick at 65, 70? And then that starts a whole nother new 25-year run. And what's weird about that run is that I'll become more of a master of metaphysics, I guess. So it'll never be, you know, too dire or anything. Like I've seen in this environment with people who are. It will never be that because I'm having their frame of reference now. I see where they are and how they got there. Let me stay away from drugs, right? But ultimately, then life proved to me that it was never about being happy. Dopamine. So I'm not doing all this and learning all this and acquiring all this knowledge so that I can go happily ever after and get a ticky-tacky house and a dog and a fence. And that dream's been dead generally for so many people, but we've adapted it and lo-fied it in different ways currently. Obviously, right? There's no other options. I have a problem with that at 40 years old, though. Well, if there are no other options because we're limited by the time, the paradigm, the society, and I know as time goes on, my desire for things is going to fade away because that world is fading away. I have that proverbial question. Then why am I here? You can't say that as a kid. I've been here for 40 fucking years and nothing worked out for me. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean like nothing unfolded the rest of the attic stairs for me. It's just, you know, you pulled the string down and got stuck. Try different things, pull different attic doors, stuck, some open more than others, some led to something, but most of the time if I snuck up there or I jumped up there and I looked, everything was dusty, right? It's that type of, oh, why am I looking for treasures in attics? I don't need them, no. I don't need the attics either, no. You don't even need that style of house no more, did you know that? No. They're about to change the whole system, AI and digital global system bullshit ID anyway, right? Yup. Because they know, like I know, that great migration is about to come. So almost by exposing myself to different environments and different types of people and personalities and narcissistic Olympics, it actually prepared me to keep on going to different places. I think I'm just going to travel the world until I die. I don't think I want to settle down anywhere. I don't think I want anything that generation prior in the old world offered me, because the juice for me is not worth any of the squeeze I put into it. And I went hard as fuck. And so instead of, you know, being embittered and defeated in the polarity of the Olympics that there's no win for it, I go, well, let me change the game altogether. As Robert Greene's mastery book kind of alludes to this. Well, what did I learn from this experience? I could survive everywhere I've been, with or without. And I survived in those places with people who meant harm against me. On top of that, it wasn't regular. And I got out. No matter what in 40 years, no matter what I've been faced with or what my challenges were, who I lost and all those things, I'm still here. I'm 40 years old with that life. So cool. Keep going. I still feel good enough to walk, right? I don't take that for granted. I'm grateful for the fact that I can walk miles. Not as easy on my body, but I'm lighter and I can still walk and I don't have a problem with it. I've been walking my whole life. Cool. Why I gotta walk here from? I can walk anywhere in this damn world, I think. I think you can do that. I think they allow you to walk in certain countries. Most of my success, if you will, of things that actually work and go forward has been on the internet. I'm pretty sure there's internet everywhere I want to go. Cool. I don't have no real physical roots in the neighborhood holding me down or family members to go to every Christmas to no more. A lot of them don't even celebrate holidays, so even the fiction of it is gone. So I don't have to make sure a quarterly, or like as a kid, I used to go different places every summer. I don't have to return back to school nowhere either, right? There's no fall return back home. There's no reunion. There's no mama's house. And there's no baby mama either to drop the kid off at. Thank God, my baby mama ain't on the fucking East Coast and I want to live on the West. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't got that to worry about. I ain't got that to worry about at all right now. Same story. So what am I doing for the next 40 years if I did everything already? I time traveled already. I broke out of the corporate matrix by going to YouTube 10 years ago. I've been in corporate America for 10 years. So the only thing you can do at this point is like, and that window is closing because of AI and restructuring of the organization too. So I'm getting in line with people who perhaps are 10 to 20 years in their degree and their profession. There's an attitude, there's a culture, there's a whole different set of people. I'm not entering that after college. I'm entering that at 40. I miss 10 years plus 10 more of their degrees, of personalities, of ways of life, and I'll be bored to death, no matter how much they fucking pay me. These motherfuckers don't carry crystals enough for me. These motherfuckers don't believe in God enough for me. These motherfuckers can't talk about anything I've talked about. They wouldn't even finish watching one of my fucking videos. You know what I'm saying? That's on me though. That's not their fault. That's not. I'm just saying, acknowledging myself and what I've done to my life for the last decade. I've already lived in the white brick level. I've lived in proximity to, and I listened to everyone. And at the same time as I did it, I watched everyone that stayed there. And I watched where their hangups are. I watched where their relationships were. I watched where their anger is. I have a different map. Similar results, but I handled it better because I wasn't chasing the Joneses for at least 10 years in a row now. And then you stop worrying about it because you're not around it as much. You're not influenced by it at all. It doesn't make or break you no more. You can walk into a function and I'm wearing a fucking feather in my head and bandana, and then I'm gonna have the answer to that question, and then they're gonna hear me talk and they know I'm competent, so it changes the vibration around me anyway. So I don't I have accidentally unplugged myself from what it means to be an American, I guess. Yeah, that's what the problem is. It's like the United States citizen, but the American version of it, like what it means for us as a people in America to be the Americans of the world, and our education and our health and our entertainment and the circus, and the potential if you just work hard enough and you get in the mailroom and you can climb the pyramid and you get the Corvette when you're 80. Like every variation of that, even on some street hood nigga shit. Like been through not a lot of that, but I've been parallel to all of that. So it's like I didn't miss anything. I went to a buffet of United States, or a buffet of the Americas, if you will. And I like some of the things, but not enough for me to keep going back to that restaurant. Yeah. Yeah. And it doubles down on you the older you get, because your only excuse was people. And your favorite people are not here no more, or not accessible. So there's no tethers. There's no strings attached. Most people worry about they stick to a thing too long. They're like, they don't want to regret anything, like a life full of regrets. No such thing. I can only go into that polarity of thought if certain things didn't work out. But the only things that I could ever think about in the future that would be like that would be people. But now that I understand people better, understand me better, understand narcissism better, understand the journey better, I can't regret none of that. What about me wanting to die married to a narcissist motherfucker? Doesn't make sense. So I ain't got to worry about that story. I didn't do nobody else dirty, or at least I didn't try to, where I'll be like, oh my God, I regret treating them that way. I don't think I have any kids out there. I think I would know spiritually, but it won't be like I regret not raising my child or being in their life between 3 and 9 or one of those type of stories. I don't have like one day I wish I really went hard and went all the way at Apple's story. Like, that company won't even fucking be there when I get old enough to regret it, right? So what I'm saying is the old world is so dead to me, emotionally, mentally, psychically, physically. And then this pandemic is what really put the nail in the coffin once you see life before and after it. And I traveled during the pandemic, which is what really exacerbated it. You know it's not going back to the way it was. So it's like, okay, this is what it is, and from here it'll get better. Obviously, for everyone else. But I have no reason to wait around for that. I have no reason to be in America. And I'm the descendant of the original Americans. And I don't want to be here no more. It's a mix of my path and things not going a certain way perhaps, but it couldn't have. That's the thing. Even if I picked some material thing that could have been better, I had the same story, the same people, the same outcome, the same COVID, the same deaths. But the only thing different is that I was more successful. It wouldn't be That's how most people talk about life too. No, it's not success that I'm worried about. It's survival. Niggas from the hood ain't worrying about no goddamn success. They don't listen to us. We worrying about surviving it. I already am successful. I survived it. You have to know how many people who don't survive that. I'm not playing one Olympics. I never was. That's the most unfair thing about it. I'm not just playing the Olympics of getting out the hood. I got the hood. I moved back. I got in proximity. I have friends or a girlfriend. I'm in and out the hood. I can be in any hood I want to. I know how to operate myself. I already beat it. I beat the hood level. Most of my cousins that are still alive and relatives, they're still in the hood level. They can't see a world without it, in fact. They won't get up and go out their own backyard for more than a weekend trip or a day trip. And that's a big event for them. When I tell people, yeah, I'm out here in Raleigh, like, oh, they think I've been in North Carolina all the time. I'm like, nah, I was in DC, I was in Houston, I was in Atlanta, I was in Seattle. And they have nothing to say. Like, none of that rings off in their head. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not even fathomable. They can't have that conversation and follow me to all those places because they don't know how to do. You feel me? And then you go on the other side, my skin color. I'm perceived as a black person. So in a lot of these environments where other people have a different opinion about American life, they're usually white people. And as much as they don't want to see color, they have to understand that they lived a whole different parallel reality than the so-called black people did in the same location. In every location I've been to, I've seen that. It never blended. It was never gray in the middle. It's always black and white here, black and white there, black and white there. Different intensity values. I don't want to go any fucking where I have to prove myself based on my skin color. And I'm not talking about jobs and the Charlie Kirk bullshit. I'm talking about like my ability to raise my vibration and enjoy myself here is limited by the fact that I'm the only nigga here. I have to walk into that place and be aware, Seattle, I'm the only nigga here. I have to go around and go, is there any other niggas here? For food reasons. Shit. Nah. If I gotta live as the only nigga anywhere, why do it fucking here? What the fuck is it about the other Americans that's so exclusive that my black ass gotta be around them? And I'm not saying that in no slang funny way, but that's the default outcome, ain't it? At least you're with us. At least we're running this. At least the standard, the decisions, the buildings, the malls, the finances, at least the way that we're moving things around. You should be happy with that. At least you're not what? A slave? Like, I'm tired of that story. I'm tired of looking at the way that it is because that is the story that they tell and the story that they create from. It's better than Africa and slavery the whole fucking time. I'm Pocahontas' grandson. Nah, this place evil. It killed a lot of my people. I can feel it, city to city. This place is evil. They deny me of my heritage, my names, and everything. By playing my fucking face. Talking about white Jesus in English and all kinds of shit on King James. Like, nah, this, you don't realize that at first because you're trying to win the Joneses race, or you're trying to make someone proud, or you're trying to get to the thing. And then they want to wipe it all out for the millennials, if you notice. So even if the millennial struggle or ladder race now is totally different than anyone who's been pursuing it anyway. Even the people who were further along pursuing the steps onto retirement and the promise, now they have to call a huddle and reorganize everything in their life too. And it's going to take them a while to figure out where they want to land going next. Even if they stay, I get it. But they have kids and support and other inputs of validation that will keep them grounded. So they don't need to go through this story. They're gonna figure it out. It's gonna get better for all people, I'm sure. But because you already have that, if you have that, yes. I ain't got nothing. I got nothing like that. I got nothing that maps like that. And to recreate that, to go back 10 years or 20 years and recreate it to get it to that moment where a lot of people are, I can never do that from 0 at 40. I'll never have that dynamic. It's impossible. In that way. I will never have the backstory of pre-pandemic with all these people or that girl or these kids. I only have everything after that, everything after the vax, and everything that's left that's not grieving or in Stockholm or confused about what's going on in this world. And then build from that off of the survivor arc like a Rick and Morty episode. That's cool, I guess. But that's what I'm saying. It leaves it blank in the future. It's like, so where does that go? We don't know. Are they going to pull out of this within 5 years or 10? We don't know. If the population really doesn't reproduce, how tense and how much more reorganization and relocations are going to have to happen just to keep a way of life active? We don't know. We don't know who's going to make it. We don't know who's going to move. We don't know what the new industry is and if the kids are going to make it do what it do. We don't know if we'll ever build back up to this plateau in my foreseeable lifetime. I'm not talking about never again. I'm talking about in enough time for it to make sense to me to be here, to witness it. Let's say it's like peak, it's 90s again, so what's this, the roaring 20s? So they don't peak up, when's the diners and shit? They last through the 30s and 40s, you won't hear about it too much. But from the 20s to 90s is 70 years. But we have technology and we'll speed jump it. So let's take the potential that the next peak of everything is in the 90s before the turn of the century. But because we have a model, because we have computers, because we have potential, it won't take us 70 years. So let's say it takes us 35. I'll be 70-something years fucking old. And that's as quick as that could happen. In the quickest dimension in which things will get back to a reason, I'll be in my 70s, 80s, 90s. AKA, it's not worth waiting for. Because I have to suffer through this for 40 more years. Plus the 40 I just suffered, just to get to California. Nah, I'm good on that. I'm good on it. I'm good on that. I'm good on the broken millennial promise. I'm good on the broken treaties. I'm good on the broken black empowerment. I'm good on the broken expectations for music. I'm good on all the old world models of imaginations and potentials. And most of which will not make it to the new world that the new people create. You understand? You're 40 now. So you have to stand back and be like, you gotta let them cook. This 10-year-old out there, they're gonna figure it out. They're gonna figure out the ideal version of this life. They're gonna figure out what's wrong from their level. They'll be like, when I get older, I wanna move this over there and do this. And they're gonna do their thing for sure. But they got 20 years. I'll be 60. To see what they do. And to see if it holds. It'll be jittery. Then I'll be 70. You see what I'm saying? You run out of time before you run out of time. Thank God. Thank God. That helps you clear. It sounds a way, and hopefully it doesn't sound sad because it's not sad. It's real. It sounds a way if it's in a hopeless thing. It's not hopelessness though. It's getting real. There ain't a whole lot of time for me to dream that this is different. I've done every step I could have imagined, and it didn't change. Whatever I was looking for is simply not here. It's not here. I know it's not. That's okay though. Knowing not where to go is getting closer to where to go. If you lost in the woods and you're like, oh shit, there goes the creek again. Did we cross the creek to get here? No, we never cross water to get here. So let's not cross it then. Let's go the other way real quick. And if we get tired in 15 minutes, we go back to the creek and then we follow the water out of this bitch. How about that? Same story. That's it. I'm following the water. I'm following where the story has taken me. The story so far has taken me to a desert. All the culmination of all my decisions and everybody else's too led someone like me here. Cool. I know it's not permanent, but not because of the circumstances, but because of how it feels. Like, you notice the pattern of how your life repeats things. You're like, oh, this ain't moving in this momentum because it doesn't mean that. It's likely that it's going to lead me a different way. I don't know when or where yet, but I have some things pending. It makes sense that life wouldn't load ahead of that. So let me live through this. When I live through this, I'll recalibrate. Now that this path is closed off permanently and that path ain't loading, then I can only triangulate to that corner. All right, what's on the other side of that? Well, things could turn around real fast. I can meet the right people and things can get really interesting, but then there's a time on that. I am not living here through another fucking summer, nigga. No, it's too fucking hot for me. But if I got rich real fast and I had a pool though, but come on, nigga, let's be serious. You can manifest anything. It's not enough to stay here though. I might be able to pull off the house or the cougar or the baddie with the BMW in the pool real quick. But is that enough to stay here? You know she gonna be bad though. Just saying, you know. You gotta adjust your sliders for realism. Thus, no, there's no catch. There's no hook. There's a catch, but there's no hook. I'm not hooked into this environment, but there's catches. There's benefits to it, by the way. It's not like trying to get out of hell or something. It's not trying to get out of the worst moment of my life or nothing. No, it's boring. It's peaceful, but nothing sparks. And I'm in a city full of lights and voltage. It's better than the Southeast for that. Over there, man, you just like, oh, sad. I don't want to be sad, but you gotta lift yourself up. That's a lot of energy. Whereas here is like, meh. You gotta worry about energy. You just wait for the sunset and you walk and you take it all in, and then you know you're at a different vibration than I would have been in Maryland, for instance. Maryland can never match that peak in that way. This, I just gotta walk once a night to catch a whiff of it. And I dream that way. I look at it. I was like, I don't even see myself surfing through this bitch. But I'm so grateful that I'm a witness. I didn't visit Las Vegas for a weekend. I stayed out this bitch. I went through all the heat waves, and then I started seeing this motherfucker raining. I did Las Vegas, bitch. Was not even on the main storyline. It wasn't a side quest. It was actually a main storyline quest, which is the crazy shit about it. Las Vegas is not a choice. This is a consequence. So it's a main storyline mission too on top of it. All right, cool. Whatever happens in Vegas, right? Whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Turning point. We're not talking about reprobate activities. We're talking about literally. However I got to Vegas and everything I brought here, all the baggage and the worries and the concerns, if I see the other side of it, the next step, all of that shit literally stays here. The old world, this is the gate, this is the buffer, this is the portal, this is the Holland Tunnel between where I was and where I'm going. Nothing's going to come out of this tunnel with me but me. I'm almost certain of it. Yeah. That's for turning 40 though. I've been the only nigga in my whole life. Yeah, man, new kind. Shout out to Grow Gospel Jonathan. Root says sound like a Danish suburb. Afro-Asiatic fried chicken, come on now. Jonathan says 3, felt the same way. Was born in the Pacific Northwest. It's beautiful, but it's minutes. He said, that sounds like it is. Social anxiety problem is times 10 out there. Yeah, they're very anxious. Because everything's fine. You're just waiting to die. You're waiting to fucking die out there. Like, of course. There's nothing that can go wrong for real. As long as you have money, by the way. As long as you got money, nothing can go wrong. And that's probably why it's anxious. It's like, are the Indians going to come back sometime soon? No, they're black people. They're not coming back. They don't want to live nowhere. They ain't got no fucking AC, nigga. I can promise you that. Yeah, it's over, bro. That's all. It's over for me. It's Reynolds Wrap. The United States American Dream, whatever you want to call it on that starter pack. I'm unplugged from the matrix. I'm woke. I'm not dreaming no more. I see it for what it is. It's not bad though. It's not I can't judge it. I can't present. I haven't found nothing better per se. I know there's other worse off places. I get it. Trust me. I was in the worse off places here. It's just logic. It's mathematical. When you're trying to figure out what life is too. Yeah. It's because in parallel, I'm processing what is life at the same time of everything I do. I think I can't answer that question, so I need more data. Thus, my journey here in the United States for life, there are no more sources. Yeah, I stayed in the United States long enough to realize who I was. They can't teach me nothing else. I get it. I understand the lies agreed upon. I'll never get further up that ladder. Whoever had those secrets of those libraries are probably dead already. So there's no reason to wait for them either. Eventually it'll be on the internet. So yeah, I might just need to keep going further. Like retrace all of my footsteps. I might have to go back to the start of this bullshit. Spain, England, Wales, Switzerland, Istanbul, Petersburg, obviously somewhere around Hong Kong, Japan, 1770s, Hawaii. I might just have to finish that. I might have to do that whole lot. Yeah. For life reasons. I have to see this for myself, that's all. Life provided me with no other responsibility in the sense that that no one's depending on me locally in that way, where if I do something like that, it's considered selfish. That's not gratitude. That's a blessing in itself too. It's not a hard decision. It's not like, oh, I'm cutting off these people. This is such a hard decision for me to leave all of my friends and family. That ain't the storyline either. Ain't 90s enough. Nope. No one's really want to know I'm gone in that way, like locally. Like they see me on the internet or they see me on Instagram. They don't know that I'm not physically at my house or that I'm physically in that city anyway. So it's no longer we no longer have those social boundaries either, or those guilts or those fears or those, tough moments with yourself where it's a big decision. It ain't no fucking big decision. That's what the problem is. You realize there's nothing in America holding me here. Like, not even the coffee. So yeah, tough. That is tough. That is a midlife crisis for you, I promise. This is a version of it. It's just a midlife crisis. But instead of using crisis, it's a midlife turning point. The crisis is if you're trying to figure out who you are for the first time and what it means to you. No, I've been looking the whole fucking time. I was always aware of the question. What is the meaning of any of this? Yep, got the answers now. I got some new answers. I got some new data. I figured it out. I figured out how to figure shit out too. That's dope. That's fucking dope right there. I figured out how to figure out people and dynamics better, which just results in me shutting the fuck up and avoiding dumb shit easier. I can live off of next to no money, obviously, and it's fine, but I know that a lot of people are scared to do things because they're worrying about how much it costs. But some people survive anyway, so, and I've met them too. I met those on a Olympian lower tier than I am. I'm like, whoa. I don't think I have the pride or the mentality or the drug habit that will allow me to do it that way, but I respect it. I'm low enough to see it and understand it and figure it out even. Like, oh, there's a workflow to that even eventually. They don't stay stuck on a cardboard box in one place. They end up getting active and creating a whole mirror, a micro universe within it. That's very interesting. But it's only interesting if you're an alcoholic or you're a drug addict, by the way. So I'm not qualified for that all the way. So no, it's never that, I don't think. Feel none of that. Doesn't seem like it'll go that way. If anything, I'll require more money than I think I need for a life here if I want to do it the way I want to do it. So I already know how to I already know how to imagine. I know how to get my point to start imagining that. Thus, California. Except now, the majority don't have money out there, correct? Yeah, can't take the glasses off. Algebra. Yeah, it's a gift. Because we can't turn it off, that's the curse. Dick Gregory was right, part 5. Once the universe chooses you and put the glasses on, you can't make nobody else see it, and you can't take them off. And you always see things the way that they are, and not the way that people want you to see them. AKA, a fool can't be fooled again on George Bush Jr. There's still some novelty left of things that can go left and fucked up and wrong, of course. Don't get that twisted. But even when it does, it won't be nothing different. Oh, one of these moments. Yeah, okay. All right, let me go back to my notebook and figure out the steps where I did to reverse this. There we go. Okay. It'll get better faster this time because it's, you know, how it is. You walk somewhere, it takes a long time, but walking home, you get there faster. Same story. That's the other thing, too. Time does speed up when you're getting closer to home, don't it? You ever come back from a road trip or a vacation? Even if you have work the next day, don't time speed up when you're about to get back to where your base is? Yeah, that's how you know if you're going the right way or not. The journey in certain seasons are longer because you're getting away. But the journey in time speeds up when you're getting closer to home, though. It's part of our, whatever that's called. It's a thing. I don't like it. They should make a drug for that. But things are moving faster again for me. My dad fucking called. My aunt fucking called. There's new people in this environment. People talking to me about cars again. Any moment now. And I documented every day of it just about, so. I did that for someone else. I didn't do that for me. I did it for me, but I'm not going to use this information. I am the information. But hopefully y'all see it for yourself. Hopefully you see this for yourself. Be like, damn. He showed and talked about it and navigated it and got to the other side. Then what am I talking about? Exactly. That's the only way I can help people out. It's showing them. We're so used to people talking about this shit. We're so used to people borrowing traumas and references and hard stories. No, I got a hard story for real. I just carry it decently. But I don't give up. I think that's what's important. Because it's easy to give up. Not very Sagittarius of me. 4 times Sagittarius. Give up what? I'll crash the fuck out before I give up. I haven't crashed the fuck out yet. So just keep going. Keep going. The movie's still loading. It'll put you in a holding pattern. And I can narrate it better. But eventually, it'll start moving again. This is what I learned though. I'll draw it for you. I'm gonna try it. I don't know why I want to draw it. Excuse the air mattress noise. 2019. Yeah, I can do it every 2 years actually. 2021. 2023. 2025. 2027. Yeah. I can make this make sense. So, I'm just going to write down random things that happened. So 2017 is, well, they ain't going to work because I lived in multiple places in the same year. But this was all NC for sure. And this is like peak YouTube, spicy Sundays, my equipment and things started manifesting better and started getting more than I've ever thought about. Very music centered, and it was transitionary away from the so-called corporate education pathway of achieving the same things. I achieved most of those things that I thought I needed to go to college and a job for just by taking the hunch to do YouTube, and it working out better than I could have imagined it because of the Machine Masters earlier, or just that year prior. Like they, and then the brother Will, who split me onto them too. And the equipment at first. So from like 2000, late 15, then by a year later, 16 for him. So we had bought his equipment. In a year, he had me doing demos. And then a year later, YouTube. And I just resumed my old YouTube channel and just started making content. So this whole time period, this dash, before the pandemic, unfortunately. So I start, yeah, well, I'm in seeing the pandemic too. This is the turnaround moment. That's the dailies. And then there's like a switch to a health focus for me, which began earlier, by the way. But I started to really, really get in that bag because I had to. I knew I wanted to beat all of these problems before I was 40. Anyway, so from 2017 to 2019, you're out of the water because my whole life before that was struggle, at least with money. Because of how cheap they pay in North Carolina and how shitty it is as a place towards people like me. But not getting emotional or caught up in the sociology, it just is. It is what it is. There's a ways above that, but it takes more steps and it takes money to get above that step to get the money above that step. It's a weird Ponzi scheme. You can't even get a car by yourself in that bitch unless someone else puts you on their insurance. It requires community even for it to be fun. Mine was hit and miss. I didn't know why. Now it doesn't matter why. God is good. So from here to here, I'm transitioning into 30. Never been 30 before. And everything that I'm worrying about don't exist no more in that degree. Now I just have the biggest problem I have in this date is relationship. It's dead already. This relationship is dead. And there's nothing, because what I learned was prior, when it was dying, that, oh shit, my dreams are coming together, if you will. Like what I want to do versus what I had to do is going this way. It didn't make the relationship better. Oh shit, I'm doing things with music. Told you so. But it's not exciting yet. It's not making any of this better. My biggest problem between this buffer zone is the relationship, not the music, not this, not even my health yet. My health is tanking because of the relationship is not getting better. And I'm running out of time. So I was very conscious of time in 2019. And then unfortunately, the mRNA and all that shit, the politics, Biden to Trump or Trump to Biden, you know how the story went. It just didn't matter. Like all of a sudden our timeline got congested with BS. Cool fucking story, I guess. So because of the pandemic and everything's on lockdown, we're gonna slow things down, at least through 2020, to figure it out. Like, we should be out of this pandemic already. Nope, they kept it going almost up to here, but all right, we're still in a pandemic. I'm like, all right, bitch, let's do Houston, Texas, and Seattle. All right, so we switched the patina of the relationship, and now I got little relationships. That's cool. There's not enough energy in it to bother me either way it goes, because this was charged up for a decade. Everything after this point is brand new, so I'm not expecting it. I'm not expecting none of that. So cool. I got to be. I don't know what that means. I don't know if I was being myself. I don't know if that was for better or for worse at this moment, but it wasn't none of this. It was none of that. It was definitely brand new. So there was novelty. The problem was I experienced this novelty through a dampened environment because of the pandemic. It put a filter on it, no matter what you did. It was dampened. So it was ratcheted down, but it was different. It was still novel, I guess. And in that process, that's when I began heavy journaling, like in a serious, trying to find a pattern way. So instead of like back then, before this built up, that was a big change. So I can't even remember what my old thinking pattern was, because when it finally broke through and this happened, then I felt better about these things. And then I just was able to carry that on until now. But in the people and family situations, it just didn't matter. Like, this overshadowed everything. But so I started writing it down. And that's when I was like, oh, I'm gonna need a Kevin Samuels one day, because this is very blue pill of me. I know it is. But that makes sense. I was in the same committed relationship for more than 10 years. I'm as blue as you can get. Didn't matter though. So then, somehow or another, I got my own license and car, and I can do this shit by myself. I'm back in NC briefly between that, but the main one is Charlotte. Up until 2024, basically. 2024, actually. But it doesn't matter. The central point of Charlotte was, not only did I get a chance not to be this guy no more and everything between it, and I'm getting older, more closer to mid-30s, now I was like, oh shit, now I'm independent. As a 30-year-old, been independent as a younger dude, but like indie, like by myself. Like, and at my cousin's house for a few months. That was fun. That was during the UPS time. Neville Goddard. This is actually prior, but the culmination of this, because I'm still doing it forward. And I still got the channel, so I'm doing the remix era and all that cool shit. We still got tape popping. But more importantly, this journaling thing put me in this polarity somehow that now I'm aware of witches. I wasn't aware of that. Like, I was aware of it, but I wasn't clocking it. I was aware of witches in my life. It was very interesting. After breaking through this little weird buffer of 2021 up till about goddamn a year ago, I had this weird witch problem. And that's the easiest box to put it in. There's nuance, I'm sure, that they would imagine such, but you know what the fuck we talking about. Bitches is witches. So then I was paying way more attention to the spiritual part of the same thing. Because all the Neville Goddard shit, all that shit's spiritual anyway, but it's not telling you how to defend yourself from spiritual chaos or attacks. Oh, I went through spiritual chaos. Lord have mercy. The dreams, the intensity, the car accidents, the deer, the signs, everything. I had that my whole life once in a while, but all of a sudden that shit was like MK Ultra. Now somehow, at the end of all of that, I'm in Nevada. But after CLT, I did one more year because my aunt was dying in Raleigh. So I got a chance to tape and soul-fi. I got to record an R&B artist, which was like a big deal. I haven't done that in over 10 years. I had my own apartment, so I continued the indie route, even in this situation. I was in my own apartment by myself, holding it down, everything in my name, to my detriment. But I did it, so I overcame the codependency patterning of this part And then even though I got the car and it crashed into a fucking wall, the independent part kept on up until, so even now, even, I mean, I'm technically here by myself even now. So I was able to see things, but then all of a sudden this weird thing happened. This algebra awakening on top of that. That is, I don't even know how to categorize that just yet. Like I said, I gotta get further away from it to really document and talk about it again later. But that happened. That has never happened in human history. All of the shit that led to that shit. But then boom, 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 I end up in Vegas too. And but that is as a result. That is not random. That was like all of this, because I started thinking about Cali and Vegas way back here when I was concerned about my health and how much time I had left. And I know I had to leave North Carolina. And if she wasn't willing to leave and detach and go somewhere else, that I would have to detach and leave her. So I already considered my pathway. But instead, this happened, which was fine. I needed it. I needed to dampen my energy and readjust and recalibrate. I needed to look at that as a mirror and then look at my life differently. And then that took me to Charlotte for 2 years by myself, which completely helped me. Like, oh, okay, I'm reoriented. And plus, I'm fucking in my 30s, so I have to anyway. And then that was with the spiritual chaos part, because I was turning away from spiritual chaos. I was getting away from spiritual chaos. I was getting far the fuck away from spiritual chaos. But check out where spiritual chaos took me back to. So that's how I understood what the root was. I understood what the loop was. I was down in Hades over here somewhere the whole time. Then shit started working for me. It's like going up a little bit, and all of a sudden plateaued out. And then for whatever reason, I started feeling like it was down again. I was like, nah, nigga, I need to jump up over here and shit. Oh shit, same old bullshit. All right, but it ain't gonna drop as low. I'm gonna pick it up a little bit. I ain't got my car though, so I ain't that high yet. Like, oh shit, I ain't in the sky yet, but at least I'm still doing my own thing. And then it did a brick wall level. It did a brick wall on my ass. And then now I'm just digging myself out of that pit. But I know how high I can get though, at least. I don't know how fast I can do it too. It's gonna be faster than this whole fucking pattern because I've done it already, cumulatively. And wherever that goes, you know, whatever trajectory turns out to be true, you know, I'm reasonable. But yeah, just in a very short time, every segment of every 2 years has been a very different scene for me. And up until this point right here, none of this has came with me to this point. I'm literally by myself. Like, none of the music things, none of the ideas, none of the people, none of the relationships, none of the hang-ups, none of the things. I'm not even journaling about the same things. I'm not wondering about the same spiritual things. Math will happen when math will happens. Life will happen when life will happens. And I don't know what that means yet. I'm just here. I'm at the end of the things that I wanted to do and had some limitations and some premature chaos about. But even in this, because remember, the most important thing is my Aunt Crystal. That made all cells final and a lot of different mysteries and what's going on and who and what. And, you know, it made it very clear to me that her death was a catalyst. That it wasn't just like it fell down like that. It's more like this than anything. It was more gentler than that. But the reference point, this is all old life shit. It was the end of the old life, at least. That told me I'm never going backwards. I'm never circling back from this point. Once this is X'd out very soon, there'll be no reason for me to revisit any of this. This whole story, and it's longer than this, but I made the change right before the pandemic. That whole loop. There's a lot of NC in it. It keeps bringing me back. It keeps looping me into itself in the same equidistant time too. From 2017 to 21, from 21 to 25. It keeps trying to bring me back to that familiar place. But each time there's another divider that's getting me crystal clear about some shit in relation to my path of my old life. headed towards Nevada. It's like an R&B tape with my own apartment, I guess. Trying to do an algebraic awakening, delta and changing in Las Vegas. I'm right here though. Dot, 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 dot. All I know is that everything over here is like this. It has to be greater than or equal to. Because I know how final all these moments were. I am none of these people anymore. Yep. So yeah. I did not set on my journey in 2017 and expect that to be the path at all. Like, that was not my manifestation cue. I just wanted to be. I wanted to be myself. That's it. Interesting seeing your life patterns mapped out on the whiteboard. Yeah, man. I'm back. Peace to Gorilla Gospel, man. I have to go, everyone. Take care. Pounds of love. Shout out to him. You have the car. Thank you. I do. Can't take these glasses off. Shout out to Mr. Now. Shout out to Jan Baby. Shout out on her route. But I'm going to let y'all go. 619, 619. Same story. So a lot happened. I did this stream and talked to 2 old world family members. Day ones. East Orange day ones. On top of that, at least whatever that means in this story. And some gangster shit. But, yeah, hopefully mapping it and showing you and walking through it, especially people in my age range and people who ain't quite at our age yet, that it's completely fucking normal for you to stop everything, take out the whiteboard, rearrange, reorganize, and it's completely normal if the first time you step out, you won't have to keep stepping out for goddamn 4 or 5 more damn years. It's completely normal that you encounter spirituality and manifestation and metaphysics because everything else doesn't make sense at that time that you're in. It's just a required initiation and degree because you're becoming a man. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. Now I'm doing algebra at 40 years old. Ain't that a bitch? I need a Quran next, don't I? I know that's right. It's in there somewhere, I promise you. So, yeah, but when I look at it, when I'm saying this, like, I'm looking at it from there's nothing to regret in this. The only thing I could have wished for is that there wasn't a pandemic in the middle of it. That whole board, every variable in this board changes different. If there's no death, mRNA, and pandemic language, and it, basically the chaos of this, the backdrop of it is really that some other organization of people decided to do whatever it was and roll out whatever the agenda was, and then it made everything weird. On top of the fact that I was taking a very weird path in the midst of it, at the weirdest time to do some shit like this. But honestly, I felt like I was running out of time since 2017 anyway. I don't feel that no more. I don't feel the future at all like that. I don't feel like the anxiety of sitting still. I mean, I know I'm not gonna stay here. Back then it was like, if I stay here, something bad's gonna happen. It's a different modality of time. So at least I got out of that pattern in 2018. At least I was able to live somewhere else in the United States for the first time ever in 2021. At least I was able to come back to North Carolina and try it again by myself in Charlotte just to make sure I didn't miss anything. And I didn't, thank God. And then, boom, out here in Nevada. It is not California, but it's not North Carolina. Progress. Same story. So yeah, man. Live, love, whatever the fuck going on here. Like, comment, subscribe, Psalms 5. Support the support. Thank you. Thank you for being witnesses. Thank you for listening. Thank you for the prayers and all those cool things that's happening behind the scenes, I'm sure. But yeah, we have momentum again to wherever the fuck it's going. So I'm very grateful. Thank you for being part of the journey. He says, how do you do it? Inspirational? I answered that question before I go. I don't know that it's inspirational, bro. I can't see y'all faces. I can't see your reactions. I don't know how effective it is. There's a handful of people that I talked to long enough through this story that I know that's real. Like, I'm not doing it by myself in that sense. There's other people conscious of me and vice versa. But it doesn't come across my mental desk as something special or none of those words that I'm not like Tony Robbins. I'm not in the polarity of a Tony Robbins character that's like trying to pump up. You know what I'm saying? I'm not seeing myself that way. But the language model and the lessons are similar. Yes, I want to inspire other people to think higher for themselves. That's just prerogative stuff. I can't explain that. That's just in me. Since I was a boy, at least. I'm just using a different language model now to do the same thing. But how do I keep going and going through all the bullshit and the changes and setbacks? Yeah, because all these breaks are setbacks. One, faith, if you will, in the traditional sense. I know God is real-ish. Like, I know there's something outside of us. I've made contact and prayed and asked for things in that direction and got responses back. And I don't know exactly what the narrative is and what's this or that with that. I'm learning through my own experience, in fact. So because that's foundational for me, because my life has been like this, even if I do all the patterns back to 1985, by the way, I can do that for the whole time. These major changes, I'm tapped into God at that time. Like, you know how they say Jesus take the wheel in a flippant way? I kind of do that in a literal way. I'm always conscious when I make a life-changing decision, because in my mind, I'm constantly praying or consulting a spiritual or God level of my experience. I'm not just doing it off the strength of like my intellect, my finances, or anything. Even when I had more money than I have ever had now, I still was on a God box, even in Charlotte. Like, I was cool, I can afford it, but I needed God because of health and anxiety and different things that were conspiring that haven't manifested yet. And I'm sensitive, I'm psychic, so I have to learn how to quickly on the job identify the difference between my energy and their energy and my neighbor's energy and the city's energy. So once I started to go from God and prayer and the faith that a lot of people have that works for them, they just keep it on a certain level or surface. Nah, I needed to figure out the formulas and the energy of my life too. Like, nah, how come when I went to fucking DC, I felt better than I was in fucking Charlotte real quick? Like, what is that? Is it the people? Is it the food? Is it the expectations? Like, I'm doing a science report, but I'm praying to God for the answers. And then I'm journaling too, which helped a lot, because journaling isn't about getting your feelings out and all that shit, although it should be. But for me, it's a quest log. It's like, now look back. This time last year, how did you feel? Do you feel like that now? No. Progress. Once you learn how to keep progress and keep tabs on your growth and your mental health and things like that, whether it's notes, making videos, or certain people in your life that aren't like trying to harm you, then it's easier for you to get an accurate radar, or at least shout out to the brother Jan, baby, for the Cashapp. I appreciate you. Once you get a certain lock or read on that you're making progress, in your environment the energy will mirror in your environment. You'll see certain people way less. You'll see certain stresses way less. But then what happens is it makes your fears or limitations louder, because all the little things that would trigger you and bother you in these transformations is what's covering the bigger issue. So it just took me practically 4 years to get to some root issue bullshit in me. And it didn't finalize until this year. And then all the supernatural things that happened too. I can't tell this story without convincing the people, like, no, this wasn't just like a dude that made some decisions and it worked out. God is good, yes. But then there's this supernatural element outside of your normal God made a way. God's always made a way for me. That ain't what happened. That ain't the right intensity for this. Not only did God make a way for me to be all right through all of these lessons and changes and figuring shit out, but then this other layer of reality, spiritual awakening again, or math, or it just, there's a breaking point, I guess, as we unplug out of this matrix. And once you whatever that trigger or it's not a trigger, a catalyst, whatever the catalyst is, where the old life is dead, like when enough is enough for real, and like even the spiritual world, even God and all of that stuff we put in that box is like, you're done. Nah, check this out. Off. You can't turn around no more. You have no choice but to go to California. Ain't that what you said? When there's nothing left, what are you gonna do? Well, if there's nothing left, I might as well walk to California. Yes. It wasn't that loud when this was happening. You realize it as every door closes. Is that instead of you feeling like you're in a room and the water's filling up and you're about to drown, you're feeling like the opposite. You're feeling like this water gonna get high enough and then I can get to the top of this building or this elevator and get out of here. It's not trying to drown you, it's trying to save you. The walls close so that I can become Shinobi or Ninja Gaiden so I can climb up and find the ladder. It wasn't closing to squash me. If I didn't take direct decision, or if I didn't own it, or if I didn't stay on that timeline that I was embracing change, then, and I worked against that moment, yeah, people can crash out and go the wrong way. Absolutely, yes. And that's why I'm more sympathetic to everyone else who didn't make it. The people that I helped treat and deal with. I could see what part of their life would have been similar to me. But I was like, nah, nigga, before you fucking squash me or drown me in this fucking unlimited place, I'm taking my ass to California. Can you wait for me to get there at least? It's because at least for me, the story makes sense. Like, I made it to California, I'm flunked out, I'm all scraped up, and I ain't got shit. But bitch, I can think about this while I'm sitting on that fucking beach. And then the little kid in me was like, at least we made it to fucking California. Fuck what these niggas talking about. Same story. So there's a spiritual degree that's happening, initiation that I'm not aware of. There's a social thing that's happening, strong dynamics in my family and personal life that it played out a certain way to give me closure. Not the answers, not the reasons, not the emotions, but oh, this is final. That's closure. I don't have to wonder why no more. It's closure. Rest in peace, my Aunt Crystal. She set off a fucking chain reaction of awareness because of how everything else manifested and played out and responded to that moment. I got to see people, again, like I mentioned my grandfather's funeral, I got to see that same type of whiff of energy that I experienced at his funeral with hers, without even going to her funeral, just with her death. And yeah. This was the roughest year ever. Yet, I was able to stay focused and disciplined because I had prepared for it my whole life. God didn't, they say God doesn't give you more than you can handle. Yeah, that's kind of true. Because life will give it to you in increments to prepare you for when all of it comes at you at once. And this year, March 15th and forward, between March and June, everything went wrong. Everything I can think about, realizations about the music industry, everything, science, algebra, math, everything between us, romance and all that other shit, all those delusions, all of that, it's just, all of that's dead at once. When it's dead, it's different than, it's not like a loss or a competition where you're like, oh, I'm gonna get back and try to get back, or man, I gotta show up next time. When it's dead, it's dead. You'll grieve it, yeah. It'll take you time to get used to the fact, for sure. That's why I needed 90 days in the desert, at least. But you know what, bro? I thank God for it. I thank God that I did survive that. And at the end of that, at the very least, bro, some weird shit happened. An algebraic awakening, right? That's all I'm calling it for now. I don't know what else to call it. And in that algebraic awakening, I'm reconnected to a large part of my family tree, at least, right? The Khans. Who got to go further than that for real? But I know more about me and where I come from now than I definitely did in 2017. So in 8 years, Saturn dailies, 3 a.m. to what I'm doing now. I started digging in the dirt for the ancestors. And now I'm on the other side of that. I remember the kids starting that. I remember the channel starting that. I remember the feedback. I remember the first Joe Spirits and Narcissists. I remember all of that. But now I'm on the other side of that. And now it makes sense what that was. That never happened a minute prior. So I'm glad it can be inspiring. But it's so much more profound, and it'll make way more sense whenever I stream from California. So thank you for asking though. 2017 is when I started my journey. Jonathan says 3, analogy is 100. Deep, deep waters float to the top. That's it, TBFB3, I see you. Interesting, I feel like that now. We good then. Shout out to Jayon. This is more of a data sheet showing the impossible is possible. Yeah, I don't want none of my brothers to give up. Period. So, I have to show somebody something. That makes sense to me, nigga. That's logical. I don't know. Shit, niggas trying to figure out shit, I show you. That's it. Whether it's Melodyne, Scalar, Bitches is Witches, Spirituality, Neville Goddard, Dreams, Premonitions, Car Crashes, Falcons, whatever it is, we hear people talk about these things. Why not show them? At the very least. I'm doing my best not to cap about shit. And that's so unusual for this timeline and for this country or for this paradigm. So, novelty, I guess. But yeah, this is all of our journey. Until next time, peace.